isn't. Oh, there you go.
My goodness. I don't. That is just such a strange thing.
Well, I mean, it kind of makes sense if they're because as a matter of fact, was it you, Tom, saying or somebody saying that Verizon, Verizon and FiOS and Verizon FiOS apparently, and then earlier Latino was
There's an outage.
about an outage up in the Boston area. Some hack that happened at a grocery store. He wanted to buy juice and
No, it's from Boston to DC. It's massive. It's like millions and millions of people lost internet from like midnight to 3 in the morning. So, but I don't know if it's back up. Mine is back up now, and I'm in Baltimore Metro, so. But it was millions of people. So maybe a hack. We don't know.
I'm gonna have to. Search up some stuff and see. I guess that's how whenever you're dedicated to something, it's
Hey,
like you're trying to sleep, but you can't because you feel like, hold on, wait, did it not end?
She sensed a disturbance in the force.
Maybe he can't.
yeah.
Would you like me to check the stream? We've got 8 watching right now, according to my YouTube. And
Yeah, I've already tapped into it, so it is playing so far.
Yeah,
okay, it's playing so far, and I am currently checking the stream health right now.
Yeah, we're playing.
Because what I'm currently, so we have this one set up because I don't like to start HV shows for him. Because he starts in his own, unique way. So I'm thinking that if this same trend continues, that this one is going to get kicked also. And so whenever that happens.
How long did the first one that stopped go?
It was an hour.
Ooh, well, this one made it to 5.
And so right now it says stream is healthy. It's excellent. Now you have the other that said whatever it said. I can't even right now. So now you all were talking about some outages in some places. I want to look that up. Are we getting hacked by the Russians?
Yes, the Russians are trying.
As a matter of fact, I bet Trump handed the keys over.
Maybe they use Becky's. You never.
Okay. Okay.
Let's
Putin is our new internet czar.
let's not. Maybe I'm a patriot, but let's not discount the ineptitude of Verizon. Fine American government.
You know what? Y'all know what? Let me tell you.
Variansky, Biosky.
I can tell you, like growing up, I'm still the kid that grew up without, the whole internet. Like that didn't come until later on in life,
What?
And cell phones and stuff like that. Yeah, no.
By design?
I wouldn't say by design. I mean, we didn't have cell phones. I didn't get a cell phone until I was like
okay.
In high school.
I mean, you live fairly remote, so I mean, was it just that internet didn't reach out that far?
I mean, maybe. I mean, we had what we had, like in school and whatnot. But I say that because I remember what it felt like to not have these laptops and cell phones and social media and this and that, right?
Yeah,
Well,
maybe she had
But
parents that cared.
we
Maybe she had
didn't
parents that cared,
have,
Stanley. You ever think of that?
we didn't have
I
any
didn't
of
let
that.
my kids have cell phones and shit.
no, of course, my experience is not going to be y'all's. I mean, of
Yeah,
course,
I mean, we didn't even have, like, we were playing Pong at your age.
Well, I
Look,
think that
look, my daughter said, "Dad, everybody's got a cell phone." I said, "Everybody but you, and you're not getting one."
right. But
Oh,
like whenever the kids started to get them, oh my gosh, my parents were like, absolutely not, right? So I
you
mentioned
ain't
that
getting no phone.
because,
Yeah,
yeah, my parents, absolutely not. My parents are, yeah. So
yeah, I was
I
blowing
mentioned
it
that
up.
because I know what it feels like to not have it. But you see, now I know what it feels like to have it. Okay. And so one of my pet peeves is like, I'm a very patient person. I really am. I'm the most patient person that I know, but I am not patient with the internet. I can be patient with everything else in this life, but I cannot be patient with the internet. If my phone is buffering, if my internet is down, if anything like that happens, I feel like the world is about to end. It's
That's
like
really
nuclear,
interesting.
I'm going to go crazy. That's just kind of how I feel. And so here on the East Coast, it says Verizon Fios internet outages impact millions on the East Coast. I
Yeah,
know
that's it.
those people are going absolutely mad. Okay,
That was me. That
mad.
was me 3 hours ago.
So
3 hours
you
ago.
felt it. You felt it.
Yeah, but
Oh
here's
gosh,
the
that's
thing.
just
I don't.
that's such a
It
horrible
just
feeling.
goes and comes.
Uh,
It is somewhat, but I am the guy that uses his phone until it dies, and then I'll use it till it dies. I use it like toothpaste. When I'm out of it, I drive to the store and get more. But until then, it's fine. So my phone, I'll use it down to zero, and it dies, and then I'm like, oh, I got to charge it, and I'll put it on the
I
charger
like
and come
that
back
too.
like 4 hours later, and it'll be charged because I like not having it. I don't want to have the phone all the time, right? I don't want to be connected. I just don't want to. You
Do
know
you
what I'm
have an
saying?
iPhone or an Android?
Yeah, and it's an iPhone,
Do you have a
so it
MacBook or
dies.
an iPad?
I got an iPad, yeah,
Yeah, so like my
and they
phone's been
die.
dead for my phone's been dead for hours, okay? And I was like, you know what? I'll just charge it whenever I get in the car and go to work. But then this
There
happened,
you
so I
go.
just went and grabbed the
Yeah,
charger. But you could always check on your MacBook sometimes, or what is it called?
I go to iPad.
But I just prefer my phone for texting and things. But so here
Yeah.
it says Verizon Fios internet outages have impacted millions of customers on the East Coast, causing significant disruptions in the early hours of Tuesday morning. A map of user reported issues show the affected area spans about 300 miles from Philly to Richmond, according to the third party website, which tracks real time service disruptions. Okay. Now we know AT&T that happened over the summer. Uh, when they got hacked during the
Now, the only
incident.
reason I was annoyed was I have to go reset the router, which is in the
Yeah.
basement, which means I got to get up. And so it's really just
Hmm?
laziness. I'm like, I don't feel like walking down there. I haven't had
You
any
can
coffee.
You
reset your
want me to?
router. You can
You want me
reset
to
your
stand
router from
up
the
and
Yeah,
phone.
walk?
that's it.
There, you can
Like, I don't want to
reset
walk
your
down there.
router from the phone.
Not if the thing, no, it was the button's red. It's so I have this Amazon Eero internet expander. It like makes it signal go further. And I
Yeah.
have a couple of them set up so that I can be in further sections of the house and still be able to be on the internet, right?
What do you have?
But
Do you have AT&T?
no FiOS. But then I have a Wi-Fi router, and then there's a Eros, EEROS. It's a Wi-Fi expander, something. I
Yeah,
don't know.
it's an access point.
Booster. It's a booster, I think. So
Hmm.
then when that's red, it means the internet's down. And then I always have to go downstairs into the basement and reset the uh the whole thing, the whole network. But it's just that's my main sticking point is I don't want to have to walk down to the basement because I'm lazy. So I don't know how all this works. I think it's called a mesh net, a net mesh or something. You know what I'm talking about?
I,
A
I
net
think
I do, but
I'm gonna have to
mesh.
pull a page out of HB's book and go to Reddit to see what's going on.
Yeah. So the reason that you have to reboot is that people think that they have a dedicated line to the internet, and then it's not that way. It establishes a new line every time you connect. So if your router's up, your router already thinks that other IP address is where they're going, and it really reinitializes by proxy each time that you restart it. I did not get a cell phone until I was in 37th grade. And if I didn't, oh man, thank you. I was like, okay, that one didn't go over.
You made it.
So I wouldn't have one if I didn't have to. I'd like to throw this in a lake. I hate it. And texting, I'm starting to date this very lucky lady, and boy, she texts, and I just keep saying, I don't look at my texts. I never look at them. I won't text you ever unless we're at the airport. You know, hey, I'm at a gate 49 or something simple like that. I won't even look at it because, as I've mentioned to countless people over the years, when we're texting back and forth, we're both holding a telephone in our hand.
Yeah, you know, I feel like I do both. I prefer, I mean, texting is, you know, most times easier, but it is more personal and like intimate to have a phone call, you know, just to talk to each other directly. And so, you know, you can send a text, but it is always nice to talk on the phone as well. And that's going to be like family, friends, you know. But
I find that if I text somebody, business, it's ding, read it, peck, 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 peck. And by the way, if you have meat hooks like I do, texting on that little keyboard, we got a problem.
Yeah, it's hard.
Anyway,
you can do talk to text.
I do,
but that's also stupid because it doesn't even work.
Yeah, because it really is. Sometimes it jacks everything you're saying up completely.
It's so dumb. And I'm like, AI is going to take over the world. It can't even understand what I'm saying.
Right. And I'm always like, dwarf.
Let me see. Can y'all see my screen?
I was trying to write, go down on the wharf. Anyway.
Yes.
So
here on the screen, really quick. So on this down detector, you have someone saying nothing is loading on right now on YouTube. Every other platform is working. Some new day, same BS from YouTube. When trying to watch videos, all report video unavailable. So it seems like it's like a YouTube thing.
It is.
But do you think that it has something to do with the Verizon thing?
I mean, isn't all this shit tied together? I think it's all tied together, right? They all have these big data centers. It's like a big building. It's a tilt-up construction, right? And you know, like I understand how they're built, but I don't understand all the bullshit inside of them. But they're basically big server farms. It's just a bunch of computers in there.
Yeah.
And so this shit's all working together. I don't understand it either, right? My nephew has to explain everything tech to me, and when people ask what he does, I just say he does computers. That's all I know. Because I'm stupid, you know. He does computers. Anybody in the whole industry I say, oh, he does computers. Yeah, he does computers, you know. Most people say he's a network analyst, he's an IT specialist, he's a blah, 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 blah. I say, oh, he does computers. He's a computer guy. Yeah, that's what I say. That's how it works.
Yeah, if there's a major outage, it just depends on the routing they have and where that server farm is. If you notice, if you ever do a speed test on your computer, you hit the test and it will find a next point of destination so it can test. If you do that test 2 or 3 times, you might not get the same place that it's going to.
Right.
So that's when a huge chunk of the country is missing like that. Even if the exact path is not in that outage, now everyone is being rerouted.
Correct.
Around that, and that's what causes, the machines can only accept the data at a certain speed. If there's too much of it,
Yeah, and not only that, but I mean, sometimes they'll throttle, that sort of, the connection. So it's I'm I'm familiar with the networking side. I've never worked in it, but it's its own thing. I'll put it that way.
I think it's Russia.
It could be the Soviets.
Oh, don't get me started with that.
I don't care who it is, Portia's going to solve it. It'll be the Russians and the Chinese and the North Koreans, same room with the ISIS people. Portia's going to solve it.
And Iran.
Yeah. And Liechtenstein, those bastards have been getting out of line for the last 2 or 3 years.
They have a lot of. That's a banking hub right there. They got a lot of money in Liechtenstein.
Better watch out for them. The Rothschilds are there. The Illuminati. Alex Jones is going over next week with a camera.
Actually, there's a country.
You forgot Soros.
Yeah.
Soros is funding it all.
Luxembourg's got big money too, by the way.
Yep, Faroe Islands.
If you look at what's interesting is if you look at the U.S. per capita, in terms of like the money we have, right? You got all these like highest GDP per capita, right? You got all those little stupid countries that are banking hubs, and then you have the U.S. and then you have another 8 little shitty countries, and then you have like somebody next, right? I mean, we do really well here. Even our brokies are rich in relative terms, unless you were a banking hub.
We've got a guy in our orbit who's over in one of the Eastern European countries, and he and I got into a pissing match, and he's like, well, what are you talking about? Luxembourg has a higher GDP than and I forgot what I told him, but what I told him just totally pissed him off. He just kind of broke off communication.
Yeah, they do, but they're little, and people move there for banking only. That's a haven,
You're really gonna bring up Luxembourg?
Yeah, exactly. Oh yeah, or Monaco. Like people move there because they're rich. That's why it has a high G. People here born in broke ass Alabama and broke ass Utah and broke ass like Kentucky. Like we're indigenous to that. People move there for banking and shit and industry.
And even if that wasn't the case, when you have a country of 300 million people,
yeah,
you're gonna have. I mean, it's like that guy that's leading and batting, and he's got 1 at bat, 1 hit.
Yeah,
that's right.
Damn easy.
Can I share something with you guys? It's very.
Yes, please, Portia, share with us.
As long as it's pro-America, that's where we are, pro-America right now. Okay, so go ahead and bring it.
It's just really, it really has nothing to do with what we're talking about. But I'm searching online for different things to see, what's kind of going on. And so I just saw something that said 40,000 fraudulent voter registration forms dropped off on Maricopa County deadline date. They tried to register Mickey Mouse, Jerry Seinfeld, Donald Duck, among others.
Well, that sounds like that's a test patch right there. Because why would they just make up fake names?
Is that not funny? Mickey Mouse, Donald Duck.
I think it's awesome. That's what I would register as.
I know, like if.
And I guarantee you,
Courage the Cowardly Dog.
It was somebody just trying to test the system.
Yeah.
Oh gosh, there was a couple of women that did that. It's like they got locked up.
Yep.
But it just sounds so funny to me. Just those, the names they have, just different cartoon names. That is so funny.
That was going to be a write-in ballot for me because I didn't want to vote for anybody. I was like, you know what? Let's go with any of these
Mickey
people.
Mouse.
Anybody that's not currently running. So, yeah, I had to go down to the basement. I'm going to go find this stupid router.
Oh, is it happening again?
No,
Oh,
it's okay.
okay.
This is it right here. See? That's it right there.
Let me see.
You see it? I have to
Oh, yeah.
reset that dumb thing. That's the router. I have to
Oh.
go get to this and reset it. So.
Oh, wow. You had to get up again.
I know, I don't want to do it.
Mhm.
So this is the bandsaw right here. I'll take you to my wood shop. This is a radial arm saw right here. Take a look. Radial arm saw. See?
Oh, yeah. We've seen you working in your garage before.
This is the wood shop here. This is the wood shop. So you got.
Oh, not garage. So this is the basement. Sorry.
This is the joiner. Yeah. This is all for making furniture and stuff. One of my hobbies. So.
We don't have the luxury and the pleasure of having basements in Texas. So,
No.
Yeah, you don't. You know why? It's cheap square footage. So you can build, there's so much land that's cheap. You don't have to build down into the earth. You can just build out. Right?
Well, there's another reason.
You can't have, it's all sandy soil.
It's a mixture of sandy soil. A lot of it's clay. And we have huge industry here of foundation repair. Radio commercials for it and everything else.
In Texas, they do?
Yeah.
Huh.
Oh, man. It's 5 o'clock.
We build into the earth. Like we build down in Washington, D.C., we build 4 stories below the soil because there's a height limit. And we build 80 feet down, because we kind of have to.
Yeah.
So, but yeah, everybody has a basement in the Northeast, though. So it's kind of a common thing.
Yeah. We had
That's where they hide the bodies.
That's right.
Well, whenever I lived that way, I had a basement, and oh my God, I loved it. I thought it was great.
Yeah, I don't know, man. I'm not.
In Texas,
I'm like a rancher.
Our version of a basement is you build a house like on the side of a hill. And I'm not joking. So that your front door is at the top of the hill, and your back door is at the very back of the house at the bottom. So that when you walk in, it's kind of a basement because the land is rising.
Yeah. Well, I know that. I think that. I think the land is cheap, though. Like if you look at like here, land's very expensive. Texas, I think it's still pretty cheap, isn't it? Relative.
Well, I mean, if you go out to West Texas, you go
like Big Bend.
Well, no, like Marfa. If you go 75 miles north of there, yeah, you can get land really cheap. There's no electricity, there's no water, it's there.
Oh, okay.
If you're self-sustaining. And the same is somewhat true outside the major metropolitan areas, I suppose. But I wouldn't say land in Texas is cheap.
It probably isn't like it was 20 years ago,
Well, and also if you get around Midland, Odessa, you're not going to be able to buy any land because the oil companies will.
Oh yeah, that's what I say. I was like, well, out in Odessa, but
yeah. So it just depends on where you're at and stuff. But you can.
Seems like everyone's moving there, though. That's for sure.
They're moving here into Austin.
Yeah. Well, you're gonna have plenty of real hardcore lefties there soon. I'm sure it's gonna be great. You're gonna love it.
Hey, Portia can tell you. You can tell just driving somewhere by the California plates we got out here now. Well, you don't notice.
Sorry.
You don't notice the plate first. You notice the dumbass driving, but then you see
they're going to be driving up the prices of everything there. It's just a matter of time. I mean, I work with guys that live in Charlotte, and they're like, man, the liberals are pouring in down here. So they're just pouring in. Charlotte, North Carolina.
Dallas County was one of the fastest growing population-wise. but Denton and Tarrant counties, huge up the list. I mean, this DFW area is one of the fastest growing, if not the fastest growing in the country in terms of population. Austin's not doing bad either. A lot of theirs is tech and computer stuff. And they're turning Austin into Silicon Valley 2 and bringing with it the terrible things that have destroyed Austin and all of its culture that used to be there is now wiped away. They did not keep Austin weird. Austin's motto used to be keep Austin weird. They didn't.
Well, it'll soon be keep Austin. If all these liberals show up, it's going to be keep Austin in pink and blue hair.
I will say this.
Well, in Austin, there's billboards around it that says that they defunded parts of their police, enter at your own risk. You know, but it's still Texas, you know, like they still have their blue-haired, you know, lunatics, but it's still, you know.
Yeah. There's still some reality, huh?
Yeah, and here in DFW, it's like I think we ought to have you know, bright skies and have all the businesses turn their lights off, and so the people can see the stars. And it's like, yeah, y'all better go back where you're from. We ain't doing that.
Yeah, I'll tell you what, man. That Dallas airport's a hell of an airport. I was in that last year. It's pretty wild. I was quite impressed. Dallas Fort Worth Airport.
Is that true? Jimmy Kimmel said that January 20th will be his last show. He's leaving for Europe.
Oh, God.
The next morning and never coming back.
I can't wait. Please do, Jimmy. We're done with all your political bullshit. I am, anyway. I mean, these he's a show host. He's an entertainer, okay? They love to play the political nonsense. And I'm like, I don't care what you have to say. They don't know anything about policy. They're celebrities. Who cares? They are the court jester or entertainer. You're the court juggler. Shut up. Just shut up. You're here to make us laugh. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
it's ridiculous.
I'd rather they make me laugh. You know,
I don't want to hear their political ideas.
Yeah, it's just tell me a joke. Huh?
Tell me a joke.
Why did the chicken cross the road? I don't know. Anything.
Give me something. But I certainly don't care what Jimmy Kimmel has to say. So his wife probably don't want to hear him either. Nobody does. That's why he has a show.
Some people like him.
That I don't believe is correct.
I think that
it was a sarcastic remark he made. It was like a joke that he made that. Maybe Stanley remembers this. Johnny Carson and even Letterman, they took pot shots at both parties. They were sort of joking about the news, and it was just jokes. They weren't trying to give you. It was never anything really that serious. It was like Wilbur Mills was found naked in the fountain in Washington, D.C. or something with his secretary. That's the kind of things they talked about, and just sort of lampoon that sort of stuff. And you didn't know what.
So you're saying nobody was crying on air? Like Jimmy Kimmel was just crying? Him and Van Jones, they should be advertising for Kleenex. Like, are you fucking kidding me? Why are they always crying?
I mean, I think Tiny Tim cried one time, but I'm calling
it. Van Jones should be their top pick for that.
He should be the Kleenex spokesperson because he's burning boxes of them. Van Jones is always crying, and Jimmy Kimmel now also. These guys they're overly emotional men, I think. So it's very annoying.
Like, must you cry over everything? I mean,
well, I'm just shocked that they're still watched. I think the only people who watch Jimmy Kimmel are conservatives.
Oh, you're fucking or MAGA loser.
Nobody watches the show.
Really? I've never seen a show.
They watch the clips if they watch anything.
It's just it's boring shit. It's soul crushing.
appointment television.
It's like canned jokes, canned laughter afterwards. You know,
the only appointment television now is sports, occasionally a political speech, and then if there's an emergency. Otherwise, why wouldn't you just watch it on your own schedule? And if I'm watching, let's say I'm watching Jimmy Kimmel, and he's got 3 guests on, and I only want to see one, well, I'll just watch the clip with that one.
Yeah.
Well, I watch the whole thing.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, it's kind of like it's a microwavable culture for sure.
Yeah, and
it's going to heat up this. You know.
Oh, wait a minute. Oprah got mad?
Oh, by the way, Oprah got paid, by the way, to endorse her. Do you know that?
Oh yeah, the numbers are coming out, and you know, what is it? Beyonce got paid. Okay.
Yeah.
I just can't believe that they charged her. I figured for sure they were just all going to do it for nothing. You know, like
you
telling me
think
they got paid?
I don't think
Beyonce got her 10 million.
Yeah, I didn't know that they got paid to endorse him. Apparently, Kamala Harris's campaign ran in the red pretty deep, from what I understand.
Well, I
by
mean,
20,
could they be termed as honoraria?
I don't know what that means, Stanley.
What is?
Well, like it's like when a college brings a famous speaker in, they give him an honoraria.
It's another word.
Oh,
for
that's what you said.
Speaking fee.
Oh, like a free degree,
No, it's a speaking fee, but it's the academic term for.
I mean, these these people, they're like agencies who handle. They have agents. Like
got it.
College is very lucrative if you're a speaker.
Yeah,
extremely lucrative.
It really is, isn't it?
Years ago, when I was at the University of Georgia, I actually saw G. Gordon Liddy do like a debate with Tim Leary, believe it or not.
Well, they both took acid.
But I don't even remember what it was about, but I did actually go and see him speak. Don't remember what they were talking about. But the one thing that struck me was Timothy Leary. He did acid till the day he died. You could tell there was something not quite right about the way he spoke. And I actually think he had all that LSD definitely affected his communication, his cognitive abilities, sort of regions of his brain.
Yeah, well, it alters your brain, the formulation of your brain chemicals.
Yeah, he was just a tad odd.
One thing I like, and I understand people's reaction, but actors and musicians and entertainers throughout history are legendary flakes.
Yeah.
When they say things, unless you're Gary Sinise, who's helping veterans and actually knows a lot about it, there are a few that are very intelligent, that are committed to a cause. But for the most part, it's like I don't want to hear your political views, but if I do hear them,
I don't want to
consider.
I don't care.
It's like
there's this TMZ video. I want to just play it really quick with you guys, and then I'm gonna have to hop down for a little bit because I have to go, and I have to go exercise, get my morning stuff together, because I got to go to work. Who wants to do that? Who wants to go to work?
Yeah, that's no good.
Let's see what happened with Oprah Winfrey, folks.
Hey, Oprah, good morning. How are you, darling? You're looking very good. How do you think the election went?
Not talking about the election. Thank you very much.
Oh, is it true that they paid you $1 million for the endorsement for Kamala?
Not true.
Not true, okay.
I was paid nothing, ever.
What do you think about all the celebrities with their mass exodus?
I'm not talking about it.
Do you think Prince Harry's going to lose his visa now that Trump's president?
Yes.
Thank you, Oprah.
Yeah, so you seen that, you heard that. Oprah.
You know, I hate it whenever they do that. She seemed very calm to me. That wasn't too crazy.
No, she looked like she was tired from whatever running, I'm
Or
assuming.
working out. Yeah,
Yeah.
she just looked, like she said, I'm not talking about it. It's not like she screamed at him and attacked him or something.
Nah, they just need to. They want to whip it up.
Yeah,
Want to whip it
that
up.
wasn't a big deal. That was very
It was
simple.
reasonable. Yeah,
Oh
they
gosh,
gotta have something to
ridiculous.
talk about.
You know.
Well, she
But,
didn't smile when she said it, so obviously she was upset.
I mean, and obviously she was raging, Stanley. Like she was just. I mean, gosh, she was just screaming and going crazy. You know, she attacked the guy.
She went into angry black woman mode.
Oh my goodness gracious! It's like, what in the world is going on
As she
here?
got into that, you know what? That's probably a damn custom Land Rover.
Yeah.
Oh, well, you know it is.
But
She's
to
got $1
see her
billion.
walk by herself, like she didn't have
More,
any
3 billion.
security around her. Some of these people, like she didn't even have security with her. It's like she's just all
Yeah,
by
you
herself.
know what? That is
And
that.
these people are
That
just
struck me.
like, you know what I mean? Like it's Oprah. Like these paparazzi people. Oof.
Yeah. In the words of my benefactor, Oprah got all the money. Oprah got all the money because
Oprah meet Uma.
she had her show, Dr. Phil and Dr. Oz at the same time, and they were just dumb.
And what's the cooking person? What's her
Rachel Ray. Rachel Ray. So
Yeah.
you're right. She had her too, and it's just like, oh my God, the money just rolls in.
What happened with Rachel Ray?
Rachel Ray's career was launched by Oprah.
And she produced Rachel Ray's show. That was one of was it Harpo? Is that the name of the company? I did a TV commercial up there in Chicago at her studios.
Oprah ruined her show? Like, is that what? Really?
No, there would be no Rachel Ray basically without Oprah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
See, I don't know the histories here.
I
used to love Rachel Ray.
Well, I shot a spot up there at her studio. She had her studio, and attached to it was another big studio. Maybe they were doing Rachel Ray. Who knows what they were doing in it later? But at the time, they would rent it out for television shoots and other things. Oh my God! You normally go to a TV shoot and it isn't always that nice. It's a big warehouse and they bring in lights and cameras and then they dress it up to look nice when you're filming. But I know the bathrooms are hers was opulent. It was really nice.
Oh, wow. Wow. Is her show still going on?
Well, she took everything on to was it OWN or something like that. She made her own network, and I don't know if that's still going on or not.
Yeah, it is. She saw his own.
Oh yeah, it's going. Gladiator 2 is coming.
She's worth I think she's worth $4 billion. $4 billion. I think
Oprah?
Yeah.
Yep.
I thought she was worth more than that. Huh. It's worth more than me. So, right? Oh my goodness. Okay, I'm gonna hop down. I'll be back.
All right.
Oh, I'll keep an eye out just to, because I'll have my phone just to see if anything happens. But
okay. Yeah, once HB takes the reins, I'm gonna sign off.
Okay.
Same here, probably.
But I've let's see, Ryan. Ooh, Ryan went away. Actually, I found something. Again, this just popped into my algorithm, but thought the topic was funny. I haven't actually watched the video.
Bring it on.
Yeah, this I might be. This might be my new person I subscribe to. Apparently, she's a former stripper. I don't know much about her, but this was an interesting topic.
Man, it's the perfect topic for you and I.
I just had to come back up. Just
As an
really,
exotic dancer, quite
this
often
is
I've had
Stanley.
younger guys come into the strip club and they ask me in a very kind of hesitant manner, have you ever, had to dance for like a gross old dude? And first of all, I've never had to dance for anybody. I'm an independent contractor. If I don't want to dance for somebody, I won't dance for them. And that actually has happened. There was one man, I really liked him, but I strongly suspected that he was a violent criminal, like homicidal. And I didn't want to be in a room alone with him. I thought that might
Ooh, why am I getting lag like this?
be a dangerous situation to get into. And so he asked me if I wanted a VIP dance, and I told him, no, I'm sorry.
It's the same thing that's causing our problem.
Probably.
I think that's the only time I've ever really turned anyone down. Oh, no, it's not. It's one of the only times I've ever really turned anybody down for a dance. But usually if somebody wants a dance, I was quite open to the idea because that's how I got my money. Did I dance for old dudes? Oh, yeah, I danced for old dudes. But I loved dancing for older men. And
We get
it
the
makes
money.
sense, actually, if you think about it a little bit. Women have a limited period of fertility in their lives. Like compared to the whole length of a woman's life, it's really a small window. And in that window, that's when a woman is really quite beautiful. So especially at the beginning of that window, when it's just kind of opened up and she's got this period of time where she's going to be at her most fertile, right at the beginning of that, she looks as beautiful as she is ever going to look most of the time. There are exceptions where a woman starts off young, but she's really overweight, and then she loses a bunch of weight and gets into shape, and suddenly she looks more beautiful. As a general rule, a woman looks as beautiful as she is ever going to look in that window of time, more toward the beginning than toward the end. And I think for men, they look at it and they associate youth with beauty because of that. It's like, okay, you're young, you're at the peak of your fertility, and you're beautiful. And that's what makes a member of the opposite sex, for men at least, attractive. For women, it doesn't necessarily work out so much like that because men have a much wider window of fertility. Technically, a 70-year-old man can get somebody pregnant if he finds somebody who's, well, willing to be impregnated. That doesn't necessarily mean that people are going to be attracted to a 70-year-old man, but they have a much more flexible window of opportunity. And this gives them time to do things that men typically do in life. They establish themselves, they build up resources, and they find their place in the social hierarchy. Basically, they build up power for themselves so that when they meet a woman, they've kind of already established some power. And, typically when it comes to marriage, they continue establishing power after they've married that woman, and sometimes after they've had their kids, but frequently after they've had their kids, really. But when women choose a man, they're either usually choosing someone roughly 5 years older than they are, who's already kind of begun to establish some power on him and sort of building some momentum. But an older man who's already done that, who's already finished establishing power, who's finished building up his resources, and who's kind of reached that peak point, is not going to be entirely unattractive to a woman, even if he is older. I'm not saying that I'm seriously into older dudes. What I'm saying is that an older guy isn't going to be innately gross. Like, they don't just have that kind of turn off element going for them quite so much as, say, an older woman would have for a younger man. Again, there are exceptions to all these rules. So, you know, if you're a young guy who's really into naughty grannies, you know, please don't be offended by that. I was gonna say don't leave a comment, but I mean, if you're a young dude who's into old grannies, I mean, fine, leave a comment. I don't care. Old men aren't going to be an automatic turnoff for women necessarily, as a general rule. But that's not why I like dancing for older men. Back when I was a dancer and I was dancing for older men, the thing that really made me happy when I was dancing for older men is that they're very easy to talk to. An older man will have had a much longer period of time in his life where he has had opportunities to practice talking to women. And he'll be much more skillful at it simply because if you do something long enough, you get good at it. And younger men, you know, some younger men are just naturally very good at talking to women, but generally younger men, they're not as well practiced. They're not as smooth. They're not as good at
They're not as sure of
setting a woman at
themselves.
ease and making her laugh and just having a fun conversation. There's a certain degree of tension and there's a certain degree of inexperience that plays into that. And, you know, there are exceptions to that rule as well. And there are exceptions on the other side where you have older men who simply never learned how to talk to women. And it's kind of sad because it's like, dude, you've had all these years and you still haven't learned how to talk to women. I mean, I know why you're in a strip club, but that's not a good thing. But there are a lot of older men who just, they're very well practiced at it. They know how to tell jokes to women. They know how to make women laugh. They know how to be funny and entertaining and also, you know, relaxed and at ease and how to have a good time. An older man is like, I've had older customers who have told me some of the raunchiest things, but they managed to say it in just the right way, with just the right tone of voice, and with just the right timing that it's actually quite hilarious. Basically, they've grasped humor and they know how to tell a joke. And that's a kind of a big deal. I remember when I first started dancing, I was in this club and one of the guys who worked there and one of the regulars, they were having a bit of a spar with each other, and it was a playful thing. And they were trading insults back and forth. And I was watching them and thinking that this is a beautiful, beautiful thing, because this is how men frequently display to women. You know, they don't hop up on horses and get out their lances and charge at each other anymore. They banter back and forth, and they use their wits and their cleverness and, you know, their verbal skills to display, you know, all sorts of things that a woman might be interested in, such as, you know, their mental ability, their mental agility.
Acuity,
This is a beautiful thing. So I remember sitting in a strip club watching these guys go back and forth and thinking that it was really amazing to be able to witness, you know, basically a male sexual display sitting in a bar, like some seedy little bar in the middle of nowhere, and you can still kind of watch this. And if you really think about what you're looking at, it's amazingly beautiful. But, you know, older guys, they tend to have this down a lot better. And so when you talk to them as a woman, you know, as an exotic dancer, so in a kind of sexualized capacity, you get to really enjoy the beauty of that wittiness and that display. And also it's easy to have a conversation with them. And when you sell like a half-hour dance or an hour-long dance to somebody, it's really helpful to be able to have a conversation with them, because you're going to be stuck with that person on a couch in a tiny little room. And if you can't talk to them very well, it can be not so fun. I've had guys that I've sold long dances to who were really, really drunk and they couldn't string too many words together, or they were, you know, really shy around women and they would just kind of go deer in the headlights on me. And it was like, I have to dance for this entire hour because you and I can't have a conversation. This isn't working. And it's really exhausting to dance for a whole hour. And it does happen. And I remember, I mean, there have been times where I've literally had to sit and shake my butt for an entire hour because that guy and I were just we weren't talking very well to each other. And it's boring. It's boring for you. It's it might be boring for the customer, maybe not. I had one guy who literally paid me to sit for a half an hour and rub the tip of my nose up against the tip of his nose, and he loved it. He didn't speak very much English. I think he was Russian.
I'll bet he was.
Really loved just rubbing the tip of his nose against the tip of my nose. And I did it for a half an hour, and I had to quit and not sell him another dance because my nose was getting sore. But most of the time, if you want a dance to be interesting, you kind of need to have some sort of a dialogue going. Much, much easier to establish that with an older guy. Not all older guys know how to talk to women, though. And I wanted to tell you stories about 3 different older gentlemen who really sucked at talking to women. So the first guy, I had just started dancing. I was a very new dancer. And I was in the Shitty Titty Bar on stage, and it was a long set. And there weren't that many customers, and most of them were sitting over by the bar getting drunk. And this guy comes up to the edge of the stage. He starts talking to me, and so I sat down at the edge of the stage and I started talking with him. He gave me like $20 or something. He was nice enough, you know. And he tells me that he has a once in a lifetime opportunity. And I'm just a highly skeptical person, but I'm like, okay, I'm listening. What's your once in a lifetime opportunity that you're telling me about? You know, keep the customer happy and he'll keep giving you money. And so he tells me about this once in a lifetime opportunity. He's got a house out in the middle of the prairie. Like, I lived in the middle of the prairie. He lived farther into the middle of the prairie. And he wanted me to come and live with him. And I could come and live in his house in the middle of the prairie, in the middle of nowhere, and cook for him and clean for him. And I would never have to work again another day in all my life.
But you'd be on the prairie.
Doesn't that just sound like the most wonderful thing? Now, I grew up next to a wheat field. Actually, I think it was just a hay field, but anyway, it was a field. I was across the street from a field. And that's what I woke up and saw.
You're on the prairie.
That was pretty much all there was at where I lived. There were lots and lots of fields, and then there was a little teeny town in the middle of all the fields. And there wasn't much outside of that. It was just fields and then more fields and then, you know, kind of sort of a hill and then more fields. When I did my very brief stint in college, I actually had a professor who'd written a large paper on the early settlers who had gone completely insane because of the emptiness all around them and done things like chop up their entire family with a hatchet. People went nuts when the first colonists came to the area where I grew up because there was nothing out there but fields. And so this man is describing to me this wonderful paradise that he's going to give to me. And to me, it just sounds like a recipe for insanity. I'll be out alone in the middle of the field somewhere, separated from any friends or family or other human beings that I could talk to or form relationships with.
Sounds like heaven to me.
Guy who, you know, doesn't know me from Adam and probably won't be the best of companionship, who wants me to cook and clean for him all the time. And that's all I'm going to do with the rest of my life.
That's not all you're going to do.
Wheat field with this old dude. And so, you know, having listened to his proposition, I said, well, you know what? I think I'm going to need some time to consider that. That's a very nice offer. And I'm going to go think about it a little bit and I'll get back to you. And I got off stage and I thought, I don't have to talk to this guy again for the rest of the night. So I'm not going to talk to this guy again for the rest of the night. Problem solved, no problem. And so I went and talked to other customers and the night went on. And toward the end of the night, he comes up to me with this big smile on his face. And he's like, well, have you considered my proposition? It's a once in a lifetime opportunity. And I was just like, oh, God, you didn't take the hint, did you, man? Okay. And I was like, well, it's a very nice offer. It really is. But I think I'm going to have to decline. And he gets mad at me. And he's like, well, you know, if you were going to say no, you could have, you know, told me before, not made me wait all night long.
Oh my
And it's
Lord,
like,
he was really waiting.
you know, I didn't know what to say. He was just so angry. And then he turned around, he stormed out of the club.
Was he
And
Russian?
it's like I wasted an
Yeah.
entire night. I mean, I don't know how
Oh,
many
well,
other girls
come
he
on
had
now.
lined up that he was going to make this once in a lifetime opportunity offer to, but apparently I wasted his night. Okay, whatever. A month goes by. A different old guy comes into the strip club.
Oh my
walks
Lord,
up.
how I thought this was going to be fun.
I have a once in a lifetime opportunity for you. And I'm like, oh God, you gotta be kidding. Here we go again. And it was basically the same opportunity, different wheat field, but same idea. You know, you go, you live with me in my little teeny house in the middle of the prairie. You cook for me, you clean for me. Basically, you work as a sex slave, sex toy / servant / cook, and you never have to work again another day in your life. Isn't that a wonderful offer? And so I'm smiling and being polite and listening and nodding. And at this point, I know I can't just avoid this very awkward conversation by saying, well, you know, let me consider it. And so I was like, you know, and I'm getting the same line too. It's a once in a lifetime opportunity. Forget the fact that it happened last month. And so I look at it and I say, you know, this is a very nice offer, but I think I'm going to have to decline. And he gets mad at me. Well, what are you doing with your life?
That is
I'm
actually
not living
funny.
in a wheat field taking care of some old guy. I'm not doing that. So, you know, at least I did something. And he gets angry and he storms out. Luckily, those were the only 2 once in a lifetime opportunities that happened that year. But, you know, fast forward a little bit, years down the road, I'm living with my husband. I don't know if we had actually gotten married at that point or if we were like, we were within a few months of getting married. So we had either not gotten married yet at that point or we had just gotten married and we were in the same apartment. So it's kind of hard for me to remember exactly when. But I was at the strip club and I was working. And it took my husband
Lord, your husband's
years
bless
to
his
get me
heart.
to quit dancing. Like that was something that I kept doing for quite a while. It was kind of my security blanket. But I was at the strip club and he had come home for the evening and I think he was like making supper or something because he had his job and it was more of a day job. Mine was more of a night job, what have you. There was this table with this old guy at it. And so I went up to the table. And the old guy, you know, I asked him if he wanted to dance and he's like, come sit with me for a little while. It's like, okay. So I sat down with him. It was a slow night again. There have been many slow nights in that industry, which lead to many interesting stories. He starts telling me about this wonderful offer that he has for me. And I'm thinking, okay, here we go again. And he tells me that I will never have to work again a day in my life. I can go and do whatever I want. I can party. I can have fun. I can have a good old time. And he will pay all my bills. He will pay all my rent. He'll pay everything for me. And I will never have to worry about money again as long as I live. And I'm listening. And I'm trying to keep a straight face. So I've got that polite, attentive look, and I'm trying to do the polite, attentive smile, which occasionally is creaking upward a little bit on my cheeks to become this, like, I'm going to laugh in your face any minute. And I have to not do that because I'm at work and I'm a professional, God damn it. So he's telling me about this wonderful opportunity and I'm nodding along. There are only 3 rules that you have to follow. I'm like, okay, here come the rules. And he's like, I can't remember the first rule. It was pretty inconsequential. It was very basic. You know, you have to cook me meals. You have to clean for me, something like that. I can't remember. Rule number 2, your pussy belongs to me. I'm like, okay. That means that if I'm having a jacuzzi party with a bunch of my friends and I want you there, I can call you up. And even if you're here at the club, you drop what you're doing, you come over here to hang out in the jacuzzi with me and my friends. I'm like, all right, yeah, I'm totally gonna do that. I'm gonna give up my nice life that I'm living to go, you know, be your servant, whatever. And I'm just smiling and nodding. And then he gets to rule number 3, which is truly one of the most wonderful things that anyone has ever said to me in a strip club. He's like, rule number 3, and this is important. I'm like, okay. You have to call me Big Daddy. I have to call you what?
I think that would be the most difficult of the
So
three.
there I am sitting at the table with Big Daddy and trying very, very hard not to laugh because, because I'm a professional, goddammit. I'm not going to laugh at this man's face. And so, I kind of have that creepy smile kind of going on where it's like, excuse me, I have to go powder my nose. I'll be right back. And I get up and I go to the ladies' room. And as I'm walking into the ladies' room, the changing room inside the ladies' room, I start just laughing as hard as I can, like doubled over laughing. And there's some dancers in the changing room. And like it was this area next to the stage where, customers weren't allowed to go. And some of the other dancers in there were like, what's going on? I was like, you would not believe the conversation I just had. And so, I laughed a bit. And when I finally kind of got done and calmed down and I could walk around without just bursting out laughing at random intervals, I went back outside and started working again. When I got home, I closed the door behind me and my husband was in the kitchen and I looked at him and I was like, you would not believe the conversation I just had. And even to this day, Big Daddy lives on in our memory. Thank you, Big Daddy, wherever you are. I will never stop laughing at your expense. I honestly do not think he was trying to pull a prank on me. Like sometimes you have to wonder if maybe the guy is pulling a prank on you because guys pull pranks on strippers, right? I think he was serious. God. So yeah, that is one of the reasons why old dudes are awesome, because frequently they're excellent conversationalists, and even when they aren't good at conversations, sometimes the awkward shit you experience in a strip club is very worth it. I'll talk to you guys later.
Kind of disappointing.
I was way on board with her to start.
Yeah.
She was, old guys are great. Old guys are the greatest, man. I love old guys.
And then it took a dark turn.
Yeah. The 3 axe murderers right in a row. And Big Daddy, I guarantee you, her and her husband for at least a month, she was calling him Big Daddy just to try it out, see how it worked. They ought to thank that guy for spicing up their, But yeah.
All I can say is that that old men come in and kind of think that strippers don't have much of a life, Yeah. I wonder if she wore her wedding ring at the strip club.
I don't know. Maybe through her nose. Hard to say. I don't go to strip clubs. I never did, so I don't.
You know what? I have. I think the first time I told the story the other day, first time I did it, my boss and the E7 who worked for me took the new officer on board the ship, who was me, to a strip club called the Silver Dollar in Charleston, South Carolina. And I got us tossed out because unbeknownst to me, they paid the stripper to like do a dance for me. So at the end of the dance, she just kind of lays her head in my lap. And I was thoroughly annoyed at this, and unfortunately, I guess I just wasn't drunk enough. So I literally I'm like, I told the stripper, you're pretty boring. And she got really annoyed at me. So we got tossed out because I was disruptive.
Man, I mean, I've been to strip clubs. I just never. I was always like, guys, why don't we go leave? Because we could go to the airport Marriott and make out like bandits.
And
Okay?
actually get girls.
Yeah, it's like there's a hairstylist convention in town. It's it's a guaranteed thing. Let's go. And
I've never understood the fascination. However, we did a port visit at Port Canaveral, which is basically right next to Cocoa Beach, Florida. It was too hot during the day to really do stuff like go to the beach, so we hung out in the strip clubs. Me and my sailors, and we'd sit there, drinking beer, kind of talking to the strippers. Eventually the dancing would start, but we were there a week. And this one particular club we just frequented pretty much every day, So we got so close with the strippers, they had a softball league. So we used to go to their softball games. And they looked a lot different, outside of, in their softball gear. But you know what? The sailors and the strippers hung out. We were buds, go to their games, root for them. It was actually pretty fun. But that's probably I was probably 25. It's like the last time I ever went to a strip club. And I just don't like getting, I've always had a problem with, even things like Playboy magazines. Why get hot and bothered over something you can't have? So
I look at the strip club as it's a golden corral and you can't eat anything.
Exactly.
I mean, it's like something wrong here. And then there's always that guy that, no, I think she likes me. No, we're hitting it on. I got a chance here. You didn't have a chance when you were born with that woman. By the way, if by some miracle of fate you did, you'll be sorry. I have this thing, I call it stripper logic. You sit down, and if one starts talking to you, because sometimes they'll come up to you, "Can we like a dance?" And you're like, "No, here's $1 to go away," or whatever. And then they got to prove that they're gorgeous, and they start talking to you, and it's the same story. I was a cheerleader in high school. I got pregnant. I was supposed to, I'm supposed to get my car back next week. They illegally arrested me. It's just this series of mishaps and just mess that you're just going, okay, yeah. Well, I thought you were moderately attractive when you came over here, but now, God,
now I'm not so sure.
Every nightmare I've ever had in one person. But yeah, it's not my scene,
Well, apparently she's written a novel.
Oh yeah, is it like a fiction?
I don't know. She's got a video on it. I subscribed to her channel just now, and I'm going through her videos. I'm looking to see. I want to see the novel, but I'm curious because she has a kid. I'm looking through right quick to see if she has like a How I Met My Husband thing.
Probably at sentencing. He's leaving, she's coming in. Hard to say. Now, could you handle it if your significant other or wife was, let's call it, exotic dancer?
You know what? Now I probably could. Now that my mother died, I don't have, I'm almost 60 and my mother is dead, so I don't have to take home a stripper.
Yeah. That'd be just like she gets home tired.
I'll be honest with you, I wouldn't meet her at the club, that's for sure. Because I tend not to go to clubs these days.
I'd be like, well, you can't say how was your day. You know how her day was. It's like, hey, give me a hug. Yeah, take a shower first.
You know
Wait,
what? I'm
this
not
stripper.
the prude you are, Tom.
Well, no, I'm not a prude. It's just like you've been rubbing up against every guy in there, you know. Just maybe freshen up a little. I don't need.
But she's got some videos. She has a pole installed at home.
I'll bet.
Oh,
So
nice.
she's got videos of her doing, like her aerial stunts. So
I have no doubt she has no shortage of poles in her life.
look at you being all judgmental. I think she's cute.
But no, she's fine. She's whatever floats your boat.
See, I'm attracted to quirky, kind of odd women.
Yeah.
So, not that I would marry her, but I'm definitely curious about her.
Yeah.
Play the novel video. I wonder.
Okay.
What could she have written about?
Well, she doesn't strike me as a really good storyteller.
Yeah, not at all.
Stripper. That's part of the stripper thing. It's this rambling narrative. It's like William Faulkner novel. It's one sentence.
Oh, come on now. William Faulkner's my boy.
I know, but it's one sentence with no punctuation, the whole novel.
It's stream of consciousness. Come on now.
Yeah, I know. I love William
Faulkner. Do you use correct punctuation when you're thinking?
She's like one of the most boring strippers I've ever heard, honestly.
Hey, HB, I see the flying J there. Are you by any chance a trucker?
Oh, I am. Oh yeah.
Have you ever been driving? I think it's down 75 through Alcala. There is a 24-hour strip club there that I one time got breakfast at just because nowhere else was open. Yeah.
You know, I haven't. I've had opportunities to park at strip clubs because a lot of them do have truck parking. I don't know, man. I just don't want to get let down.
Yeah. Yeah, I hear you.
So if I stop at a strip club with truck parking, I don't want to see what's in there, man. I think I'm gonna try it one time though, at least. But like out on the road, you see them all the time. You see the billboards. It'll say, truck parking at Cheetahs or something.
Yeah, Atlanta.
I gotta try it out. I gotta just see.
I went into this strip club, and I mean, I was moving from Indianapolis to Tampa, and I had been driving for so long. It was like 4 a.m. There's just nowhere open, and it said 24 hours, breakfast, lunch, dinner, and blah blah blah. So I went in there. The stripper was the doorman. She was the stripper, and she was the cook. She was the only one there.
Wow.
So I come in, she comes over, takes my order, brings my breakfast out, and then immediately starts dancing in front of me. And I had to go, hey, you don't have to do that. I mean, I'll tip you as if you did do that, but for the breakfast. And she was not offended at all. That's okay, darling.
How was the stripper that smelled like cheese and bacon? How was that?
I don't know. She was only dancing for 10 to 15 seconds, but the breakfast was incredible. It was really good.
You know,
it had
lot of
special
people,
sauce, right?
I tell people that all the time at strip clubs. They often have really good food at strip clubs. It's kind of crazy. I don't know what it is.
All those special sauces.
Yeah. Maybe cooking naked or something. I don't know.
But hey, they cook barefoot and not pregnant.
They're just there.
Mesa is tangy. Yeah.
All right. Well, let's hear about her novel.
Realized that there is a flaw in my book because I was thinking about it and I realized there was this big hole that I didn't notice earlier when I was going through it. And honestly, I'm disappointed because I think it would have been an awesome opportunity to explore a lot of really fun ideas in the story. So I'm going to be doing that here. And I think that would be fun. I love it if you guys would explore this hole that I left in my story with me. But before we do that, I am going to open this package right here.
Exploring holes.
So let me grab something to cut with.
Nice.
So one of her,
Let's see what
one of her viewers has paid her to open this on camera. It's off of a wish list. I guarantee you. I did a report on this whole industry.
Airlock 6.
Okay, here it is. It looks very beautiful.
Oh, that's hers.
Yeah, it looks like it turned out really nicely. Here's the back.
Looks like a social
here's
studies
the front.
book.
I have not actually seen this until just now because I wonder. Oh my gosh. I hadn't seen this. I made the order.
Okay, I'm actually going to buy this novel.
Well, I'm glad because if you weren't, I was going to get it for you and have her autograph it, which I guarantee.
Oh, that would be awesome.
I bet you if you order one from her, she'll, yeah.
Hey, I happened to meet a cookbook author once, and she sent me an autographed copy of her book. So, hey, I know how to ask.
Maybe you can get her to sit on it too.
Oh, come on now. She's a married woman.
I'm sure she'll sit on it for you.
No. I respect married women. I respect the bonds of marriage.
Yeah, but do you respect the fact that you will be purchasing a book that the author acknowledges has a giant hole in the plot?
The places I could go with that comment.
Yeah,
I might respect her more.
Over the years, I've had to interview a lot of authors, and I love interviewing authors that have written books, usually nonfiction, and but occasionally fiction. And I am weird as far as news anchors are concerned. Is I actually read the book.
Oh, nice.
I don't read the one sheet that the publisher sends and just ask the questions that they probably have been asked in 20 other cities. I read the book. In fact, I've got the recordings. The person I'm interviewing, and some of my podcasts have this on the TomGullyShow.com. They'll say, "Oh, you've actually read the book," and I'm like, "Yeah, I'm interviewing you." So you get sent a book, and sometimes you get it on a PDF. Sometimes you get the actual physical copy. I very frequently have had authors send me their book autographed.
Oh, nice.
And with an inscription. The only books I have in my house are signed. I had a huge library and I got rid of it at one point because I don't read these anymore. But yeah, those are the only ones now, are ones that are, and it's just something nice about it, have it signed by the
Well, author. You know what? Not only that, I might actually do a book review on John Galt on the John Galt show.
Yeah, that you got to tag her in the title. She might review.
Yeah, I'll make sure it's all on the up and up. I'll have to get the book first.
Well,
I want to see if it's on Amazon as a Kindle book.
Yeah, no, it's probably on Amazon. Well, she got it from him. She got it from Amazon, so it's on there.
Well, you can publish. I have friends who publish books. She probably self-published it. I have a buddy of mine who lives in Lagos, and he's written a novel and a book of poetry, and they're not ebooks. I don't know how it works, but this isn't like, Harcourt and Brace or whoever the publisher. This isn't like a published book, I'm sure.
No, she's definitely self-published it. And there's nothing wrong with that at all.
Oh, no, not at all.
I think if you do the review, you should have to take all the characters in the book and tell which frequent chatter or panel member from the John Galt channel would portray character.
Now, Airlock 6, that sounds like a science fiction novel. So,
yeah, it does.
Yeah.
So we don't have to finish this if you don't want. I'll get the book.
I'm
Yeah,
looking.
I want to see what else she has to say about
I
this.
want to see what the hole is. I forgot there's
Yeah.
no oxygen in space. Now, this is one of the worst plot points.
And I really didn't look at it beforehand. I just sort of set it up because I went through Kindle Direct Publishing, KDP, and they have a reputation for just no, sir. Hey, bud.
Stripper.
So they have a reputation for absolutely gorgeous paperbacks, and I just kind of took it and said, I'm going to take this one on faith, and we'll just see what it looks like. It looks really pretty.
Mm-hmm.
I'm surprised that I'm looking at it right now.
And she
it looks like everything is really nice on the page.
She put a
There's
UPC code on the back of it.
Chapters look like. I don't know if you can see that. Could you stop, Kitty? But yeah, this is
well printed.
This is it. This is what a real copy of my book looks like. And
how much?
Yeah,
I'm looking it up
looking
now.
at it. Which brings me to the point of this video, which I thought was kind of cool. I found a hole in the story.
For $1, she gives you a copy, but it doesn't have any vowels. If you want the vowels, you got to pay
Now
extra.
he's licking his paw like, oh, that wasn't me. Totally him. Totally did that. Anyway, I not really a plot hole, but I did find a small hole. Large part of the story is about the growth and cultivation of coffee on this planet that has an atmosphere that is comprised almost entirely of oxygen. And when I was originally crafting it, the idea was, okay, I want to play around with a planet that has an oxygen atmosphere. Because oxygen
awesome.
Concentration is toxic to
I can read it for
that's
free.
Something I think a lot of people don't know. Most of us are breathing nitrogen. I mean, we're breathing small amounts of oxygen. That's what's keeping us oxygenated and keeping us functioning. But it's not the majority of the gas that we breathe. Nitrogen actually makes up the majority of the gas that we breathe. So what would happen if there was a planet where people
20%, 26% oxygen, and then there's trace amounts of argon and some other stuff.
And I was having a lot of fun with that. And I thought it would be really cool if they were, farming on this planet. And I know, because it's kind of biology 101, that plants breathe carbon dioxide. And I was going to put something in the very early stages of writing the book. I think if I remember correctly, oops. Oh, hey, are you grabbing the book? You're grabbing the book. Okay.
Do not breathe.
I've got the baby right here. He's grabbing the book. And now the cats are fighting. Because of course they are.
All right, you could have cut this out, lady.
Nobody wants me to make a video.
Yeah, exactly.
It's too close to bedtime.
Those cats sound violent.
But yeah, I in the early stages of planning, I was like, oh yeah, they're going to have to find some way to get carbon dioxide to the plants. And I wonder what that's going to do to the local flora and fauna on this alien planet. I thought about it briefly. I think I was actually in Walmart when I thought about it. So I was in the back of this truck moving boxes onto a conveyor belt. And I was thinking what are they going to do about the carbon dioxide? And then my brain flushed it. So now the book is here. And there is actually in this book no solution or at least nothing written down about how they handle carbon dioxide so that the plants can actually breathe on the planet. They're all wearing oxygen tanks, but the plants, it's just one of those things oh, I forgot about that. And so I find it very funny because I think it would have been really fascinating to rig up this system. Maybe it would have been cool if they had pipes going out of the arcology and CO2 scrubbers that basically moved all the carbon dioxide into this field where they were growing the coffee plants and filled the field with carbon dioxide so that the coffee plants could consume it. And, then it would also clean the air inside the arcology, which would have been interesting. But in the end of the day, there's no pipe work that empties carbon dioxide into the coffee fields, at least none that I wrote about. And
coffee on an alien planet.
And sadly, I never got to explore whether or not carbon dioxide would be toxic to the native plants on that planet, or whether they just ignore it the way we tend to ignore nitrogen. I would assume that it wouldn't be deadly to the spores since they end up getting exposed to so many things that humans are exposed to. But I mean, it would be an interesting question. that's the kind of stuff I end up thinking about, because even though the novel is written and it's out in the world, there's a part of me that's like, I should have done better. I don't know how I should have done better, but I should have done better. Could you, like, dude, you have got the zoomies. I don't know if you can't see this, but he's like chewing on his foot. He's very excited about life.
Cats can't get zoomies.
Cat, can I have you help?
What?
Said cats can't get the zoomies. That's a dog thing. I think this lady. I think she breathed in too much carbon dioxide. Actually,
I'm trying to. Well, I think you might have heard me. I can read it free as a Kindle book. So I've downloaded it. I've got something I need to finish. Something I need to finish before I start. It's a short story, so I'll probably start reading it tomorrow.
Wow.
Amazon.
I'll be surprised if you get through the first chapter, Stanley. Honestly.
We'll see. You never know. It might be good.
I don't know. Her shaved side of the head tells me it probably won't be.
Yeah, well, many on this channel are rather judgmental, and I get amused, like eclectic. She's going through, this takedown of a total stranger, one line at a time. Apparently,
we are Trump voters. That is true. We are very judgmental.
Well, you know what? Even there are some Trump voters who can actually like write paragraphs instead of one line at a time.
Come on. Do you really want eclectic to start writing paragraphs?
Well, the thing is, she's saying I'm too cheap to take. I don't even know what she's going on about, but apparently this stripper has triggered her.
Maybe eclectic was a former stripper. You never know.
You know what? I can't wait to show one of her pole dancing episodes. I can only imagine the critique eclectic's going to do.
Oh yeah, we gotta watch the pole dancing video. I gotta see what her skills are looking like.
Yeah, actually, I'm kind of curious too.
I'm waiting for the movie.
He matches the book. He's shiny and he's black.
Oh God.
One thing with me when I'm writing, I like to treat it like the picture I have in my head is like a Rubik's Cube, where you've got all these different like colors that kind of all get scattered together, and it's kind of a mess, and you have to kind of keep turning it and turning it and turning it and sorting it until everything lines up neatly. That's what writing is for me a lot of the times. It's just this whole, if I do X, what happens then? Okay, well, if I do that, then what happens? Well, then what happens? And then what happens? And it's all about the logical conclusions of any sequence of events. And so it's a wonderful brain puzzle for me, and it makes me very happy to just sit down and play with all these ideas. And so I feel like I kind of missed out, because I could have really played around with this whole idea of, giving the proper gases to a coffee field. But that's kind of why I'm sharing this with you guys. I'd love to hear what you guys would do to give the proper type of gas to a field of coffee plants on a high oxygen planet. So let me know what you guys would do under those circumstances. And also, if you're into sci-fi at all, please consider buying a copy of the book, reading it, and tell me what you think. It is available on Kindle Unlimited, so you can read it for free there, or just available on Kindle if you don't want to buy a physical copy. And that's it for today. I will talk to you guys later.
Nice.
I
appreciate.
Be a man, say it.
I appreciate
what it is. What is it?
You know what I call a stripper that writes a book? You know what I call that, Stanley?
Oh, I can only imagine.
I call it a boner killer.
Yeah, well, you never know.
Boner kryptonite. Yeah, I think I'm actually very supportive of she. The one thing I like is she talked a lot about ideas, and that's really good for a novel. Now, the bad thing is she said, I want to write this and say what happens. You should already know what happens when you're writing it, or the writing won't be specific to what, you know what I'm saying? It's like
Yeah, I always imagine basically, a big like whiteboard, and sometimes these things can get really complicated. You just kind of write an outline first. I wonder if she did that.
Yeah,
No.
world building. I feel like is like the hardest thing to do.
Right.
The story is easy. The world building, that's the tough part.
Stanley, I swear to you, it will be easy for you. She's got a YouTube page. You can get a hold of her and have her on this show.
I plan on doing that.
Yeah.
Wow.
Why not?
Wow.
Yeah.
It'll piss Eclectic off. So that's gonna be my motivation.
I think it would be super interesting, and especially if you have read it and either you do your review or you do your review when she's on the show, whatever you wish. But we've watched some of her videos. It'd be cool to have her on here.
Well, I actually that friend of mine that I told you about who wrote an Amazon novel, I actually did a book I did an interview of him and we talked about the book. So it wouldn't be the first time.
Cool.
So
did she say where she stripped at? Like what state and city?
No, those will be questions I ask her.
She mentioned I want to say the silver dollar in Charleston.
There was this black motherfucker who told me I was boring and I quit.
She seems like a Midwestern stripper for some reason.
Well, she said she grew up next to a wheat field.
No.
Yeah, that seems like a Midwestern girl.
Now it looks like she's putting together her stripper pole here.
She said on the prairie several times, and I don't think anybody that doesn't live on the prairie uses the word prairie unless they're saying Prairie View.
Hey, HB, I bet you've passed her house several times.
Yeah, probably.
I then posted and received not exactly the response I had hoped for. I got a lot of guys telling me that they thought I was sexy. They asked me if I was single. I told them I was married. They were like, I don't care. I thought it was honestly pretty gross and disgusting. And so I took the video down. And I still have it, but I don't have it anywhere that you guys can see it. After that experience, I've just avoided doing anything related to my journey in fitness because I know that anything that involves my body is immediately going to be sexualized, and I just really don't want that. Except I really do want to work on my progress with pole dancing and getting back into shape. And I think that posting videos about that is going to keep me more responsible about regularly getting into shape and regularly practicing. It's very easy to get tired and say, you know what, I'll do it tomorrow. And I've gained a lot of weight saying I was going to exercise tomorrow. It just doesn't happen unless I have something external to myself that keeps me responsible. And I think posting videos about it, would keep me responsible. It would help me to hold myself accountable. I do realize that people are going to very quickly sexualize what I'm doing and say, see, she wants attention. She wants people to think she's hot. She wants people to think she's sexy. I've gotten a lot of that bullshit. If you're a stripper, that's really what you want. That's the only thing you want. It doesn't matter what you say because you're a woman, and what women say about what they want to do with their lives and their bodies doesn't matter. It's how they act or some bullshit like that. I honestly do not care what Rollo Tomasi says in that regard. I know what I'm doing in my life, and I think the things that I'm doing in my life are important for me, especially since I do have this new diagnosis of bipolar disorder. I need to regulate my mental state. And pole dancing is the only thing that I've found in my life so far that helps me to do that. Otherwise, it's very easy for me to start spiraling out of control and start sinking into a really deep, very dark depression. Pole dancing helps pull me out of that. It helps keep me healthy. and it helps keep me regulated. So honestly, the guys who think that all I'm doing this for is to be sexual or to receive sexual attention, they can go eat a dick, because I need to take care of myself, and I haven't been.
That's right. Go eat a
And
dick, y'all.
I'm tired of being mentally unwell.
Eclectic, she meant you.
As far as how this works, I'm not entirely sure, because I still don't know much about bipolar disorder. So this might be a very me-specific way of handling it. But I have hyperthymia, which means I have a lot of energy, more energy than most people have. And it's kind of a constant thing that's going on in my life. I always have more energy than most people. And usually that's a good thing. You can get a lot done if you have extra energy. You don't need quite as much sleep. You can run a little bit harder and a little bit faster than most people can, and you have a little bit more energy to do it with, and honestly, a lot more enthusiasm to do it with, because, oh my God, I have so much energy to burn. The problem is, if I don't find healthy outlets for that energy, it starts to turn inward. I start to become hypercritical of myself. I start to get irritable. I start to look at every single detail of every single thing that I've done and pick it apart and criticize it and tear myself down. And it's just because I have a lot of energy and it's not going anywhere productive. So it starts turning against me. And it can be really wicked. When I first became an exotic dancer, I was suicidal. I remember having moments where I was thinking about how to die. And I thought that was pretty normal. I don't know why I thought that was normal, but I thought it was normal. And I thought a lot of it was melodramatic teenager stuff, because that's what I kept being told. I had an undiagnosed psychological condition, but every time I tried to get any kind of help or talk to anybody about it, the typical reaction was, oh, you're just a moody teenager. You'll get over it. In the meantime, I was walking down the side of the highway watching the cars come at me in the dark in the middle of the night and thinking, they won't see me if I jump out in front of them at just the right moment. They're traveling at about 55 miles an hour. I'm pretty sure they won't be able to swerve out of the way. That's just not normal. If you're thinking like that, that's not normal thinking, and you need to get help, because your brain is going to tell you things that aren't real, and it's going to hurt you.
Is it really?
And honestly, I'm tired of being hurt. I grew up.
So when you're in those situations where, like, you could, like, let's say you're on like a huge bridge and you start thinking about jumping off the bridge, it's not because you want to kill yourself. It's your brain, like, preparing you to not kill yourself. So it's like if you're ever on like a steep hill or in a situation where you could probably kill yourself, you start to think about it, so you prevent yourself from doing it.
Well, now apply that to jumping in front of a car.
It's the same. Well, she said she was walking on.
I've been on the side of a road. I've never thought about jumping in front of a car.
Well, you should consider it. I'm kidding. I'm just joking.
She said she was on the side of the highway. So, you know, if the cars are going, 70 miles an hour and she's on the side of the road, that's like a natural instinct to say, hey, you should probably not be on the side of the road. You could kill yourself.
Hey, Phoenix, not only did somebody marry her, she's had a child.
Yeah.
Yeah.
She said something that I laughed at, and I was not mocking her. It was actually very witty. She said, so when Rollo Tomasi says that, you guys know who Rollo Tomasi is?
I know the name, but I can't place it.
Yeah.
It's in the movie L.A. Confidential.
Oh.
It's a name that was made up. One of the cops made up the name of the guy that killed his father, who he never found out it was. So it's a random generic name that doesn't mean anyone. So she was talking about all the guys giving her shit. And so she said, well, so when Rollo Tomasi says that was like a very witty way to be sort of very dismissive. So when random generic kind of doesn't exist person tells me some shit, I don't listen to it.
That is pretty witty.
Now this is This is one of the more odd posts I've I've read this morning.
I got it, man. I second
I'm
that.
white. I know this girl's personality well enough. I don't even know how to respond to that. So tell us more, Maven.
I know how to respond to it.
I'm guessing you are that girl.
Oh,
that would be crazy if this was.
I'm the white whisperer. Yeah, okay.
She is very limber though. I can see how she's married, honestly. She's
you know what? I like this woman. I think she's cool.
I kind of do too, man. She's got a lot of spunk. She's got a lot of, she's doing shit.
Yeah.
Yeah, you know what? Her husband's probably a millionaire. Looks like a nice piece of property. Who knows how much a stripper pole costs, but it can't be cheap.
Yeah, not that one. That looks like a decent stripper pole right there.
I like the trees in the backyard. Hey, I think this is
up with.
If nothing else, it's different. I don't think I've seen anything like this on YouTube.
Get her ass.
I've seen yoga videos. This ain't your yoga video.
Nope.
A mind that was more or less out of control. And I had all these crazy thoughts running in my mind constantly, just this endless stream of out of control thinking. And some of it could be really dark and some of it could be really self-destructive. And a lot of it was very angry. And that was because I just didn't have good outlets for the energy that I had. And once I figured that part out by becoming an exotic dancer and exercising way more than most people would ever want to exercise, I started to feel so much better. I can't relax like normal people can relax. Most people, I think, and I could be wrong, but it seems like you guys just sit down and then you feel relaxed and you can just do that. And I don't understand that, but that's what people seem to do. For me, relaxing is a bit of a process. I have to actually burn off some of that over-the-top energy. Otherwise, when I sit down, I don't have any outlet for it, and it's still just bubbling away under the surface. And it starts to get destructive very quickly. I can write, and I can write for hours. In fact, this weekend, I wrote for... My husband says he estimates it was about 12 hours of writing. And I felt, pretty good after that. That was nice. But it still wasn't burning off all the physical energy that I had. And so after this weekend, feeling pleasantly exhausted in my mind, I kind of needed to exhaust some of the energy in my body. And that's where the pole dancing comes in. I need to take care of myself, and I feel perhaps more justified in taking the necessary actions to take care of myself when I know that it's not just my imagination. I have a psychological condition, and I am allowed to take the necessary steps to make myself a healthy person. I'm a better wife and a better mother and a better friend when I'm not tearing myself to pieces inside. And that's important. Even if a bunch of manosphere gurus are telling all you guys that I'm only doing this so that I can get sexual attention from strange men on the internet. I don't really care.
Okay. So she
I have
is
to live,
talking about.
and
She is talking about.
I
that
deserve
guy.
to live,
Yeah.
and I'm going to live. And you're
Yeah,
gonna have to live with the fact that this is what I'm doing with my life.
That
I hope you guys enjoyed the
Tomasi
video.
guy. The Rollo Tomasi guy. He's also a manosphere guy. That's who I thought she was talking about.
Okay. So he took the name from the movie.
Right. Yeah, he took that name.
That's that video. I really liked her voiceover over the clips of her working out. Yeah. But if I was talking to her, I'd say, hey, then, the next time you do a video like that, you should do a time lapse. In other words, you should go out and mark with tape on the floor the exact same camera spot, and every 2 weeks for 2 months, shoot your workout and cut it so there's a progression as you're talking about working out, and people can see the metamorphosis.
Yeah. She honestly, for a woman that's had a kid, she's got a nice body to me. I don't really.
Yeah,
She
she
doesn't.
she does. I mean, these guys are, eclectic's jealous.
She could. I mean, she could definitely lose a couple pounds, but she's not that
Oh
far
my
off.
God, she had a kid.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like she's not like by any means out of like fat at all. She could. I mean, she could lose about 15, but I mean, she did have a kid too. So
You know what? And she's retired. She can
yeah,
have a chocolate eclair or two every now and again.
yeah.
She also is actually working while
Right.
she's doing that stuff, and she's going straight to the move. It's not like she's trying to figure it out and everything else, man. When she was doing the leg out and the other leg to the knee and stuff, that is hard.
Yeah, no, no. I've dated a couple strippers, and people don't really realize how kind of athletic you really have to be to do that type of shit. To be a pole dancer, like that shit's not easy. I couldn't do that shit. I could do like 50 push-ups. I couldn't do that. Like,
Plus, you can bust your ass wide open on that thing.
right? You can die if if you're up high enough and you fall. You can die up there, man.
Yeah, I'd throw
apparently she's been making videos for about 4 years.
Wow.
Well, good for her. What kind of subscriptions does she monetize?
I don't know. She's got 6,800 subscribers.
That's not bad.
238 videos over 4 years. That's actually not that many.
Yeah, it's not. That's not. So like once every month or something.
So apparently 6 months ago, she shot a video. Her kid's not even a year old. Yeah, her kid. I mean, she probably. I'm looking at 4 months ago. Her kid might be 6 months.
Wow.
So good for her.
Yeah, good for her. And she wrote a book.
Yeah. Now, what's 4B? 4B. She did a video yesterday. As a matter of fact, it's 30 minutes. So I don't know.
About the 4B movement.
Yeah, the devil's advocate on 4B in America.
Oh, we gotta play that. I want to hear her as a former sex worker. I want to hear her.
Are strippers considered sex workers?
Yeah. I consider me personally. I consider any woman that sells her body a
sexuality.
Yeah, sexuality. That's a sex worker. Even those girls who do like yoga videos, those are sex workers too. They know what they're doing. They know what they're doing.
Wow. Okay.
They know what they're doing. So it's. I mean, sex work is a spectrum, but I consider it all sex work to a certain extent.
All right. Well,
what is the 4B movement?
It's something about women. It's what is it?
It's basically women. It originated in South Korea because the women, they were kind of being pressured to have babies because South Korea has the lowest birth rate. So it's a movement from women that says no sex, no marriage, or no babies, no marriage, no men, no, and it's a fourth one. I forgot what the fourth one is. And basically, American women have taken that movement on in response to Donald Trump being voted in a landslide victory.
Yeah, but it's based on like a Greek play.
Oh, that's I can't remember the Greek play too. That's where the women stopped having sex because of the war. They were
Yeah, exactly. And I cannot remember the name of it. Apparently, I haven't been paying attention to what she's writing, but Stanley, you're not that talented. Next topic. She wants to move on. Talented about what? What did I say I was talented about?
I think she wants to see you on the stripper pole, Stanley. I think.
Oh my God, I hope not. 60-year-old men have no business on stripper poles.
That would be
However,
sad.
they do have business with strippers.
I'm 6'5". What am I going to do on a stripper pole? Touch the top of it with
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, you probably break it, Tom. You
my
probably bend it half.
Okay, well
Uh,
let's see what she has to say.
Some of the salty the election for B and all that, but also some of the things that I think are underlying that, kind of a devil's advocate argument. So if you're very pro-life, here's the devil's advocate argument against that, because I like the devil's advocate. I think it's a very interesting mindset. I don't agree with the devil's advocate, but I want to hear what he says. Before that, though, I wrote a book, you guys. Go read my book. It should be fun. It is available on Amazon. There's a link in the description. You can read it on Kindle. It's on Kindle Unlimited, so if you don't want to have to pay for it, but you still want to kind of check it out, you can check it out. And it's also available in paperback, so if you want to have a physical copy, because like some people, I know I get a lot of nostalgia for physical copies of books. I should have brought the physical copy of the book in here so you could look at it, but you know, I'm in my car, guys, with a thing of salt. But yeah, check out my book. Tell me what you think. Read it, write a review. Let me know what you think. I want to know because I'm already starting on the next book, and I want to know, like, just get some feedback for what you guys think. Did you like it? Did you not like it? Which parts did you like? That's going to help inform me when I write the next book. So I want to hear from you.
That was
anyway,
a good read.
That being said, let's move on to the video.
What is this?
Is this going to be grain of salt at the end?
Yeah, I don't quite get what she's doing here.
All joking aside, seriously, what do you think this is? Like, do you think anyone, seriously, anyone in their right mind is not looking at you right now and saying, you didn't get your way and you're having a temper tantrum? And honestly, I find it kind of insulting that you guys took this whole 4B thing and decided that you should do that. It is 4B, isn't it? Basically, the thing that women in Korea did because a woman in Korea got murdered by a guy because she turned him down for sex. Like, that's kind of hideous. Like, a guy murdered her because she wasn't interested in having sex with him. You guys didn't get your way in an election. By the way, we have one of these every 4 years. So I would think that by this point, if you're a voting adult, you would have an idea that every 4 years this thing happens, and sometimes you win, sometimes you don't. You guys are having a temper tantrum because you lost. Ooh. Because you didn't get your way. And you're equating that to protests that happened because a woman got murdered because a guy had a temper tantrum when he didn't get his way. You are missing the point in a very big way here, ladies. This is the most childish and embarrassing display. I am genuinely embarrassed for you. That being said, for those of you who are looking for someone to play devil's advocate, let's play some devil's advocate, okay? Number one, all the women who are freaking out because of the abortion issue. As a woman who had an abortion, I feel uniquely qualified to lend my 2 cents to this particular conversation. I wanted to have a baby. My husband and I, we were married. We already had 3 kids. We wanted to go for kid number 4. I got pregnant. I was very excited and very happy. And right away, things just didn't quite seem right with the pregnancy. Something seemed a little off. Something seemed a little wrong. And I kept telling myself it was nothing right up until DNA testing revealed that the baby had trisomy 18. There is no cure for trisomy 18. You can't treat it very well. It is deadly. It will kill you. I, as a parent, do not feel comfortable having my child die and be resuscitated multiple times as an infant just so that I can claim that I kept them alive and made the pro-life choice. I don't feel right with that, okay? Being intubated, being resuscitated, having all these procedures done to him when he's only like 3 months old. If he lives to 3 months, which is highly unlikely, I, as a parent, don't feel happy signing my child up for hospice care. And I understand you have a kid sometimes, your kid gets really, really sick, and you have to make those decisions. But
they're not good decisions. I don't think anyone's going to be sitting there saying, oh, hospice for children, great, yeah, wonderful, wonderful, yeah. No, it's bad. It's a bad, bad situation. It was bad, okay? We were in a bad place in our lives. And it wasn't my fault, and it wasn't my husband's fault. And medically, it was a 1 in 3,000 chance that we would end up where we did. But we rolled the unlucky dice, and we got an abortion. Because I looked and I was like, I don't want my son to suffer any more than he absolutely has to. How do we do this in the most humane way that we possibly can? Because my son is going to die. And I can't stop that from happening.
We get it.
And one of the things that made me really, really happy as a woman who had an abortion, who really, really, really needed that abortion for my own sanity's sake, for my family, and most importantly, to prevent my son from suffering unfairly because he was dying. One of the things that's made me very happy is I've listened to a few things that some of these politicians have said. Everything that they've said has kind of leaned in the direction of suggesting that if a pregnancy is not viable, if there is something severely medically wrong with a pregnancy, they're not going to prohibit an abortion because that's insane. And there are people out there who are that insane, who would say, oh yes, no abortions whatsoever, under any circumstances. Trump himself has come out and said, there will not be a strict nationwide abortion ban. I am hoping that that means that people will be sane about this. Sometimes things go extraordinarily medically wrong with pregnancy because it is a thing that happens inside of a human body. On those occasions, as unfortunate as it might be, sometimes abortion is the best solution. I know people don't want to hear that. I know that doesn't make you happy if you're a pro-life person. But guess what? If someone's dying, there is no pro-life solution to dying. Dying happens. People die. It's bad. We all acknowledge that it's bad. I'm okay right now with the way things are. If that's the bare line they have, it's like, in instances of rape, abortions are available. In instances of incest, where you've got little kids who are being like sexually abused, yeah, no. I think everybody says, okay, most everybody, most people, there's some really, really hardcore pro-lifers. You do you, but the rest of us need to live our lives, okay? In cases where the life and health of the mother is severely endangered or compromised, because that does happen. That does happen, okay? There should be reasonable exemptions. However, our country, our beautiful, beautiful country has made a few judgment errors that we are seeing the results of now. There are consequences for actions, right? We all wanted abortion. We wanted it so bad. Okay, we got abortion. What did we do? It's a get out of jail free card. Forget your birth control. No problem. No worries. And I've known people who've worked in abortion clinics doing consultations. And there are girls who make mistakes and they're terrified and they don't know what to do, and that's bad. There are girls who were taking the pill and they thought they were doing it right, but something went wrong, and that's bad. I understand. But we had a party. As a country, women had a freaking party. We flaunted it. We glorified it. And when I say we, let me be clear. You glorified it. You ladies out there who glorified it know who you are. And all the rest of us are sitting there with our jaws on the floor going, oh my God, are you just a horrible person or what? Why are you celebrating this? And so, here's where I play devil's advocate, because I did want to play devil's advocate on here. I think that's important. I see people online who are saying, well, we need to teach our girls how to respect themselves, and then they won't be in positions where they feel like they need to have an abortion. And that is so wholesome and so sweet and so well-meaning and so not gonna work. Yeah, no, I'm sorry, because I was a little girl and I was taught how to respect my body, and I became a stripper, and I was a stripper for 8 years. And I don't think it works the way you guys think it works. And here's why. you know, this is just my thoughts on it. And please tell me how wrong I am in the comments section, by all means. Like, I'm not like, if I'm wrong and you can actually give me a logical reason for why I'm wrong, that's fantastic. I love to learn. But this is my thoughts on it. I, you know, was a little girl. Sex only after marriage. That's what I was taught. That's what my parents did. And they told me that was how it was supposed to work out. And I was like, okay, cool. I didn't date until I turned 18. I had no interest in dating until I turned 18. Like, I was looking around at the dating landscape and all these girls were going nuts over these guys who looked like losers to me. And I was like, hey, I am not interested. I will wait until I turn 18 and then I will start dating. So I waited until I turned 18 and I started dating. And part of the problem was, it's not like I grew up in a place where there was a lot of good options for dating. It was very rural. It was very isolated. There wasn't a lot of diversity of dating options available. And a lot of people these days are looking at things like Tinder and saying, well, having too many options is bad, because now people aren't settling down or picking any one option. They're just constantly going through and cycling through. Oh, look, this is pretty. It's kind of like the goldfish effect. Oh, there's a pretty castle. Oh, there's a pretty castle. Oh, there's a pretty castle. It's like, oh, there's a hot dude. Oh, that's a hot dude. Oh, there's a hot dude. So I can understand how that's a problem, but I had the opposite problem. My problem was, there are so few options available. There were the churchy guys who were like, no sex until marriage. And then there were the not churchy guys who were like, I want to have sex with everything that's got legs. And obviously the first thing I did was check out the churchy guys who were like, no sex until marriage. None of them were particularly attractive. So that was not working out for me, the no sex till marriage crowd. And then I started looking into the sex with everything crowd. And that wasn't too good either. The options were not great, but there was a little bit more diversity. There were a little bit more guys over there in the sex with everything crowd. And I mean, I tried dating those guys. Like, I remember the first guy I tried dating, I thought things were going well because I liked him a lot and I was excited to be around him and I was starting to feel feelings. And it was like, okay, this is looking really promising here. This is good, right? And he kissed me. That was cool. Right? That's good. I'd never been kissed before. I told him and he seemed really upset about that. Like, oh crap, she's never been kissed before. Ooh. But I mean, I was looking at like, hey, you know what? I'm doing the dating thing. This is looking good. And then he ghosted on me. And I didn't know why he ghosted on me until I found out that he found this hot blonde chick who would let him raw dog her all the time. And do you know how I know that? Because he accidentally knocked her up. Now they got a kid. So yeah, I couldn't compete with that. And I knew I couldn't compete with that. And every fucking man I met in my hometown, everybody, they wanted to have sex with me. Everybody. Old guys, young guys. I had a coworker who was like hanging around my workplace when he wasn't on shift, just trying to talk me up and try to get me to have sex with him. He was like 300 pounds. The man looked like a walking bowling ball. And I was just like, hey, you know, I'm getting a little uncomfortable here. I'm not really too happy having this conversation with you. Wouldn't leave me alone. I lived in a place where there were not many attractive women. And I was 18, which meant I was of legal adult age. And I was actually very attractive as a young woman. I know that's hard for you guys to envision, like looking at me now, especially with the hair. A lot of guys have feelings about the hair.
It's hard to.
God,
it's
I love
hard
the
for
hair.
a
Oh my God.
believe
You
it.
wake up in the morning and it's just like kind of
I
prickly
could
and
believe
a little bit Velcro-y. And
I
it's
can
like, this
believe it,
feels
but
good.
eclectic
I do
can't.
it for me, guys. I know I do it for me. Nobody likes my hair. I like my hair so much.
Yeah,
That's
nobody
right.
nobody
It
likes
feels
that
good.
hair.
Like
She's
just
like,
nice.
fuck you. She's basically
At the time, though, I
fuck
was
you,
a
eclectic.
very attractive young woman. Like, I was healthy, and healthy is attractive.
Ooh,
And
yeah,
I
she was kind of hot
was a
back
young
then.
woman, and there weren't a
In
lot
the
of
emo kind of
there
way.
wasn't a lot of that where I grew up. So I was like this rare thing in an
Prairie.
area where there wasn't a lot of that going on. So like every single guy, I'm gonna fuck that.
I don't mind her
Every single guy, I swear to God, I had men who were like 59. I was like 19, and this
She likes
59-year-old
sexual.
guy who was supposed to be
This
my teacher,
motherfucker is
because
stupid.
I was taking a class from him. I won't say which class.
She likes.
He started trying to get me alone, and I remember one time he wanted to hug me, and I'd already told him, look, I'm not interested. I'm not interested. He's like, well, let's hug. I was like, I don't want to hug you. He's like, oh, we're friends, right? We're just friends. So friends hug. He hugged me and he pushed his boner into me, like into my body. He's like rubbing his boner up against my body. I'm like 19, virgin, never had sex. Really, really told him like, this is weird. This is freaking me out. Dude was like rubbing his boner up against me, like, hey.
She said, no, thank you, Maven.
We need to teach young girls to respect themselves. Huh? Okay, that's going to work out great, you know. There I was, young girl. I'm not going to have sex until it's really somebody I want to be having sex with. And I lived in a place where there wasn't anybody I wanted to be having sex with.
Yep, they were all Maven G's.
There were a couple women. There were a couple women that, you know, I would have really. Yeah, but they weren't interested in me. And I tried to be very, very logical about it, because that's kind of how I relate to the world sometimes. I didn't have sex because I was horny. Okay. Maybe I was a little horny. I mean, I was 18. I was young. I was very healthy at that point in my life. And, you know, when you're young and you're healthy, there's a drive. I'm just saying. But ultimately, the thing that moved me into the I'm going to have sex before marriage camp was the fact that if I wanted better dating options, I need to be given something out. I could not just be like, all right, I'm a plastic wrapped, like saran wrapped little virgin fresh in her package. Somebody marry me and then I can be your wild sex monkey. No.
I don't know.
I had to be giving people a little bit of something before they would be interested in spending any.
That's right. A little
like
something,
meaningful
something.
amount of time with me. Nobody wanted a long-term relationship with a
free
girl.
sample, like at Baskin Robbins, they'll give you one little spoonful.
Putting out. And so I looked at it. I looked at the lay of the land. I tried to estimate what was the best way for me to get what I wanted, which was a long-term relationship with a man that I actually felt attraction to, which was really damn hard to find. Thank God I found one. But no, I mean, I was looking around and it was like, you know, how am I supposed to find that guy when the dating market is just this bad? How am I supposed to find that guy? Well, I got to go out there and I got to date some people, and I've got to shop around and find somebody that I can build a meaningful relationship with. And the only way to shop around in this little environment that I'm in this teeny tiny fish pond where there aren't many big fish, is to just dive in. And so I had sex with people that I found absolutely repulsive. Because I thought that's what you do. That's normal. I'm doing the normal thing. First guy I had sex with, I found him repulsive.
Now, I need to stop this.
But I was doing what you're supposed to do.
I need to stop this so I can mock properly. That's why she does the intellectual thing. She's trying to not be valued as sexual alone.
What has she done that's intellectual?
You know what? Mavid's man.
She's verbalizing her entire inner monologue, which might look like an intellectual thing, but she also just said she had sex with people she found repulsive, and I thought what we had was more than that.
Yeah, there's nothing. I'm sorry, maybe I'm reading this wrong, but there's nothing intellectual about this woman.
I don't think she's even trying to be.
Yeah, and I don't think she's trying to be either. She has
now maybe she's doing some rationalizing. I could agree with that, but you know, rationalizing isn't the same thing as intellectualizing. And poor Mavid G, he actually thinks he's sounding smart.
This to me is like, instead of going to a therapist, she puts it in a YouTube video. That's kind of what this is to me.
Yeah, exactly.
It's not anything intellectual at all.
Yeah, I'm not saying she is intellectual. She's trying to be. You know what, Mavid? I think that might describe what you're doing more accurately.
But again, this is every conversation I've had ever. I've had 3 conversations with strippers in my life, and they're all like this. There's some sort of philosophy behind it, and it comes at you like just like a non-stop. It's like, imagine your whole
verbal barrage.
Yeah, imagine your whole college career with one professor all at once in one sentence that never stops.
Yeah, I just had to stop and mock Mavid a little bit. Got to do it every now and again.
Yeah,
I was doing normal, right?
I think too,
this is normal.
When you try to find some intellect from a stripper, you've already
you're barking up the wrong pole.
Yeah, that shouldn't even be in the same sentence, maybe. She's a damn stripper, man. Come on, bro. What are you talking about?
She does have a hierarchy of belief. I mean, that right, wrong, batshit crazy, whatever. It's like, I like this girl because she's so enthusiastic. Yeah.
Yeah, nah, she's ironically, she's the majority of women. And a lot of people kind of overlook these types of women because you don't really see them, especially in big cities. But a lot of women are like this. They're just kind of normal, average women, you know, work at Family Dollar and may have.
And they will talk your head off if someone will listen.
Yeah, they will. They will.
Yeah. It's what's my grandma used to call living in your head.
Yeah.
You know, it's a constant sort of things going on that you're never going to stop living in your head, you know.
Now let me show Mavid what intellectualizing is. She is kind of reminding me of Molly Bloom at the end of Ulysses, where she goes through this long interior monologue that ends the novel. That's what she's reminding me of. See, Mavid?
Yeah, this is not intellectual at all. This is more just like a stream of consciousness. It's not
Exactly.
It's nothing intellectual at all. I don't.
Now, it's not something. If it's not something I would want to watch like every day, but she seems like an interesting person. So,
I just think maybe may not like his strippers to have any thought at all. That's probably. Why are you talking, woman? You're a stripper.
An eclectic is mad because she's not doing her thoughts one sentence at a time.
Yeah. Yeah.
And all of her sentences have verbs in them.
Y'all want to watch the rest of this, or?
No, yeah, she's kind of gone off the.
I think we get the point.
Yeah, we get the. She's kind of gone nowhere. No, yeah, she can't even stick to the subject. How is this intellectual at all?
I don't know. I actually like her. I subscribe to her channel, and I will definitely read her. It's not as rambling.
I wonder if there's strippers on her alien
planet. On her planet?
Yeah. That would be a plot twist.
Hopefully they're not as talkative.
Yeah, right. Jesus Christ. Oh, man. Yeah. She seems pretty level-headed for a former stripper, I will say.
Yeah, well, by all, everything I can see, she's got a kind of like a normal life. Now, there is a video in here where she comments about being a trad wife.
Wait, what's a trad wife again?
It's like a traditional wife.
Yep.
Oh, okay.
The trad wife movement. All these women want to be like old-fashioned. There are a lot of YouTube videos, I think, on this topic.
Yeah, it kind of got reborn with all that. I mean, a lot of women really didn't like the Handmaid's Tale stuff. And a lot of them were like, no, that's what we are. And I love that series and blah, blah, blah. But a lot of the trad things started happening when that was aired, was 5-10 years ago.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to get around. I really need to read The Handmaid's Tale. I've never watched the TV series.
Yeah, Portia gave us a synopsis of it yesterday, and it honestly it sounds pretty hot. kind of turned me on a little bit, but yeah, it didn't.
Yeah, well, you know what, HB, why does that not surprise me?
Yeah,
As a matter of fact, I hear we're all chipping in to get you the box set of the TV show for Christmas.
Oh, come on. Jesus. Yeah, I think that Handmaid's Tale really fucked a lot of women up. That's all they talk about.
People really just really let dumb shit get to them. It's just a TV show.
Yeah.
Here, let me show you this right quick. If I can, this is just 4 minutes because I kind of want to hear what she has to say. From stripper to trad wife, and as a matter of fact, you know what? That's she probably makes a better trad wife than
stripper.
Yeah, I bet she makes a better trad wife as a former stripper than
Oh yeah. Those and I think that's what a lot of women they don't want to accept that. Even Dwale said it. He said some of the best wives come from whorehouses. He said it's like a Muslim proverb or something. I don't know.
Interesting. Next time I see Dwale, I'm gonna have to ask him about that. That's very interesting.
It must have been when my dad heard it.
Come on, Tom.
Just kidding, Mom. Just kidding, Mom. Oh, Tom.
Oh,
Tom.
Yeah, when I was growing up, my dad said,
this morning I decided to make a delightful,
I think she's mocking
homemade
these trad wife videos.
Using eggs fresh from our chicken coop outside.
Except, let's be honest, that's not remotely how it went. First of all, I don't know where that apron came from. Second of all, I had just rolled out of bed, so I look more like this. And I was trying really hard to wake myself up because...
What the hell has she done with her hair?
And I needed to make breakfast for my kids because I knew my kids were going to be hungry, and I had to take one of my kids to a doctor's appointment. So I was rushing to get breakfast ready to go to this doctor.
This lagging.
Appointment on time, and I didn't know if I'd be able to make breakfast on time to go to the doctor's appointment. The reason I made chocolate custard is because we have a ton of eggs lying around, because we do have a flock of chickens and they lay eggs every day. And I suppose I should be grateful because I've heard that the price of eggs went up really, really high, and that has just not been a problem for us. In fact, we've had the opposite problem. How do we get rid of all these eggs? We've got so many of them. So, my husband's been making spetzel noodles and I have been making custard, only it's not really normal custard. I take the ingredients and I triple the number of eggs that go into the custard, and I reduce the amount of sugar too. Basically, if you cook much, you know that what I'm making is an omelet, only it's chocolate flavored and it has sugar in it.
Oh, nice.
You might be sitting there thinking, that sounds
like trad wife.
How do you get protein in the kids first thing in the morning? Custard. So I'm rushing to make this. I'm not dressed and ready to go. I have to make sure the baby is dressed and ready to go. I have to change the toddler's diapers. And so I'm changing the toddler while also trying to peek over my shoulder at the custard on the stove and make sure that it hasn't
congealed on me. And then I have to run down the hall to the other end of the house to put some clothes on, which is how I ended up wearing this dress. And then I have to run back down the hall to make sure that the custard hasn't congealed, which at this point it's starting to. So I start whisking it like a madman, trying to get it ready. And just as we're about to head out the door, the custard is ready to go, except for the fact that it's boiling hot and there's absolutely no way I can give it to my kids. So I scooped it up into 4 bowls, threw all 4 bowls into the refrigerator, told my kids, only about half of whom were awake, that there was custard waiting for them in the fridge. Grabbed the toddler, grabbed the baby, ran out the door, and headed for the doctor's appointment. Ooh, fussy.
How many kids does she have?
And headed for the doctor's appointment. Unfortunately, on the drive there, the toddler starts complaining to me, hungry. He doesn't speak much, but he does say hungry, and that's what he was saying. He was saying hungry. And I'm sitting there thinking, I'm a terrible mother. Because if I had a box of Fruit Loops, all I'd have to do is just open the box of Fruit Loops. Ooh. All I'd have to do is just open the box of Fruit Loops and pour it into a bowl and give it to everybody first thing in the morning.
She lives out in the woods somewhere.
But I didn't have a box of Fruit Loops. And so I made do with what I had. I have a massive amount of eggs. On the bright side, when we got home, the first thing I did was open up the fridge and pull out some delightful, fresh, homemade custard. Not too much sugar, plenty of eggs, so he's getting a good amount of protein, and it actually tasted fairly decent. The cocoa powder really hides the egg flavor. So I got rid of a bunch of extra eggs. I gave my kids something moderately healthy that was basically a dessert for breakfast. And now I'm outside.
The wrong ones had abortions. Wow.
Trying to catch my breath. All right.
Those poor children. Oh, I love this. We have stirred up a hornet's nest out there.
Yeah, people really hate this lady. I mean,
wow.
I think the father is gonna have to sit his son down. Son, your mother was a stripper. That's gonna be a hard conversation. But I don't know, man. I just think sometimes people are a little bit too judgmental. Now, would I date a stripper? Probably not. But
look at this comment. Just about every mother I've ever known.
And what do they want? If they're criticizing her about her morality, do you want her to remain a stripper, or would you prefer?
Yeah, these are all a bunch of fucking boondock saints. I hate hypocrites.
Me too. It's the hypocrisy for me too.
Yeah, I just, there's some people out there who don't love and embrace their fellow man, and I hate people like that.
I'm like, y'all need to do better and settle down. It's just a YouTube video about a woman you don't even know, man.
And she's married a man. She's in a committed relationship. She's got 3 kids. Looks to me like she's 100% invested with her partner and busting her ass. So, would you rather she was still a stripper?
She's got a flock of chickens, for God's sake.
I know, right? She's a chicken.
She had to make custard. I haven't even seen custard in I don't know how long.
And not only that, the woman is a trad wife with a stripper pole out back.
Yeah, you really.
I think she is a woman to be envied by many of the women in the chat. I think every young woman, when they graduate from high school, should do 6 months as a stripper.
Now you're taking it too far.
I think that
we'll make it the new AmeriCorps.
Yeah, I'll say it's part of the Peace Corps now.
That's right. The Pole Corps.
Yeah, the Pole Corps. Yeah, she also is a published author.
Yeah.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. How many of you can say that in the chat? Besides eclectic, she's wrote enough comments. She's technically an author now. She's technically. You know, I really do think though, her career probably did help her be a good wife. You know, like you saw how flexible she was, man. I don't know, man.
Yeah. Well, you know, even if she wasn't that flexible, I mean, one thing's for sure, I can guarantee you she appreciates her life now versus, you know, the 8 years she spent. There's something to be said.
Yeah.
Well, and she also mentioned that she worked unloading boxes at Walmart. So, I mean,
Yeah.
she's not afraid of work.
Yeah. Yeah.
Who knows what else she was doing back there in that truck, but I'm saying she moved a box or two.
You know, she was she didn't mention anything about lot lizarding, but who knows? She might have unloaded one of your trucks, HB.
Maybe. Maybe.
Now this is interesting. Eclectic says she's a writer. Anything that I can buy and review, Eclectic, I'll happily do it, and we can interview you.
Right? Anything with initial caps or end punctuation?
Oh, that's right. Okay, she said she didn't need to sell a book. I don't know what to say.
Okay. All right.
Oh, no. It's Dear Aunt Martha.
Oh, well, she was an epistolary author.
Yeah, or a grocery list.
It was a honey-do list.
Yeah, probably.
You know, that's the thing too. Like a lot of people act like this woman could have been a physicist or something. Like some
I don't
people,
know about all that.
No, but that's what I'm saying. Some people, their ceiling is a stripper. That's their ceiling.
Mm-hmm.
And I think, you know, just expecting everybody to, oh, you should go to college and, you know, be I don't know.
I mean, you know, the one thing she wasn't is on welfare.
Yeah, she worked her whole life.
Yep.
So I just don't get it. I think what it is she is, you know, vaguely attractive and you know, has her own YouTube show, has kids, has chickens, has a husband. It's not, you know, a mansion, but it is functional and it looks like she's living a good life. So I approve.
Some women aren't the smartest women in the world. They're best thing they can do is strip. You know?
Well, the thing is you know what? Not everybody can be an eclectic.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And not every woman can be a. That's another thing. Like a lot of women, you know, they wish they could be. I mean, you go into a strip club, they laugh you out of there. If you went into the strip club right now.
Well, HB,
Yeah.
look at Cardi B. She went from the poll to working the election polls and doing dance parties with Beyonce.
Yeah.
Well, the thing is the one thing Cardi B didn't do, at least as far as I know, her first kid came after she was married.
Absolutely.
That is true. That is true.
Say what you may about her.
Yeah, that is true.
I like
now we can question her political views. Absolutely.
I like it. She's got a plan. She's got a plan like for everything she's doing. She's not just waiting for the world to happen to her. She's got a definitive path that she wants to go down, and I'm behind her. I'm not voting her off the island.
Yeah.
This
How you
lady
doing,
seems
Virgo?
interesting.
Yeah.
Well, I think you're taking it too far now, but
No, I'm dead. No, I'm dead
To
serious.
me.
She seems interesting.
interesting. She is kind of quirky, and she seems kind of fun to a certain extent, but
You know what? I bet she's not very fun. She doesn't look like she has a sense of humor.
yeah.
I think she's interesting because she's all the things we mentioned, but on the prairie.
Well,
you know, you don't find a lot of, well, anything on the prairie. There's nothing there.
Yeah, that's why I'm always scared to go to those strip clubs in the middle of nowhere, because it's like, man, what is really even out here? Out in the middle of South Dakota. Which strip club? How could there be a strip club out here? It's nothing. It's nothing out here.
Yeah, well, they built it for you to come by. That's their ultimate commercial goal was one person to stop.
I know. It's just like, what women even traveled to this place? I don't. Next biggest city is like 100 miles away. What the hell? Probably a bunch of those types of chicks in there.
Well, Stanley's gonna reach out to her. I think there's a 0% chance that she won't do it. Although she was a stripper, so there may be a stripper mentality reason that she would.
Well, if I do it, maybe it'll be me and HB. I'm not going to even bother like reading the chat or taking, guest questions because apparently, I have to be worried about behavior.
You got to read the book first, but yeah, I would just tell her not.
Because it's probably, it sounds like a science fiction.
It is.
Yeah.
So, a little strip club. Oh, that's funny, actually. A little
stripping with Stanley.
Funny. Little strip club on the prairie would be a good horror movie.
The Texas Chainsaw Strip Club.
Good job there, Riot Pump. That is actually funny.
Yeah. I didn't know you were a cleaner roller skater, Texas girl. Oh, you cleaning skates.
Hey, what up, my niggas?
Well,
what
look
up, my
who's
niggas?
here.
How's it going?
You tell us. Would you
we got
marry
a real nigga in president now. He's been shot at.
Would you marry a stripper?
Shot at, and he quit his first shift at McDonald's. It don't get more black than that.
Tom Gully, this is MC Nemesis. He's on Amazon.
Do you guys love white people?
Well, I do.
Yes, me too. What about do you guys love white people, Stanley?
Do I love white people?
Yes.
I love them so much I married one.
That's great. Will you celebrate White History Month with me?
You know what? As a matter of fact, I'm celebrating White History Month as I'm talking to you.
Well, White History Month's in July.
Oh, well, you know what? Every time I talk to you, it's White History Month.
No, White History Month's in July.
Oh, no. You're not quite getting my point, are you?
My pastor made White History Month in July. My pastor, Jesse Lee Peterson.
Well, Jesse Lee, he's done a lot of white. He's probably had a lot of it.
He's a black man. He grew up on a plantation.
I know who Jesse
Alabama.
Lee Peterson is. I'm just saying that the white that
now that Trump's in office, we're going back to Jim Crow, maybe.
Well, you know what? I doubt that.
Well, Jesse said the blacks were better under Jim Crow.
You know what? Jesse Lee Peterson will lead us into Jim Crow, and then we'll shut the door and lock him in.
No, what are you ignoring what he's saying about how blacks had it better under Jim Crow?
You and he have a more intimate relationship than I do.
But
I
do
and
you
I do
believe what
mean
he's
internet.
saying? Do you believe that
When you say Jesse Lee
you
Peterson
don't
loves
know who
white
Jesse
people,
is? You don't know who I am. So why are you
Jesse
making
Lee
ad hominem attacks
Peterson,
but and
Jesse
straw
Lee
man?
Peterson
I'm
loves
asking you a
white
question.
people,
I'm
meaning,
asking you if you
well, I'm avoiding your question. It's a dumb
well,
question, and I
that's
need
no
to.
good. You can't. But
Oh, why
look,
would I
you
do
avoid
that?
it because you know it's true that the Jim Crow laws, the Jim Crow era was better than today's for blacks.
Well, shit, it was actually really good for whites,
But
wasn't it?
are you ignoring the
No, no,
fact that it
no.
was good
It
for
was
blacks?
Jim Crow. Jim Crow was actually way better for whites than it was for
So
blacks.
you are going to ignore what
Would
my
you not?
pastor
No,
says. You are going to actively
You're
ignore
gonna ignore
like a
white
fucking
history.
idiot, like a
The white
goddamn dipshit. You're
history,
going to
the
ignore the
white
fact
history question of the
that
day.
fucking Jim Crow, like it's just true, you stupid
The
bitch.
white
It's fucking
history
true.
question of the day. Who
And
was Jim
I
Crow
really don't
better
give a. I
for,
mean, think
black
about it.
people
You're
or white
arguing with a
people?
pastor
See, look
with
at you.
500,000
Look at you
subscribers.
avoiding my question.
And you're acting like you
A
know
white
people, stringing
man
together straw
cannot
men, and your straw man, I guess
understand
there's
that
some kind of
Jim
gay
Crow
relation.
was
So
Jim Crow
the straw man
was.
that you made out of me versus the straw man you made out of
Oh, you know
Jesse,
what?
and then
You know
those two
what?
straw men, what do they
Not
do?
only am I making a straw man, I'm
I'm
baling
talking about the
hay.
Jim Crow laws, and you're talking about how Jesse and I are butt fucking. It don't get no
Wait,
more
hold it.
straw
I
man than
said that?
that.
Wait,
I'm
hold it.
talking about the Jim
Whoa,
Crow laws, and instead of
whoa.
you engaging with the
Who
fact
brought up
that
you and Jesse Lee
blacks had it
doing
better under the
anything?
Jim Crow laws, instead of engaging, instead you make a straw man Jesse and a straw man of me, and then
Now,
you play with
let
them
me
like
tell you
toys, and you say
let
we
me
butt
tell
fuck
you
each
about
other.
the let me tell you about what those two straw men that I made are doing.
Okay.
I didn't.
Sorry, I can't do it.
Now
It
you
was
don't know either
computer
one
says.
of us, so it's not real. So you
Wait,
don't know
wait,
Jesse and you
MC
don't know
Nemesis.
me. So this is what I mean by straw man.
Mr.
I'm trying to talk about Jesse's idea that the Jim Crow era was better, and you're wanting to make a black straw man, an amazing tar baby out of Jesse Lee Peterson and me, a white man,
You
and
know what?
you're wanting to see us butt fuck. That's because you have like a gay
Oh
fantasy.
wow.
I do.
Wow, wow.
You're probably a pedophile.
You know what?
Ah, come
You're
on.
Every
probably
time
a
I hear
nigger
you
pedophile.
talk, I
You're a
think Jim Crow.
pedophile.
Ah,
I'm
come
just going to go ahead and say it
You
because
talk.
Jesse Lee Peterson is for the Republicans. And if you're against him, you must be a fucking pedophile.
You
A
know
no
what?
good piece of shit child rapist.
Yeah. Did you get vaccinated?
That's what you are. You're a no
Yeah,
good
Jesse Lee
piece of shit
Peterson
child
vaccinated
rapist.
you, didn't he?
Shut up, child rapist.
Tell me,
Yeah,
tell
I'm
me
going to get
where
this channel shut down.
Jesse
I am going
Lee
to get this whole
inoculated
fucking
your
channel shut
anus,
down
didn't
because you're a child rapist, and I'm going to
all right.
report this channel
We're gonna take
for
a quick
harassment,
we're gonna
for
take a quick
pedophilia, and
all right, we're gonna take a
be
quick
fucking
music break.
taken down. Trust me,
Mr.
it's
Nemesis.
down. It's over. You can mute me, but
he?
it's
It's
over.
over. It's
Mr.
over.
Oh, doggone it. I had a fucking question for him.
Yeah, he and just so you know the backstory on MC Nemesis, he's a
I don't.
39-year-old. Yeah,
Yeah,
this is actually a picture of him. He's a
yeah,
39-year-old man.
I
He still
got it
lives with his
all just
mom.
from him talking.
Yeah, he still lives with his mom. He's
Where's his
Kamala.
neck?
He's a Kamala voter, and he's also a rapper on Amazon. MC Nemesis on Amazon Prime. Go download his album. Yeah.
I'll get right on that.
MC
Yeah,
Nemesis.
Hey, I got a book free. You can get some free music.
he's he's the refugee from the movie Deliverance.
Yeah. There are rumors that his mom and dad are related. So I try to be
Not by marriage.
yeah, not by marriage.
Well,
Jesus.
technically, yeah, the parents were married.
Yeah, I think they were.
Why do we need to be married? We're already related.
Well, you was arguing with Jesse Lee Peterson, and he's got over 500 subscribers. So,
Yeah, I'm surprised you. Yeah, I'm surprised Stanley ran him off. I'm surprised he ran.
I can't believe he ran. He scurried.
Yeah.
He didn't run. He scurried.
You made straw man out of me. You made straw man out of Jesse Lee Peterson, and then you made the tar baby out of him. And I don't appreciate that.
I didn't think you said. I didn't think you were even alluding to him and Jesse having. But
Well, I did say he was more intimate with Jesse than I was. So
yeah, I didn't think of
he
it
took that.
sexually.
He took that and ran with it.
Yeah. Though, obviously, he's not having sex with Jesse Lee Peterson, but.
And you know what? I actually don't have a problem with Jesse Lee Peterson. He is unique, but I don't have a problem with him.
I think he takes it a little too far, but I can never tell if he's being serious or trolling. I don't know.
Virgo, you tell us. You had the more substantive conversation with him. They were talking theology.
Oh wow! I didn't know.
Who was talking theology with who?
You were talking theology with MC Nemesis, remember?
When was this?
Oh.
Y'all were talking Bible and you
that's
don't
the same
remember?
guy?
It was
Well, what
literally
happened? What
you
happened
don't remember
to him?
talking
Is he
to
off
MC
his meds?
Nemesis?
Is he off his meds?
I don't know, but you and he had a very long conversation.
Oh, Virgo.
Wow.
It was like the day. It was like a couple days before the hurricane hit.
Oh.
Whole time it's just a blur for Virgo now.
Yeah, it probably is. And I mean, MC Nemesis, he is problematic.
Yeah. Let me refresh your memory. You was trying to make a straw man out of me and Jesus.
It's like, sir, can I check your sling blade?
Sure. I'm gonna get me one of them mustard sandwiches. Some people call it a sling blade. I call it a Kaiser blade. What's that number you call when somebody's about to get killed or die or something?
It's 119.
You better go ahead and call that number. Anyway, that's all I remember.
I see John in the back. I wonder if John's got some stories back there. I've just been watching the View lately. I don't know why, but just seeing
You got to think for Sonny Hostin.
No, just their reactions all together. It's kind of sad, man.
Well, the one thing that I've noticed and tried to avoid is, this hyperbolic thing about, why are blacks getting all. The View isn't, I mean, blacks aren't getting wrapped around the axle about Trump, and black women aren't. Some are, but by and large, you know what? It is what it is.
Nah, you'd be surprised, Stanley. I'm not.
Actually, you'd be surprised that if you go looking for hysteria, you're gonna find it. But I think there's a little bit of pump priming here going on.
I've seen it already in real life, man. From
like out on the streets.
Yeah.
Like at the warehouses you visit, black women are just.
No. When I was back home, I saw
Texas?
In Texas, yeah.
Black women in Texas were crying because Trump. Shit, they live in Texas.
I know, right?
I mean, they have a whole Abbott to worry about.
Yeah. But I mean, you can't discount 90% voted for Trump. So.
Okay, and you know what?
I mean, voted for Kamala.
But so what? What is it means they don't like Trump? No more, no less.
Yeah, but it's kind of like the taking it out on men thing, and like
Okay,
trying to
you know
blame
what? You know what?
people.
So the way women didn't vote with black men, so black men are upset?
No, 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 no. Black women are mad at black men.
No, they're not.
Yeah, all right.
See, y'all are making shit up out of whole cloth.
I'm telling you, Stanley. I saw it
I'm
firsthand. I saw
I'm
it
telling
firsthand.
you, I appreciate the need to make content, but that's pretty much all it is. Content needs to be made. Stuff needs to be made up. Um,
I saw it firsthand. I saw it firsthand. I'm not even talking about the internet, Stanley. I'm talking real
so
life.
you're talking anecdotal. I got you.
Yeah, real, real life, not the internet.
Yeah, anecdotal. I got you.
Nobody else was around. And this lady asked me who I voted for, and she was so mad about.
You
Trump
should have
getting his
told her.
office.
You should have told her I voted for your ma.
No, I didn't. I'm not gonna go back and forth with some random.
I mean, why do people? Who did you vote for? You know what? I think that's almost like, do you believe in God? I don't. I always think questions like that are inappropriate.
Yeah, that's a personal question.
To me, it is.
Yeah, I think so too. Honestly, I think it's like that debate, bro stuff.
It's like me asking Eclectic what book she wrote.
Oh, hey,
Oh,
hey, T
yeah.
spells. Hey, T spells.
Hey, T spells. I'll drop the link.
T spells. I wonder how T spells knee is
Well, wait,
doing.
hold it. Universal Stanley, we have covered what 3 times on this show?
Oh yeah, you might have been asleep when we were going through those videos, but nah, it's not even
Yeah.
the
Oh
videos
no,
I'm
I was
talking about.
purposefully asleep when stuff like that gets covered. At Universal, you need to understand that I don't get impressed by your bullshit. Okay, just because you covered it 3 times, that doesn't mean you're right. Doesn't mean I'll think you're right. And you need to.
Oh
This
wow, I didn't.
show, I don't know who the fuck he's talking to. I don't give a shit what's been covered on this show. It's content, not gospel. The fuck?
I just passed the Tina Turner Museum. I didn't know they had one. Wow.
What state is that in? Mississippi?
Tennessee. Tennessee. The Tina Turner Museum. Wow.
Oh, I didn't know she was born in Tennessee.
I guess so. Yeah, I guess so. Yeah, it's yeah, but they on
Thank
the
you, Kimmy.
on the View, they've really been good morning, Kimmy Cakes. Good morning.
Yeah,
On the
I
View,
don't.
they've been
I haven't watched The View in years, like probably 10 years.
No, I usually don't watch it either, but just up until the election and then afterwards, it's been very interesting. Their rhetoric, I would say, has been very interesting. Like it's like what's weird to me is that they keep talking about how they're going to be splitting up families and stuff with this immigration thing, but they just kind of discount how many Latinos actually voted for this.
Well, the thing is, to a certain extent, and I think it's horrible when stuff like that happens, the separation of families, but there is a certain risk in doing what migrants are doing. So
Exactly, and it is illegal.
now
It is legal.
that doesn't mean what happens once they get here should happen, but I don't know.
It's illegal though.
All I can say as a descendant of slaves, white people have a history of separating families. So no one should be surprised, least of all black people.
Yeah, but I mean, if you commit a
White
crime,
people
Stanley,
are horrible. Welcome to America.
Stanley, though, but if you commit a crime today, you're going to be separated from your family no differently than a migrant who came here illegally. I just don't get I don't understand trying to sympathize with these people when they came here illegally. And if you don't want to
join?
Oh, good morning, Kimmy. How are you?
Good morning, everyone. Hi, HB.
Hey, good
I'm
morning,
good. How are you?
Kimmy.
Hi, Virgo. Hi,
What's
Tom.
up,
Hi,
Kimmy?
Stanley.
How you doing?
Well,
Can I join the conversation?
Oh, please do. Did you catch our favorite stripper?
No.
I'm sorry, ex-stripper.
Who?
Yeah, she's
Cardi?
ex-stripper, Stanley.
No.
No.
She's a published author. Thank you.
I don't know who this is.
No, you missed it.
Okay.
We will see her videos more on this channel.
Okay. I'll be keeping my eyes open for that one. But I was thinking about the whole thing about separating families. If a parent was like American parent, whatever parent was in Walmart and was shoplifting and their 5-year-old was with them, the 5-year-old wouldn't go to jail with them. There'll be a separation between that child and parent.
Yeah, well, that's slightly whataboutism, but I'll take it.
It's not whataboutism. It's a person that committed a crime.
It's
with
the
a child.
very
with a child present.
It's the very essence of whataboutism.
No,
how is it different?
Yes, it is.
If people commit crimes and their children and have children present, and those crimes catch up to them, and they have to face the consequence for it, how does the child go? How does the child go through the legal process?
Okay, well, I understand that crossing the border is a crime, but once again, the law allows for basically forgiveness of the illegal border crossing. When they get a legal status, they are no longer illegal. We need to work on the law.
Okay, how does the law? I'm not clear on that. Never heard of that before.
Well, welcome to Stanley. You'll hear a lot of things you never heard before.
I just never heard of that. I do know that seeking asylum
It is literally
is
these people
legal.
are getting legal status. That's why they're.
But in order for you to seek asylum, you have to go through the port of entry. Breaking in through the border is not legal.
No. Apparently, that's not how the law works.
No, that is how the law works. That is how.
Okay, that is not how the law is working.
And that's the problem. That's the problem.
Okay, and we need to change the laws. If somebody comes into the country, you do not have to go through a port of entry. Obviously, you don't have to go through a port of entry.
Why do we have to change our laws for people who break them? Why don't they follow our laws?
Well, you do realize these asylum laws have been on the books for decades.
Hey, Stanley, you remember how everybody was saying Trump is Hitler and stuff? Could Americans go to Canada now and be considered asylum seekers?
I have no idea. Probably.
I mean, technically. Sorry about that. That was my.
I mean, if you go and ask for asylum, I mean, that's like an international law thing.
Right. But if you consider Trump a dictator, couldn't you seek asylum under?
Not necessarily, because in order to seek asylum, you need documents and proof that you are in danger.
Yeah.
Don't know that that's true either.
No, it is a fact.
I don't think it's a fact.
That's why
they're eating all my pets.
Obviously, it's not a fact. Okay, if a million people are crossing the border, okay, I know what you're saying, Kimmy, but think about what you're saying. These people are not bringing documented proof that they are in any danger.
Because their nation is in crisis.
Okay,
which is
it didn't
technically their
happen under
problem.
Trump. It didn't happen under Obama.
which is
Obviously,
why
the
their cases
law.
get thrown out. And
Obviously, the law accommodates what they're doing.
no,
We
it
need to
doesn't.
change the law.
Our law doesn't accommodate what is
Okay,
happening.
ma'am,
Our
it's not.
administrators are doing that.
I understand that you think that the law works this way. I'm saying you can look at a newsreel. These people in the Roosevelt Hotel in New York are not bringing pieces of paper with them. Obviously, the law
Because
can
it's not being
accommodate.
enforced. They were told to just walk straight through.
Okay, you're not hearing what I'm saying, Kimmy.
I hear what you're saying. You're not hearing what
Obviously,
I'm saying.
the law is accommodating them. We need to change the law so it does not
No, we
accommodate.
never change our laws for anybody. We don't negotiate.
Okay, I
That's our
know
standard,
your
right?
up
That's our
arms
gold
and
standard. We don't
you're
negotiate.
on fire with self-righteousness.
It's not self-righteousness.
However,
This is fact.
Hey, you
We didn't
guys,
talk about me at all. So how could this even be a self-righteous thing? But I'm just
I
saying
hear
that why are we changing our
I
laws for
hear
people that
the
break them?
I hear the
Should never
fire and
happen.
brimstone in your words, but the
Because
law
those are the
is
things that don't
accommodating.
make us a nation. Those are the things that make us a colony and break down the
Okay,
fabric of what a country
you
is.
know what? If I had the time to debate the deeper issues with you, the surface level issue is the law is accommodating this.
No, Stanley, they're not enforcing the law though. That's the
That's what
problem.
I'm saying.
That's the problem.
I don't think that's true either, HB.
No, it is. It is true. The new border
I
czar.
don't think it is, HB.
Ah,
I
come
think
on,
the,
Stanley.
I think the law accommodates if you declare a refugee status.
Refugee status is one thing, but
There's
caravans bringing people
a
up.
law I looked at the other day that
No,
specifically
we
mentions
can't call this.
refugees.
We can't call this refugee status when they have advertisements of go to New
Okay,
York. They're going to
I
give you
just
free
don't.
things.
I
We have a
just do
caravan
not
leaving on
want to
this day.
debate
Like,
this. Kimmy.
Just go to a sanctuary
I mean, I
city
hear
and
you.
be
I
safe.
hear you.
Obviously, the law is accommodating this.
And just to go back to like the family separation, technically was happening at the border during President Trump's term
It
or
happened under
presidency.
Obama as well.
It did, but let me
Obama
just finish what I'm saying real quick. Mainly because of the DNA testing that was happening at the border when people were crossing with children. Turns out the majority of children they were crossing with weren't even theirs, and some of the children even
I would love
had,
to see the documentation or the
some of the children
article
had
that
to even
says
be
that.
sent back because there was a babysitter, for example, from Honduras who took the child she was babysitting across the border with that child. Mind you, the father was a doctor, freaking out trying to figure out where his child was. Thank God for that DNA testing that located his child, and his daughter was sent back to him.
Okay,
And
one example out of about
of
how many
many,
million?
of many. And the
One
proof in the pudding
example
is
out of
the
how many million? You're
320,000
not
children
citing
that
many,
Kamala
you're
Harris cannot
citing
find in
one.
our country as borders are. Where are those children? They're being trafficked right now.
Okay, I hear what you're saying, and I
So we talk
appreciate
about
it.
separation, but let's keep it real. Like a lot of the children, there's
Okay,
no real confirmation that these are
keep
their
it
children.
real.
I have
I'll
students.
keep it real if
I
you
have
can keep
students
it
who were
real.
sent here with other families, and those
So
families
what?
don't want them anymore. We're trying to figure out, okay, what
Okay,
happens to you now?
once again, fast talking will not save you from the
It's
truth.
not fast
Ah,
talking.
come on. She's just from New York, Stanley. That's not fast talk. She's from New York, man. Come
Well,
on.
to a Georgian, it is.
And I
I'm not trying to be slick about anything. It's just things that
Can you put
are
that
happening.
Simpson thing back up
We have
there?
several students who are here, undocumented, came here with other people who are not their parents. Those
How
people don't
long
want them
ago?
anymore.
You had
Currently
several
happening.
students.
Currently
How
happening.
long ago did these
Currently
students?
happening.
Okay, apparently I'm not going to be able to get a question in. How old are these students?
How old? Some of them range between 14 and 17.
Okay,
And the
so
ones that are 18 and 19 in
17
that
years
situation are
ago,
just on
who
their
was
own.
president?
I don't think you're
Was it?
understanding what I'm saying. It's not about who was president.
No,
It's
I
not because
don't
these people are
understand
here.
what you're
These
saying.
children
I
are here
admit
are people who are not their blood relatives, and they get abandoned in our country. They're getting abandoned in our country by people who they crossed with, who don't want to take care of them.
Okay, there's not an end to Biden versus Texas that the
But
administration
this is the
and then
issue that
ends
open
there.
borders create. This is the issue when they remove DNA testing created. This is what it created. I don't think those children should be abandoned here by anybody, to tell you the truth. I think that's really fucked up.
Okay, Kimmy.
gentlemen and Ms. Cakes, I got to run, but I did put a story in the back channel that you might find interesting. And I hope you all have a great day.
You too. I appreciate
Salute Tom Gully, man. Salute Tom Gully.
Yeah.
Salute.
You guys deserve this. I mean, the salute I get probably is the one you're thinking of. I'll talk to you later.
Oh, Jesus Christ.
I only see something by Samson Simpson. I don't think I see an article, but maybe that's it.
No.
I think he put it in the back chat. I think he put it.
Oh, maybe
no, Samson Simpson. He must have. There must be a second part to this.
Oh yeah. The second part is right here.
Had the authority to end the policy. I'd have to look up Biden versus Texas. I think he's talking, was it Title 42 or whatever? Basically they ended the COVID restrictions, if I remember that case. Oh, the ruling allowed Biden to end the Remain in Mexico policy. Okay, was it due to COVID, Samson? I know Biden wanted to extend COVID restrictions, and the Supreme Court said that he couldn't. COVID restrictions were keeping migrants out, period, and the Supreme Court ended that.
No, Kimmy, I think the real solution to not breaking up these families is just deport them all. Just deport them and the whole family.
I mean, that's what's going to end up happening.
Yeah.
Okay, Samson. Yeah, when you come back, because I actually need to go. I've been on here quite some time. I'm shit. I can look up Biden versus Texas, can I?
Wait, I did want to. Can you read this article, Stanley? Queen Bee and Yale, the Ivy League University.
I can read it if Stanley has to leave, but it's up to you, Stanley.
Okay.
Oh no, go ahead and read it there, Kimmy. Your voice is more pleasant.
Oh, stop.
That's for sure.
But thank you at the same time. All right, Queen Bee or Bay and Yale, the Ivy League University, is set to offer a course on Beyonce and her legacy. With a record of 99 Grammy nominations and acclaim as one of the most influential artists in music history, pop star Beyonce and her expansive cultural legacy will be the subject of a new course at Yale University next year.
Wow.
I'm going to skip that part. I think the next critical piece is Yale University's African American Studies professor Daphne Brooks intends to use the performer's wide range repertoire, including footage of her live performances, as a portal for students to learn about Black intellectuals from Frederick Douglass to Toni Morrison.
A portal to hell.
Wow. Jesus Christ.
Are they going to portal to the dance party?
Dance party with Beyonce. Wow.
Oh boy. We're going to be taking seriously the ways in which the critical work, the intellectual work of some of the greatest thinkers in American culture resonates with Beyonce's music, and thinking about the ways in which we can apply their philosophies to her work, and how it has sometimes been at odds with the Black radical intellectual tradition, Brooks said. Beyonce, whose full name is Beyonce Giselle Knowles Carter, is not the first performer to be the subject of a college-level course. There has been courses on singer and songwriter Bob Dylan over the years, and several colleges and universities have recently offered classes on singer Taylor Swift and her lyrics and pop culture legacy. That includes law professors who hope to engage a new generation of lawyers by using a famous celebrity like Swift to bring context to complicated real-world concepts. Oh, wait, they mentioned Black Lives Matter. Let's read this part. Brooks sees Beyonce in a league of her own, crediting the singer with using her platform to spectacularly elevate awareness of and engagement with grassroots social, political ideologies and movements, and her music, including the Black Lives Matter movement and Black feminist commentary. Can you think of any other pop musician who invited an array of grassroots activists to participate in these long-form multimedia album projects that she's given us since 2013, Axe Brooks. She noted how Beyonce has also tried to tell a story through her music about race and gender and sexuality in the context of the 400-year-plus history of African American subjugation. And I'll stop there.
Wow.
I see what they're doing.
This is what.
This is like mastermind shit. This is like evil, maniacal mastermind crafting. Like, I see what they're doing. These celebrities didn't work to help bring the Democrats an election. So what they're going to do is implant them in and indoctrinate them into education. So that way, the next time they're used, right, to influence the election, it works.
Well, there you go, folks. That's where your hundreds of thousands of dollars that you're paying for your kids to go to Yale goes.
Kimmy Cakes, I got a question for you.
Yeah,
I got one also.
What happens if the Puffy tapes come out and implicate Beyonce in the freak-offs? Does Yale drop discourse?
I think Yale, just for branding purposes, I think they would. But I think the Black Americans, actually, I could say Black Americans. I think the Black people of America who will continue to be influenced by Hollywood are going to continue to be influenced by Hollywood. We've seen it happen time after time. R. Kelly has done some vile things, but his music is good. You know,
Let me ask you this
and I
question
think, yeah.
Who's going to be taking this class at Yale? This is probably a $5,000 class.
Well, I think that the handful of Blacks that are there will most likely take it, especially because it's in the African American Studies department.
Well,
and
it could be in the music department.
And they said law. They want to bring in more law students with that too. So it could go across several. It could be multidisciplinary in a sense.
This would be an easy elective, right? If you're Black, you're looking to fill up your classes. You got to pick an elective. This is one that you might pick, right?
I wouldn't, but I could see it being popular.
Right. You want to pick a soft class.
Yeah.
And this is
probably choose golf.
You know, it's probably a $5,000 class to go learn about Beyonce.
Well, first of all, I feel like a lot of Beyonce's work is not original or authentic. She's been caught so many times stealing from artists. Even her single ladies with the three women dancing around, that was from a film in the 1960s. That was like a Cuban film or like a film from Latin America that wasn't really popular in the States, that she took that whole format from. The whole entire dance moves were from that movie. And I get like being inspired, but to copy everything to a T and not pay homage to where it came from, that's a problem. And it's not Beyonce's first time getting caught doing something like that.
That's just very interesting. This is a $5,000 class that someone's going to learn about Beyonce.
This is going to pay even, and for people who are like on the side of colleges it's fraud, this is just going to support their argument even more.
Well, I think this class really is like an appeal to the Blacks, the few little Blacks at Yale that could cause a lot of problems. Did Michelle Obama go to Yale? I can't remember. But either way,
she went to Princeton.
Princeton, you know, all those schools are kind of getting confused. But
I'm sure you do.
Probably 8-10% Blacks on the campus, which is a sizable number, 400 or 500 Blacks, and you got to cater to everyone. And this is a class that would cater to the Blacks, and maybe some of the white sympathizers, they would take the class too. Some people like Beyonce, but I think there's Beyonce means more to Black people than it does to probably the rest of those people on Yale's campus.
How about the LGBTQ community, John?
Oh, yeah.
I mean, they did throw that out there in the article. They sure did.
You're right,
I think they would do that before the Blacks, to be honest with you.
Well, I'll be dropping out now. It looks like this is going to become the Valhalla of conservatism.
Stanley, would you
Stanley is funny.
Stanley,
there's a reason why he's sending his son to Georgia Tech and not.
The reason I sent my son to Georgia Tech is because he wanted to go to Georgia Tech.
Wait,
one of the things we always laud Georgia Tech is that they had very few protests during all this.
I was lauding them because they're probably all too nerdy to do anything.
I think you were attaching something to the fact that they did not protest.
No,
right?
I was attaching the fact that in Georgia there weren't many protests, if any, at the University of Georgia either. Georgia tends to be a conservative state, is my point. And
Well,
the
I've been to Morehouse
universities tend to be fairly conservative
I've been
too.
Morehouse and
That
Spelman.
was my only point.
Yeah, okay, fair enough. But it seemed to me that you were saying, the school is about, more or less about business as opposed to social
Well,
issues.
no, it's a hard school.
Right. That's what I'm saying. The kids go there about their business as opposed to the external.
Well, half of them are foreign. They probably, they have different cultures, that may not idolize Beyonce.
I was listening to a tweet early today. I want to get Kim's feedback. Man, I should play it.
Yeah.
But it may be in a church or something. You guys want to hear it?
Yeah.
Let me play it.
While you're pulling that up, my cousin graduated from Yale Law School. I'm going to ask her if she would have taken that course had it been offered while she was there.
Yeah, Stanley, would you have taken that course, the Beyonce course?
No. No.
Would you have paid for your son to take it?
Well, my son, yeah, I guess if he wanted to.
Would you have tried to talk him out of it? Hey, son, this is probably not a good.
If you know what, you have to take electives. So if he chose to take that elective, fine.
Yeah, that's fair.
I wouldn't want him to be a Beyonce major, but you know what? Sometimes in hard schools, taking a fluff course is a good thing.
Let me play a clip for you guys. I found it very interesting. With all these immigrants coming here, many of these people have only been here a generation or two, and you're seeing the blacks, they're falling back on history. Sometimes 400 or 500 years ago, slavery or something 50 years ago, and many of the people that are coming here never heard these names before, and so there's no sympathy because who the hell is that? They don't. Let's play this video. This is an AME Baptist Church. And he's talking about all the fallen black heroes here, of which you could imagine that the immigrants coming to America don't know who the hell these people are.
This is the same America that incarcerated the Central Park Five for crimes they did not commit in 1989. This is the same America that beat Rodney King in 1994. It's the same America that profiled Amadou Diallo in 1999. It's the same America that murdered Sean Bell in his car in 2006. It's the same America that hunted down Trayvon Martin in 2012. It's the same America that murdered Breonna Taylor in her own home in 2020. And it's the same America that tried to erase Black history in 2023. And it's the same America that voted.
If you see those men on that screen, they're not buying it. They're not buying it. This preacher up here, really, he's just talking to the women. They the one waving their hands, getting emotional and shit, because they're still ghetto ass sons, by and large, getting killed.
But I thought the church would, back in my days when I was growing up, the church never really got involved in politics.
Shit, they did. Shit, they did.
You think so?
Gets the most qualified, most educated, most well-respected woman and person to ever run.
The most qualified, most well-respected woman. He's selling out for Kamala. He really believe that? Look at all these sisters.
As far as the black church in politics, though, pretty much since the civil rights movement, the black church has
it was usually the soundbite was usually like God will control the outcome of our country, not man. That was the typical soundbite. But now they're like really endorsing people.
Okay, well, a presidential candidate got Martin Luther King bailed out of jail. I guess it was during the 1960 elections.
Well, I think what she's speaking of is that this minister is clearly overly partisan, and I think they have tax advantages, that they have based upon them not like endorsing a candidate or something like that. I think that's
well, I didn't hear partisan. I heard him talking about America, and frankly, nothing he said.
Church. Why is he not talking about the supreme being? Where did he talk about God?
Because he's talking about America.
Well, he also mentioned Kamala, so he said that she was the most qualified.
Yeah, I didn't hear that part.
She was the most.
But that's typically back in the days. That's when most preachers will start talking about God being the deciding factor. Anyway,
let me let you guys hear him say what he said about Kamala again.
America that voted against the most qualified, most educated.
Look at the men. They're not clapping today.
He looks like he's preaching up the storm.
He's listen what
He
he
turned
said.
it up.
Oh, I heard what he said.
Who the Free Zone? Yeah, what's up?
Good morning, everybody. Good morning.
What's up, Lou?
What up, bro? My boy Stanley, man. You in here causing trouble?
Oh, who, me?
Good morning.
Yes, you. Good morning. Good morning, girl. How you?
That's funny.
I think Stanley's doing well.
But
did you want to say something, Lou? Go ahead.
No, I think that I think that the preacher on the screen is not stupid. He looks at his audience, and he sees who's all in his audience. Right. You know what I mean? He's seen it for a very long time. So even political contributions aside, he's not going to say anything that would alienate his crowd. You know what I mean? So he finna sell the show, man. You see all the black women out there, Kamala supporters, and all that, holding hands and shit.
What do you think about the black men? They don't seem to be buying it. I mean, they're standing up, some of them, most of them, but they're not clapping their hand, they're not waving.
In that congregation.
And that's what I'm saying, is that, for lack of a better word, there are no John Galts in that, in that audience. These are older men, probably haven't experienced any of the issues of the immigration and things like that, which this man is not talking about. He's talking about dead blacks. The migrants coming here have no idea who the fuck he's talking about. Am I wrong? Nestor is coming over here. He don't know who the hell Trayvon Martin is, right? And don't care, right?
Well, it's rhetoric.
Congregation?
Say what? I'm sorry.
Are there immigrants in his congregation?
Well, what I'm saying is that he's speaking about things that are no longer relevant, right? He should be talking about the immigrants. The threat of the immigrants. The threat of the immigrants. But he's talking about the threat of the police and shit like that. And these black men, they are buying it. The women are, but the black men, you can look at them. They're just
I'm guessing police kill more blacks in a year than the immigrants do.
Yeah, well,
I'm very hesitant on preachers at the pulpit talking about politics, just in general. Like it doesn't. I don't know. Maybe because I grew up in church and I just never heard it, but it just, I don't know. It just rubs me the wrong way. No diddy. I'm not with it. Like even Trump or Kamala, whatever. Like I'm just not with preachers talking about politics from the pulpit. So that's my take.
I agree.
Most well-respected woman and person to ever run for president in the United States of America on last Tuesday. This is the same America.
Man, like either he's deluded because the people didn't feel that way, right? They didn't feel that way. We looked at the map. Clearly, she was not considered to be the most qualified. And the only way that he can say that and excuse it away is say, well, they must have done it because of sexism, misogyny, or racism. And I think that
I vote racism.
Well, I think it's falling tired on people because, again, the Hispanics that come here, they don't know anything about Amadou Diallo and don't care. And the blacks are looking back where all these other people more or less are looking forward. And I think that's going to be a very serious problem for the blacks, and well, at least for the Democrats. Let me play one more for you guys. I'm telling you, they don't know what's coming here. Let me play a video. This is Luther Campbell. And I want you to listen to what he's saying.
How about the mass deportation? I got my popcorn for that. They say all y'all who voted, all y'all who didn't vote for Kamala, y'all stupid ass gonna get deported. They having a damn parade. What it was, not a parade. Y'all having marches and shit already. We are not going out there to march. Black people are not going to march for you. I'm sorry. We will not be marching. There's no more such thing as black and brown people.
Did you hear that?
Oh, I heard that.
No
I guess They threw
Nigga,
BIPOC away.
there was never a such thing. And the election results just showed you that there was no black and brown coalition. What the hell? That's some shit that some political group made up in the lab, tested it out, sound good, right? It'll give me 10, 12 years, right? But there is no black and brown coalition, and now they're all talking about it. They're all letting it out. They finally have seen through the propaganda that they've been subjected to. This is like military propaganda that these people have been subjected to.
It's black. We will not be marching with you. Sorry. If you hey, look, the line got drawn last Tuesday. The line got drawn last Tuesday. We already know where we stand with all y'all. Black people know where they stand with white women. Black people know where they stand with Hispanics. We thought y'all were our friends. We thought Nesta and Julio Raimundo and Nestor Torres and all y'all. We thought y'all was our friends.
What made him think that?
You know, y'all go through some things. We be out there fighting and marching and shit, man. Leave Nestor Torres
because black people
alone.
can't mind their business.
Julio Raimundo alone. Leave them alone.
Some black people are suckers.
Those are people.
Don't think anyone who's, as my father used to say, just because they smile in your face
Ah.
doesn't mean they're your friend.
Oh my God.
And black people can't
Julio
mind their
Raimundo.
business.
Now we're gonna be sitting there. Now you gotta worry about the little old black ladies who's sitting there looking out the window, calling the people on you. Hey, Ice. They're gonna be singing the song. Ice, ice, baby. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. Deportation will be sent back to.
So this guy apparently
So
is
silly.
is a high intellectual predictor of politics.
Well, he's hoping, he is expressing kind of this sentiment, I would say, of a lot of black people in America today. They feel
not smart black people who actually keep up.
Wait,
Whatever
let
made
me hear.
him think-
Let's hear John now. Please.
Yeah,
John.
you know what, John? You go ahead and let your
Oh
friends
no! Oh,
not have opposition.
You can't build a party with a group of people with hate in their heart. Can't do it. And I want you to listen to the video. You say, man, would you want a party?
This panel is full of love.
But wait, before we move on,
Come on, Stanley. We love you, Stanley. Come on.
We love you too. We definitely do. But wait, before we move on, didn't that man look like Uncle Luke?
That was Luke. That was Luther Campbell.
Oh, that was Luke. Oh, Lord have mercy.
Sir Luther Campbell.
Roll the white women, the Beckleys, and the Bentleys, and the Emilys who voted for Trump. This is what I gotta say to you. Whenever your little Emily comes home full of Tyreekuses, come shot.
What? Who?
Whoa, what?
Yeah, I'm confused.
Tyreekuses. Come shot.
What is that?
You can't speak plural correctly.
I told her not to mess with that dog meat, but she
Is that a car?
I'm going to enjoy the non-abortion that she's going to get. She's going to be forced to have that baby and disgrace the whole family. Go ahead, Tyrone. Put it in her.
Deep.
She don't even know Tyrone, man. She don't know Tyrone.
First of all, she literally looks like a clown. Can we start with that?
That hope. Deep dick that hope.
Where you find this, John?
Now this is
good old Twitter.
These motherfuckers voted 91%.
I don't believe that. I still don't believe that stat.
Shit on that.
Nah, it's true. It's true, Kimmy. You better believe
I don't believe it. I really think
you
that they
better believe
overinflated
it,
those
Kimmy.
numbers.
No, Kimmy.
I think they overinflated them numbers, and I think they did it because black men didn't listen to Barack Obama. So somebody got to get blamed.
Okay, well, blacks getting blamed then. Okay, that's the end result. And the blacks, how are they responding to the blame? You heard Luther Campbell say, we ain't fucking these brown people no more. No more black and brown. It's just black.
I guess BIPOC is out the window.
I want you to listen to this woman because BIPOC was never real in the beginning. There's no such thing as a black, indigenous people of color. You put them in a room together, they kill each other.
Kimmy, I only know 2 black women that voted for Trump. You and Portia. That's it.
And I voted for this. Is my 3rd time voting.
Hey, HB.
Well,
Virgo,
respectfully, you're other Virgo, respectfully.
You know what? I'll mute
partially
myself.
agree. I partially agree with Uncle Luke to the fact that back in 2016, when all this stuff was happening and we're still trying to clean up the border, I kept telling Black people, mind your business. Why are you getting involved in this fight? This is not your fight.
Well, they were fighting. It was their fight against the white man. They thought that it was going to be like a population bomb, Black and brown versus white.
And I got cussed out by so many. I got cussed out, unfriended, blocked, banned. So many people cussed me out.
Then the white man, with his ability and propensity to learn languages and his business skills, teamed up with that Hispanic, and they became friends, at least working friends, a working relationship, like my man Mario and I. So there are some synergies there. So let's listen to this Black woman here.
So you can get this swirl in. Mm-hmm. Now you got some niggas in the family now. You don't like us now. We at Thanksgiving dinner now.
She's comparing the Black man's dick to like a weapon.
I mean, she's describing the Kardashians. What's new?
Well, she's saying the Black man's dick is like a weapon to attack these white people and intimidate their children with half Black babies. Now you gonna have
Isn't that what white men thought back in the days with the slaves and having to keep their white women away from the Black men? So she's going back to that same rhetoric, I feel like.
Yo, why is her tongue green?
Everybody coming over there, what's up? Your grandchild gonna be a nigga. Oh, Rebecca.
Is that a good or a bad thing? What do you think she thinks?
Yeah, she thinks it's a bad thing.
She thinks she's bringing the white man down by infecting him with Black blood.
Do him a favor. Why don't you?
It messes up the pedigree, which is what she's saying.
Your grandson. Now, she ain't talking about I compete in these white folks. She ain't said we gonna go out here and build up our shit. Black Wall Street, nah. The only thing they got is they dick, and they send that motherfucker out as a weapon, like a missile. Your grandson gonna be a nigga. Man, you can't build no fucking party with these sick ass people, man. These people sick, man.
Well, what you don't.
You know, you be saying you're going to Pilates class, but we'll be going to the hood to see Rodney. You know what I'm saying? So we can pop you down and then you go back home.
Dick again. Rodney ain't working. He just slinging dick. Rodney, he's just slinging dick. Dick slinging. Remember when y'all first talking on the internet? I said, man, these Black men ain't number dick slingers out here. And the white men, the Black women now are saying, shit, that's what they're good for. Sling dick. Make these
that's wild, man.
Grandchildren niggas.
All tied and ran through to Stephen. That card gonna break one day, baby. Or that raw dog gonna really pay off. And that plan B ain't gonna be available. And that abortion ain't gonna be available. And Peter gonna know that you got some BBC all up in that ran through.
That's all she talking about, baby.
Where do they think abortion is going?
Well, forget about
man, the propaganda is real, man.
She's
my bad. You let a coup from Crash Bandicoot keep talking. That's go ahead. Bro.
She's saying the Black man out here is launching missiles, nuclear weapons.
What she's denying is this, and she's really overlooking it, and probably denial out of just the safety of her own psychological well-being. Black
Ray,
men.
Michael look like that.
Oh, yeah. How's this? Hold it. Is that better? Hold it. How's that? No?
I hear him just fine. I mean,
yeah. Let me turn you up a little bit, then, Bray. Go ahead, Bray.
Huh?
Yeah, now you.
Yeah. There you go.
Okay. What she's not realizing and she's overlooking is she's so full of hate that she don't understand. There's a reason Black men are going for white women. She's not getting that part of it. It's not sinking in. It's going to sink in as it goes. This whole election is going to prove to be very valuable in the.
Ray, let me ask you a question.
This whole election is going to be very valuable in the divide between white and Black, and the sensibilities of both the white race and the Black race getting back together on more sensible terms. This election is going to go a long way to serve that purpose.
Bray, let me ask you a question.
Because it's bringing out all the angry idiots that shouldn't even be talking. Go ahead, John.
If she thought, all my life, man, I remember seeing a mind is a terrible thing to waste. I'm Black and I'm proud. the Negro mind and all that kind of bullshit. Blacks have held themselves up to a very high standard, or have been told to hold themselves.
Yeah, that's a better way to put it.
That I think is it is not held in reality.
Nope.
Right?
Nope. Not even a bit.
And so if she were really black and proud and shit, she'd be saying, y'all ain't gonna get the fuck out of men no more. Y'all voting against our best interest. Our men gonna stay with us now. No more black dick for you. Right? That's what we're looking at, right? She can say, y'all ain't gonna be able to get Pookie and Ray Ray no more.
John, what black woman could say that, and even a black woman full of hate knows that as things go on, the black man's going to go towards the white woman. I mean, that's what's killing these women. It's killing them.
So now what she says is, well, fuck it, if I can't have Pookie and Ray Ray and he ain't worth shit no way, then I'll let him just drop a fucking bomb on the white people and share our misery with the nigga with them.
She's thinking it's going to bring down society
That's what she's saying.
past the Pookie and Ray Ray. She's thinking it's going to bring down everything. Meaning if black women can't keep their black men, let the whole thing fall apart. That's what we're up against.
You think there's some?
No, I just think it's just sheer bitterness. It's just bitterness.
Well, yes, exactly. And there's a lot of black women that are bitter because their black men are turning their backs on them.
HB, let me ask you, is she talking down? Did she have a high opinion of black men?
Nah, not at all.
No, she doesn't even have a high opinion of herself. Look at that hair.
No, she wants to sick the lowliest of black men. She wants to sick them on the white society. But it's still the reality should sink into black women. Even the lowliest of your men don't want you. Jeez.
She said,
I don't know. I can't relate to that.
Trey Vickers is gonna be dicking down your daughter, and you gonna have a nigga.
And honestly, if we want to use that same argument, a lot of black men that date white women, they're not getting white women that white men want most of the times. It's not a competition. Really.
No, that's going to change, though. That'll change as black men become more conservative and get out of the black low IQ trap. Even though they're not low IQ, they're trapped in a low IQ frame of mind.
Yes.
Yeah. So even when they get out of that trap, there's going to be a lot more black men going for white women, and there's going to be a better grade of white women grabbing them. This is not going to be good for black women that want to stay obese and look crazy like this woman.
If I were the Democrats, I wouldn't even want to appeal to these people.
But
I don't think you can vote for me, man.
Who's the guy that was just talking with the hat?
Me. Be brave.
Yeah, be brave. To your point, I think you're right, and especially because I'm seeing on social media, women are like, well, I'm not going to date anyone for the next 4 years, and no one's getting any sex from me for the next 4 years, and it's just...
These are men saying this?
No, women.
Oh, women?
Yeah.
They're talking about people.
No. As black men get out of the culture poison, the black culture poison, trust me, that's every time a black man steps into freedom, he comes that much closer to a white woman.
Let me ask you a question.
It does. It's a fact.
Hold on, Brady. You know they say there was about 20% of black men voted for Trump, right?
Right.
I wonder how does that relate to like interracial relationships? You know what I mean? Like the black man is striving and got somewhere, got him a white woman. I wonder, like, I just thought about that.
No. I think. I mean, if you just look at the numbers, 45% of white women voted for Trump too. So, I think as society gets more polarized, you're gonna see more men only dealing with women that, at least are on the same side as them politically. So, unfortunately, that just lowers the pool for black men. If 90% of black women voted for Kamala, you're just a lot of men dealing with non-women.
Oh, you're breaking up a little bit, HB. But man, this is. Go ahead, HB. You might be right.
No, I would say you're gonna see a lot more black men dealing with Latino women, white, and just for political reasons.
HB, please. They're gonna be dealing with them because of their pretty. The hell you
Well,
talking about?
well, I mean, that's a give. That's a
Well, come on.
No,
That's the
you
first
coming
and foremost.
beyond.
Okay, but I'll go. You are right. As they vote conservative, they will become more safe. You're correct.
I think it's obvious. Like past the point of attraction, right? Because y'all are men. So past the point of attraction, I see what HB is talking about, and it makes sense because are you going to have some liberal freak raising your child in the next pandemic that's created? Is she going to get your children vaccinated? Is she? I mean, you don't know what these people are capable of. So
Let me ask you this. Let me ask you this: if you met a if you met a Kamala voter like this woman, let's say she was pretty as all hell, she's talking hatred like this about white people because they voted for Kamala, man, that would be a turnoff. Oh, that'd be a turnoff to me.
Absolutely.
You know what I'm saying? Even if you voted for Kamala and it didn't work out for you, right? Yeah, I mean, these women are not dateable. And that's why she's saying, hey, Tyrone, since you ain't fucking me, Tyrone, go fuck these white women and fuck their life up.
Actually, think about this woman out in public, the way that she's talking online. Think about you go to a nice bar or something, somebody accidentally bump into her, she starts talking like that. Now you gotta kill a nigga over some bullshit because she won't shut her mouth.
Oh my God.
Imagine her in the workplace and just a regular run-of-the-mill job, man. She's going to terrorize all the white women around her.
Let's listen to more.
While she wants white women to be in her mind destroyed, she also is going to show them, mess with her, and she'll become maybe not violent physically, but intellectually very violent.
Be brave. If you don't attack me too. These women attack me too. They're not nice to me.
Anybody that's got brains or anybody that has a grip on life, it's over for you. That's what the black culture is. So I say 70%ers, man. It ain't good.
Ooh, run over. Oh, but she ain't gonna be able to get no abortion, are you? You ain't gonna be like you've been doing before. Because we all know why y'all wanted to shut down abortions. Y'all was getting all the abortions. But that ain't gonna be over with now. You done kept Rodney a secret for a real long time. But not no more. Welcome that black baby. And we know y'all about to drop me. Welcome that black baby to the family. That baby is called right. Or when you're bleeding out on a table somewhere.
Listen to this.
And doctors can't do nothing. Our thoughts and prayers will not be with you. Well, our thoughts will be, and our thoughts will be. How's it feel, baby? See, because you ain't care about us, right? You know, I hope that vote came with immunity to all reproductive issues.
Just crazy.
I hope that vote
She's
came
evil.
with a natural tubalization for your
what
little
percentage of black women are like that,
motherfucking
Kimmy?
white trash, BBC loving, Tyrekas and Daquan loving ass teenage daughters that always remember.
Who created the Tyrekas and the Trayvons and the Daquan? Who created them?
The black mother.
The same type of women that can't
could you on the screen?
Tyreeks as a plural properly.
Man, these people got a real serious problem. She hates the Tyrekas that she created. But she want to sick them motherfuckers on somebody else.
Now, but you know what's funny, John? Because I've been hearing a lot of the threats being made, even with the 4B and all that stuff in regards to this. And my only response to most of it is, don't threaten me with a good time. Like you're gonna, your threats are, okay, black men are gonna get with white women, and then your threats are, like, y'all are gonna abstain from sex. It's like. That actually helps the country. I don't understand what you're threatening us with good things. Like I'm not understanding what's going on here. And that's what's beautiful about it.
In her mind, she's cursing everyone.
I think they have overinstated some propaganda has overinstated her worth in society.
Well, that's hilarious.
Black women's worth in society. Like they think they're all.
Who built that up?
I'm not blaming anyone. I'm just saying whoever built that up has really done these people harm.
The media. I would say the media. Personally,
I think black men created their own problem.
Mm-hmm. But what I'm saying
now black men are regretting it.
But what I'm saying to you, Stanley, and like she's really talking down on black men. And I don't think she knows it.
You mean that black queen is talking down to black men? I wonder why. Who told her she was a black queen?
Why don't you tell us why, Stanley?
Okay, no. You get my point. Who built these women up?
I don't know.
Michelle
media.
All of a sudden, you
Luke put it perfectly. The media did, Stanley.
Let's play some more of this video. Let's play some more of this video.
Black men are
I hope
reaping
that's
their
what it came
own
with. But something tells me
reward.
you did. Are you immune to all of the different problems that can happen with reproduction? Oh, when you have that stiff baby lodged inside of you and can't anybody do nothing about it, and you just, oh my God, bitch, you ought to be laughing. You wanted that, right? That's why you went and you took your Asian, badly thin-lipped, no ass, no rhythm having ass, can't ride the ass over there, and you clicked Trump, and now you're going to be a victim of that because, see, women have ovaries and reproduce. I gotta repeat it because I don't think y'all get it. Did you think that vote just excluded you?
Now, did you hear the way?
You may say, well, I live in a state that doesn't have an abortion ban. Well, he may actually give the whole world, the whole nationwide abortion. But sometimes it ain't all about abortion. See, a lot of y'all think it's all about just fast girls like your daughter, your straight ass daughter, that always be run up and just getting raw dick. No. As Kamala did a wonderful job of letting us know with her beautiful rallies that it affects everybody. It affects a lot of people. People who, married people like you who may want to conceive, but when shit go wrong, when shit hit the fan, you can have to be near the brink of unalivement before you can get some kind of help. But I don't want you to think that we care. I don't want you to think that we have any kind of sympathy. I want you to know that we happy about it. That's what you wanted, right? And to all of the white women who voted for Trump, I think you heard it when he said he wants you to be grabbed by the feline. Well, we wish that all of the hobos with the stinking, gnarled, the nigga off Scary Movie 2 with the fucked up fingers, gnarled, badussy, fucking nasty ass grapes and mildew and possum fat fingers. I want all of them to grab you by your vagina daily. That's what you condone. You should have no problem with it. You should have no problem with being essayed because you wanted an essayer in the White House. So it happens to you.
Is she calling for the rape of white women?
Yes. Cut. We're done.
I do believe that's what she said.
This is way less about the election or who voted for what and her hatred of white women. Come on, let's be real. This woman hates a white woman. Look at the way she talks about them. This woman loses sleep over black men wanting white women.
I think her man cheated on her with a white woman.
Probably repeatedly.
I don't know if she had a man. She probably just had dick.
No,
well, right, and then the dick she had went on to somebody that he would almost treat like a actual partner. Mm-hmm. These women are full of hate for white women.
This woman swallowed the red pill.
She's got shoulders of a linebacker. She's fat. Look at that nose. She's pissed off at that nose. All her life, that nose has pissed her off.
I'm just going to go out on a limb and say that no one on this channel condones anything that she says, especially the SA of anybody in this world. She's absolutely sick. And I just wonder what she thinks should happen to people like me, a black woman.
Well, I think she's transcended from a woman.
Oh, you're next.
Because
you're next, Kimmy. Oh, you ain't gonna get off of this after they get through attacking Whitey. Yeah, you're next.
Here's the thing, right?
Who the fuck?
If a woman sees a baby,
be brave.
We ain't talking about that. We moving on. We moving on.
Bullshit.
Come on, we moving on. If a woman sees,
we're moving on. We're not going to address what Be Brave said.
Yeah, she's attacking Whitey. Yeah, what was wrong?
You know what? Whitey is attacking Whitey.
Okay. Stanley, I'm talking about right if they do, but I'm saying this woman is attacking Whitey. Listen to her.
You know what? It's a YouTube video.
Right.
This is 70% of black women.
Stanley.
You know
President
what?
Trump said that
you and I will have a tete-a-tete about your bullshit about 70%.
All right. Well, go ahead.
I'll see you on your show on Sunday.
But glee.
All right.
All of my energy and love is going to be to the women who did not vote for a sex offender to be in office. But if you voted for a sex offender to be in office, you must want that in your life. So I think you should get it daily. I want you to be at the goddamn. I want you to be at the gym. I want you to be at Starbucks. I want you to be at the trailer park. And I want every man to look at you and just snatch you up by your motherfucking feline. Because I know it's flapping in the breeze. That'd be kind of hard to catch anyway. But when they catch it, I want them to just grab it and smile. Because that's what you want in the White House, huh? If you voted for blue, we stand for you. We love you. We're going to fight. I don't care what your nationality is. If you don't care what you are, if you voted blue, we got you. But if you didn't, we don't care. You wanted a rapist in office, you should welcome them into your life with open arms. You don't care about us, we don't care about you. See, you don't care about our body. You don't care about us bleeding out. You don't care about what we're going through. You don't care about the incest in our family. So whenever you experience incest and you can't get help, we so scared.
What
we
is
don't
that?
Now, you may say, Sydney, that's harsh. I don't think it's harsh at all. Like, that's what you like. Oh my God. That's what you like.
Ew. What is this thing we're watching? Like, for real.
It's 70% of black women.
Now, you may say, Sydney,
Shit,
that's harsh.
Kimmy.
I don't think it's harsh at all. Like, that's what you like. Oh my God.
Disgusting.
That's what you
This is disgusting.
That's what you enjoy. So I just want.
I'm waiting for her to pass gas.
Because
Come on, lay it on her, sister. Lift that ass up and let one go.
And I saw them over there talking about how women are property and shit like that. Right. And I just want you to be treated like that. Oh, another thing. I'm not done. I just can't get off the white man. You bitches.
Yeah. Stanley was my
So whenever you're trying to
imagination.
run
I'm
your
sorry.
company,
Be brave.
you're trying to do
Yeah.
everything in your career.
When
Sorry.
we're done,
I want the
this is
most
70%
least
of black women?
qualified
Yes, I
idiot
do.
man to
Okay,
just
then,
take that
yeah,
promotion.
you and I do need to
Get
have
that
a
job
talk.
from you. I want you just not to get the job. I want whenever you go and apply, I want somebody with no goddamn experience at all to get the job, because then you know what it's like to be Kamala. Do we care? I want you to be overly qualified. I want your male counterpart to be getting paid $100,000 where you get paid $20,000. As a matter of fact, let's just fire you because you're stupid. I wish all of that on you because you've given all of us that. I don't have no love, sympathy, care, nothing for you at all, and I wish it on you. I wish for you to just find out firsthand how we felt when Kamala lost. I need you to regret your decision in a way that will make you change your ways forever. And people don't learn by the pain of others, by common sense, by decency. You learn by experience. So I want you to experience SA. I want you to experience the necessity of women having reproductive rights, because you've taken it from all of us. So I just want to wish all of it on you. All right? Ha! Loose pussy, bitch.
Wow.
I want to know just when she wipes her ass, how much shit she scoops up in them raptor nails.
Like, I
And
went
don't
from
get it
feeling
off.
like
Don't get it
entertained to
clean.
feeling completely saddened. This is like sad to me. I don't like any of it.
They're melting down, and it's very unfortunate because these attitudes are going to manifest themselves in the workplace, as Brave said, in public places.
Into their children.
Can I interject one thing before I leave?
Yes.
Number one, you could just simply say there are no qualifications to be president and just be done with it. And I laugh when all of a sudden Be Brave is an expert on Black culture.
I'm sorry. I'm pretty good at it, Stanley.
No, you don't
I've
have
been hitting bullseyes now for quite a few years, buddy.
You have hit shit. You just
I
haven't.
shoot from the hip.
You just haven't met the right person to educate.
I'm the best. I'm the best shoot from the hip. Son of a bitch ever been hit bullseye.
I am the man to educate you properly.
I'd appreciate
Stanley?
if I needed it. I would appreciate it, Stanley. I would. And
Stanley,
plus, when you're on my channel, my views skyrocket.
I'm not going to sit here and do back and forth with you. I'll let you stew in your ignorance until Sunday.
Thank
Stanley,
you.
what we just saw, what we just witnessed is very hard to defend. Like,
okay, I'm not defending it. I'm saying y'all are just looking at the worst of the worst and judging everybody else by them. That's what
I don't think anyone's doing that.
Well, I understand what you think, Kimmy. My point still stands.
Stanley, I understand there are Kimmy cakes. I understand it. See, you're not giving me credit.
Well,
for
no. You know what?
I just know how many of that witch there are
This
also.
channel thinks you're an expert on Black culture, so I don't need.
Well, I am.
Are
to
fed
No, this just
up
bothers me because
with
look at this
white
headline.
women
It's just,
after the election.
I'm not.
There's a
terrible.
lot here. So TikToker Samantha Ryan best explained the situation. Here it is.
Well, I had a coworker ask me,
Oh,
and this
God.
coworker is a white
Get a pretty black woman up
and
here.
she was so
God damn.
and she asked
At
me,
least make it legit.
why are black women
Hell, it's
winning
obvious like
up
why
and
these
down?
women are
Once
mad.
black women get themselves together as a
Jeez.
collective, then they call in other communities. Everybody is in agreement. The day of war comes. Black women stand on the front line. Black women hold up their swords and say charge, and they start running towards the war, towards the battle.
300
Black
pounds.
women look back. And now everybody who said they were going to go to battle with them, now they gone. When black women come out of the battle that they just fought for everybody's interest,
Jesus.
they come out with battle scars, trauma, and some more stuff. And they barely get a thank you. Y'all don't need us to help you in your fight. Y'all have the numbers to do it. Now we going on vacation.
Let me give you more context. Black women on social media are reeling after finding out that they have been bamboozled by all of the white self-proclaimed anti-racist, quote, cat ladies, as JD would say, who claim to be giving Vice President Kamala Harris their ballot. Voting demographics now show that 53% of white women in the country voted for the convicted felon, sexual violator, and alleged insurrection instigator, known as Donald J. Trump, to be the next president of the United States. The polls show that 91% of black women voted for Harris, according to NBC. The stark difference in voter turnout between the two groups was nothing short of disappointing because of allied interest advocacy that they share, though black women showed how they really felt underneath a recent ex-post from MSNBC legal analyst Jill Wine-Banks, who silently posted the link to the Women's March website. No caption was needed to know the message was being sent to suggest women should band together in demonstration to protest Trump's sexist policies. However, black women quickly hit her with, got somebody else, get somebody else to do it, response. Quote, need to change this.
Jesus Christ, how long is this guy going to read, John? Is this 10 minutes or something?
Because absolutely not, wrote one ex user. Quote, I don't think POC and white women realize, people of color, realize how much the results of this election has likely radicalized many black people against them to the point where we may not lift a finger in a generation to support them. They're in their causes, wrote another user. More responses online. Brooke Ashley posted, quote, black women aren't rolling up their sleeves anymore. Get someone else to do it. Lakeisha Harrison posted, quote, black women after this election. When black women say they are done, believe them. We got to take care of us since no one else even thinks of us. Try to find the light, y'all. The battle is just starting.
The black women are saying, like, we don't want to be a part of anyone else anymore. White women, but they won't speak on them Hispanics. I keep pointing that shit out. They don't want that smoke in them Hispanics, so they don't even mention them. But they keep coming back to them white women.
Why do you think that's the case, John?
Because I think the Hispanics don't have their guilt, and they'll tell you, fuck you, right? I don't owe you anything. I don't have any. You weren't my slave, right?
Spanish people are racist as fuck. I mean, hold on here a minute. Let's not look over this. Them people hate them, some black folk.
That's not the point, though, Brave.
I know what the point is. I'm saying you're right. And look, by the way, look at two slim black women want to go on with their life. See how that works? Two slim women that can get other men, they want to just move on. That's what's going on here. This is what's going to come more and more clear. Is like there's going to be one group of people that are sick of themselves, and it's going to be obese black women.
Blacks have been calling the same play like on a football field over and over and over. The race car, it's worked. Because it's primarily been white people here. Politically, at the least, it was just mostly blacks and whites voting. They hammer the white people with a race card. And either it works or it doesn't, but it's effective. I don't think it's effective anymore.
Not anymore. It's getting going by the wayside.
You got 40% of Hispanic men and women, voting for Trump that are not going to be receptive at all to the racism message. I played the preacher at the AME church. You ask the average Hispanic, do you know any of those people he mentioned? He said, who? Trayvon who? Breonna who? George who? Maybe even know George Floyd. But, I just don't think the interests intersect anymore. And the Democrats are not going to be able to fold these angry black women into their tent without running other people off.
Because their numbers are going to dwindle. First of all, they say mulatto kids aren't at all hating on Whitey, and the obese black women that are hating on Whitey are, they're becoming more and more like people are going, it's a bit overdone there, like, because they're talking like they're still back in Jim Crow, like that preacher did. He was talking like they were in 1940s. And that's going to come to an end in the next 10 years. It will, and thankfully it'll be women like Kimmy Cakes, and it'll be men that say, you know what, get off this shit, leave me alone. I just want to go love somebody who wants to be a woman to me. And black men are going to catch on to that. They're going to catch on to the value of it, I think. And that's when black obese women are going to be in big trouble. Because if you look, have you looked at the shortage of have you looked at white males lately? They're a bunch of sissy ass punks. Where do you think these white women are going to go? I mean, this is just obvious shit here, man. These white males out here now are disgustingly not masculine. They're not masculine at all. Black man, he don't even have to be masculine. Many of them are just masculine. All right? Where's this going to end up when the black man starts thinking real logically, real businesslike, real professional-like, real socially acceptable like? Are you kidding me?
Well, we'll see. It's very interesting. It's very interesting to see how the black women are just crashing out though over in their life.
White women rule the world, and white men are in numbers becoming silly. It's like get the fuck. What woman would want you? You silly ass sissy looking. You talk like a sissy. You act like a sissy. Jesus, your arms are only about as big around as a goddamn golf ball because you don't do any work anymore or anything. You sit around on these boxes. Look at no. This is going to be very interesting in 20 years. This is going to be very interesting.
May not even take that long, bro. Go ahead.
I don't think it will. I'm just saying for sure it's going to happen in 20 years. Black men are going to become more formal and businesslike in large numbers as they see that it benefits them. They're going to do the white thing.
I think if you build your party on evil, it's eventually going to eat itself. Evil doesn't really have any allegiances to anybody. So we're seeing the party eat itself right now. You build your party on LGBT, gay shit, trans shit, abortions, race politics. All that shit is evil if you really get down to it. So we're just watching the party eat itself right now. And I don't think it's any coming back, honestly.
There's nothing evil about race politics. Race politics, if it's done legitimately and can be proven and substantiated, the reasons that race enters into politics, it's a very good thing right now, HB. It needs to happen. It needs to happen to shake up. It needs to happen to shake up the black culture. Get it together. People are sick of you. It needs to happen.
I think it's evil. I think when you tell people that they're victims, I think that's evil.
Well, I'm not. I said as long as the race is brought up in a logical and manner that can be discussed realistically. I didn't say the people that are talking about the boogeyman. in race.
It hasn't been since the 60s, so that's what I'm talking about.
Right,
That,
but it'll
that
be
race
good.
shit-
Yeah.
That
Hey,
race shit is
hey, be brave.
Yeah.
Expand on that. Give me give an example that would make it make sense.
On the black race making sense in politics.
Yes.
Because you can, if a politician could possibly say it, they could actually say, okay, I'm running for office. I want the black vote. Here's black man, black woman. You guys know, regardless good or bad, that the white Europeans, everybody wants to live around them. There's a reason for that. I don't care what it is. Nobody gets to deny it. See, no politician gonna say this again. This is me, a politician. Now, what we're inviting you to do is to enter in to that atmosphere. What made this, what took control of this planet and runs it, we're inviting you black Americans in this party. Leave your black culture behind. Make a new black culture that is just as the Orientals make their own culture that functions, just as Mexicans have their culture that functions. Change your culture into something that functions. Leave your black culture behind. And I would be saying that to black men specifically. Race, I'm saying I am confronting a race problem here, young fellas and young ladies. That's what a politician, if he said that, he's on his way. Whether
You
it's a
sound like
mayor, or whatever it is.
you sound like Andrew Tate inviting everybody to the war room.
You guys
That's
are
what you
probably-
sound like.
I know you guys have probably heard about this video right here. You guys see this video?
No.
Anyone heard about
Oh yes, this is
World
wild.
Star running for a treat.
this? I can't show
No, I
you,
haven't seen this.
but,
This is wild.
I can start off at the beginning, and again, like these people are making no friends here. Hell, they're not even friends to themselves in many cases. Look at this video.
I thought he would have, he got.
And he knows he's filming himself, right? So this is almost premeditated.
He got the police under his hand, and it's a powerful person, but he don't want to be seen.
So I gotta go.
All right, man.
All right, so we'll be in touch.
Oh, I have seen this.
You notice he's got his fist balled up. He's adjusting his phone.
You gonna dap me up?
Right? And then the Negro came out. Well, he always had this intended. This was his intention. There you go. There you go.
What is happening?
And then you'll see by a minute and a half has passed. Another 2.5 minutes, and you still got him in the chokehold.
What?
Oh, is this the one where he killed him?
They all think he killed him. I think they charged him with premeditated murder. You see he's still in the chokehold here, or attempted murder. I think I can start it about right here.
Who was the guy he attacked? A white man or a black man or a white man?
Looks like a black man.
Let's see, bro.
Oh no, it's a white man. I can't tell.
That's a black man.
If I remember correctly, it had something to do with child support. I think that dude's from CCS or CPS, whatever the initials are.
Yeah, they said that it has something to do with his daughter, like
Look at the hatred in his face.
his daughter being alone.
Look, Brave.
Look at his face, though. Look at his face.
Brave, I've seen that face a million times.
Dangerous.
But I see their face when they smile and begging to move in, and then it turns to that when they get behind.
You're right. You're right. You're right.
Nigga, look.
I tell you what, the blacks that I got along with in the workplace, John, guys like that right there, they didn't mess with those blacks. See, he picked a black that was a victim. That guy wouldn't have jumped on a Vince or a Henry or an Eddie, or a George. No. No, he wouldn't have jumped on any black man that I worked with. He just said no, thank you. So he picked him a victim, is what he did.
But he caught him from behind, which is a very coward way.
Right now, yeah, shit. You go ahead and jump on Vince from behind. Go ahead.
No defense.
Or Henry. I dare you.
He had no defense, man. He's defenseless, and this black man tried his best to kill him. And when he gets up, he's talking about, she took my daughter in the room. Yeah, go ahead. What you say, Portia?
I was about to say, do you know about what supposedly happened with his daughter?
Well, you hear the Negroes ooking and eeking about, he took my daughter in a room. Some shit like that.
No,
Why, are you
tell us,
thinking it's
Portia.
true, Portia? Did it
What
really
happened?
happen?
But what
Yeah,
happened?
it really happened. Yeah.
Yeah, this is a real
Oh,
video.
well, then the guy had it coming.
But I think, you know,
But wait, what happened though?
I think what he's saying is maybe he took the daughter in the room to talk to her, like, hey, you know, maybe he probably was doing his job, right?
Oh, right. Oh, Portia, I misunderstood you. Are you saying he actually did something just as nasty as hell to a child?
Oh, I don't know if he did.
No, he's saying that it says here that the caseworker visited his 9-year-old daughter's school and brought her into a room to talk one-on-one.
Right.
Oh.
Staring into the camera, Johnson repeatedly tells the
Which-
worker that he became a dead man as soon as he took my daughter. Quote, "You took my daughter into that room and you couldn't tell me or show me any video."
Well,
No, of course
which
not.
is
It's an
standard
investigation.
procedure.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Which is standard
that's-
procedure.
Well, you know, hey, what city was this in?
First of all, why is
You don't know what
CPS
city
involved
this
in your houthousehold, brother? Like that is a question.
is. Does anyone know what city this is?
This is in Arizona.
Arizona. Niggas always out there in Arizona.
Hey John, I guess the CPS worker was dead right, man. He wasn't dead wrong. He was dead right.
Damn it.
So the complaint was that it was a man alone in the room with his daughter.
And that was it.
That's
Yes,
correct.
interviewing him, and he was suggesting that he, touched his daughter or did something to her.
He also said, if I remember that, because I've seen this, he also said that his daughter was afraid to go to school the next day.
Oh.
So I don't know. I think the guy could have made a case for something being looked into, but who knows? Who knows? I don't know. And first of all, no CPS, nobody gets to go in a room with a child.
No.
Maybe the parent can't be involved because they're wanting to find things out. But no, you got to have a couple other adults. I don't blame the bad guy
and
for
if it's a
saying
male adult, it's supposed to be a
yeah.
female adult as well. It should be a male and a female.
Yeah, you don't go into a room by
There's no
yourself.
guarantee on that, and I'm a social worker. I can tell you that there's no guarantee.
Yeah.
But usually, what I would do when they come to my schools, I would offer to the student, "Do you want me to stay in the room?" And the student will say, "Well, if they're not familiar with the CPS worker, they would want me to stay." And if they know the CPS worker because they've interacted with them like 10 times already, they're like, "No, I'm fine. You're good." So
Well, then
there's
let's
no
say
strict policy on that.
let's say men don't belong in those positions then.
I could possibly agree with that.
I agree.
Yeah, I agree too. It's just like because that can turn
Don't
into
push it.
something really
There's
bad.
too many
really
creepy ass men out there, folks. I know there's creepy women, but far fewer in number than these creepy ass men that
But
are out there.
From what was shared just in the reporting of this incident, it sounds like Dad really wanted an opportunity to interfere with the investigation and could not find one. So when the investigator went to the school and interviewed the child separately, because they probably couldn't do it in the home, and Dad is enraged because he didn't have an opportunity to interfere.
Man,
There are child protective services stories. I don't know. I probably think a number of them could be true of CPS getting involved, and the child ends up way worse for the.
I mean, there's CPS workers who are involved in trafficking children.
So I'm saying,
Let me play.
They always say in politics, whatever the title of the organization is, could be the opposite of what they do. Hence, child protective services.
Yeah. Let me play a little bit more of this ghetto ass. This vindictive nigga. I mean, it's better ways to go about it. I don't give a damn what he did to your daughter. Shoot him. Walk in there and just shoot him. Hell, the same consequences.
Oh, I wouldn't mind if you choked him to death.
No.
If he's willing to go to jail, the shame is he should do it on the sly and get away with
I can understand if he shot him. This is just some animalistic like behavior. You choked him from behind. Cowardly, like, right? It's crazy. Like, if he really had it for him, he should have walked up to him and just whooped his ass. But he did the cowardly. This is no different than with these black 6-on-1, 12-on-1 jump on people. He had to do it from behind.
Like I said, he wouldn't.
If it been me, I just walked him shot. Fuck it, right?
Yeah. put a 38 in that rib, right behind the heart. Bam.
Ain't no time to be wrestling with your ass, right?
Make sure you go between the rib cage. The rib.
Cowardly shit, right? I can't play no more of this. Let me play.
Yeah. Don't play no more. We know the outcome, so we know what happened.
I want to know why CPS was called in the first place.
Well, you see why this nigga's violent. There was probably a reason why they had to be called. That's what I'm saying. The CPS worker was probably right to investigate and interview his daughter.
Yeah.
CPS needs to be investigated, though. They do. They just do.
Yeah. I'm sure
if there's anybody that can do it, it needs to be done real seriously, and it's never done.
I agree, Brave, but I think that he gave him that choke like he's done this before. Like there's a first 48 choke, man.
Yeah,
like there's somebody out there. He got some bodies out there, bro. That's crazy.
Well, I was looking at some of the election results from the election. It's been very interesting to me.
I want to say something about immigration if I can for a minute when I get a chance, John.
Yeah, go ahead while I'm looking this up here.
Okay, look, folks, HB, when you pull into docks, do you ever look inside of a manufacturing facility, or are you all warehouses or what?
Yeah. I see what's out here a lot.
Yeah,
a lot.
And so did I when I was driving my little old straight truck around my area and Chicagoland area and all around it. When you go into the factories that are fiberglass, you ever been in one of those? Don't.
Yeah.
You ever been in and I'm talking, we all have fiberglass material all around bathtubs, sinks. So, I mean, these fiberglass are coast to coast. You ever been in a heat treatment where they treat like screws and plate screws? Have you ever been in one of those, folks? Okay. There's nothing but, it looks like Gotham City, nothing but smoke in the air. You can't even see in front of you.
In the plane for us, Brady. Come on.
Wait. I found some information about our friend Johnson who choked out.
Let me say this. Let me say this about deportation.
Please do.
They're not going to deport anybody other than criminals. They can't.
All right.
They can't. There's too many people doing real jobs that are filthy, dirty jobs that nobody wants to do, and it's all Spanish doing them if you look in.
Okay.
Yeah, I agree.
It says in 2017, Johnson was convicted of aggravated assault after he assaulted a man he did not know. He pushed the victim to the ground, kicked him, and stomped him on the back of his head until he lost consciousness.
Yeah.
Like our friend said, this is what he do. First 48. This is just what he does.
Yeah, that's what he got it in him. I wanted to look at some of the election voters, results by age and race and stuff like this.
Hold on, John. Oh, buddy. I think this is all childish, stupid shit. The whole election thing. So I got to bow out. I don't degrade myself with talking about what the corporate machine hands us as show. But thanks for having me up, folks.
No problem. All right.
Salute, Brave. Salute.
Peace.
Well, I think something you can, glean something out of this, regardless of if you buy into the notion or not. For all, the time Trump has been around, or even Republicans, you say, damn, they dumbass voters, rednecks, hillbillies, shit like that. Then when you look at the education of the people who voted for Kamala versus Trump, high school degree or less, 28% for Trump, 19% for Kamala. Some college, 33% for Trump, 29% for Kamala. So of those two categories, college or high school dropout or something like that, a high school grad, I mean, they're both polling about the same. Trump really has a lead in the sense that the high school graduate category. And then I started slicing, dicing, thinking about who are the high school dropouts that voted for Kamala? Describe them for me.
I don't even know where to start. I'll let somebody else
blue
go.
collar workers.
For Kamala?
Ask the question. Ask the question again, John.
Who are the high school degrees or less that voted for Kamala?
The food stamp people.
People who need the
that
government.
Sounds more accurate. That sounds
people
more
who need
accurate.
the government in some form or fashion, right?
Yeah.
And some college. That's the girl that went off, did a year of college, got pregnant, or did 2 years of trade school. All those different groups of people. Some college, whatever. Who do you think those people are?
Probably the government workers.
Right. When you start to look at the college degree people among the Harris and Trump voters, what do you think the majors were? Trump voted.
Liberal arts.
Yeah.
Liberal arts.
Women's studies.
African
African
American
American
studies.
Not gonna let
Yeah.
Beyonce course.
What's
Psychology.
what's the one where you gotta like the where you gotta to get into the government? What's that? Criminal justice. Yeah, that one too.
Oh,
a lot of criminal justice degrees too.
Sociology, social workers. The nigga that just got choked out, he voted for, and the choker. Both of them niggas. That's 2 votes for Trump, right? 2 votes for Kamala. I'm sorry.
He said 2 votes for Kamala.
Choking, right? One with some college or maybe even a college degree, and another one with probably a dropout. That's the Kamala demographic, the Democrat demographics. You look at urban versus rural. Kamala did well in the ghettos.
no surprise.
Trump didn't do so well in the ghettos, but he did well in the suburbs. Damn near matched Kamala. But out in the rural where people work with their hands and legs, and the real world where the EV shit don't work, the Amish, they came out.
They sure did.
They said this shit going too far. But here's what's interesting again. I want you to look at this chart. Tell me what you see here.
I mean, across each category, white people, I guess, as the majority of the country, voted the most, and each candidate had the majority of their votes came from white people, and then the other ethnic groups or racial groups.
Trump's percentage of whites damn near equal Kamala's percentage of blacks and whites. You see that?
Mm-hmm.
The other day I talked about a white party. Pat Buchanan brought that shit up years ago. And what I'd say now is we almost have like a working class party. The working class whites, some blacks in the mix, the Hispanics, that'll be right here. Those are the people that really got Trump over the mark right there. He don't need this 3%. He can put that over. He can put that over here. He just needs to grow this right here. That's where the money is right there. And that is why the blacks are not going at the Hispanics. And that is also why the Democrats' message will have to be shifted to this 11%. They got to grow that. Because without that, Trump can beat them with whites alone.
But I think that's going to be a done deal.
Mm-hmm.
Because like the guy said who left, I forgot his name, Be Brave. They're going to deport the criminals, and the ones that are hardworking and doing the jobs that are hard to find people for are probably going to get some sort of amnesty to stay. And then with that win, I mean, I think the Latino vote's going to grow for President Trump.
And, you know, again,
or Republicans, I should say, because he's not going to be able to run again.
I pointed out in another article, it was from Pew Research or something, that showed that catering to blacks, it really pissed off Latinos. So if you have some kind of black upliftment policy that you're going to run on, you're going to alienate the Latinos. So that 11% will shift over to Trump. So you have to get rid of that black upliftment policy if you want to keep the Hispanics. That would be one way to go about it. You got to go for the winner. And the winner is the Hispanic. They got the numbers. They're making the money. And they're aligning with the white man clearly by vote and in business.
I mean, I think ultimately this is what Black Democrats voted for. They voted for their vote to one day not matter. And the math is showing that it's very predictive that might be the case.
I mean, it really shows a lack of understanding of the world that they thought that there was a black and brown coalition. Coalitions are by and large set economically. You know what I mean? Like, what you got for me? What can you do for me? That's where the coalition begins. And the Hispanics and the white men have aligned. The blacks don't really have much to offer to the white men or the Hispanics.
Or themselves.
And so there you go. So the black women just say, hey, well, since you can't do shit, I'm going to send you out as a dick missile. Right? Is that what the woman said? Right?
That's what the woman said.
Right. Do to the white women what you've done to us. That's basically what you said. Those are my thoughts on it. You guys chime in.
I mean, sad but true. That's exactly what happened. But I do think that Black Democrats have put themselves in a position for their vote to not matter anymore, and we're mathematically seeing that. And math, it can be predictive, right? Numbers are predictive of what can happen next. So it's interesting.
Kim McKay, since you're up here, I brought up Richey Torres the other day. You know Richey?
Not too familiar.
You know Richey out of the Bronx. Torres, the Democrat.
Oh yes. Sorry,
right.
Yes.
That's the slick nigga, ain't
he? Yeah.
That nigga slick, right?
Mm-hmm.
He's the closest thing they got in the Democrat Party to like a common sense Democrat coming out of New York. And he was on. We showed the video of him saying like that defund the police shit did not work among them. You know, it may work among the blacks, but those Dominicans up in the Bronx, he mentioned the Bronx. That shit don't work. Right?
I actually met him. He came to my synagogue like this time last year.
But that shit doesn't work. Like those Dominicans are fair. Yeah, I'm not gonna say they law and order, but you know they do expect some formal law and order. They may be criminals underground, but they expect law and order on the streets, right?
Okay. Yes.
And he was expressing that like more or less us Latinos, you know, we have no business and we do need law and order. And that defund the police, bailing criminals out of jail shit, they really weren't with that.
Yeah.
Right. They weren't with that shit. You know, most of their communities by and large are safe in New York, right? Would you say that's fair, Kim?
Yeah, I would say so.
Right. There you go. And I just think that that's a real big Democrat problem. That the blacks and the Latinos really want different things out of the government and the country. And I think they're irreconcilable.
I don't know if that's actually true. And the only reason I say that is because specifically when it came to defunding the police, at least especially when I think about the stat you showed on the amount of urban people voted for Harris versus Trump, and you know, living in a big urban city, a lot of people were not okay with the defunding of the police, especially a lot of the independent New Yorkers that vote Democrat. A lot of people were not okay with it. And then there were people who weren't okay with it, but were afraid to speak out against it because they didn't want to get canceled in some way, shape, or form. So,
well, the groups that couldn't speak out really are going to suffer in silence.
mm-hmm.
But there was no defunding police movement in the areas in Queens where you saw me walking down the street, Roosevelt. Hell, they're doing their crime right in front of the police.
Right.
The police, in some sense, kind of do them a service.
I think in general in New York City there wasn't a defund the movement police, as shocking as it might sound.
Well,
But our mayor at the time, De Blasio, took it upon himself to defund the police. That
I think there was some black desire. There's always been anti-black sentiment for the police in Brooklyn and in Harlem. You heard the black minister in the AME church. He mentioned Amadou Diallo.
I think people say it, but it doesn't really. You don't see it in our communities. You don't see people. I mean, you might have those one-off videos where they're throwing water on the officers, but it's not an everyday occurrence. Our officers are respected in our communities, and we know them very well. And they throw the children block parties, and they play football with the kids. Like that's what I see in Brooklyn growing up. That's what I've seen in New York City, largely.
The looting, the jumping up and down on cars, police cars, like there is an underlying sentiment of they don't like the police. If you ask most blacks in Brooklyn or Harlem, they're going to tell you that the police have stopped and frisked them or this or that. They know someone that was mistreated by the police. And I think that sentiment is high among blacks, even if it hasn't happened to them, like the minister that you saw in the courtroom. He's
I think
probably
people say a lot of what they don't believe because it sounds popular,
really.
but put an officer in their face. There's so many people I know in the hood who's supposed to be so thuggy, and they work with the police, literally. They help them catch people. Like, I don't know. I don't think it is what people say it is because I know what I'm seeing in real time. And I know officers, like, no cap. I know one of the biggest officers in New York City, Jeff Madry, you can look him up, is a personal friend of mine. Like, I'm telling you, it's not what people are portraying it to be.
What do you guys think?
But I can only speak for where I'm from. I don't know about in other places.
Yeah, that's true.
Well, I grew up in a different era, so with me, growing up, I didn't like the police because I grew up with the Amadou Diallo and all that, and the Sean Bells, and
I remember that.
Yeah, and yeah,
I mean, it's the same
NYPD
thing.
was pretty corrupt back then.
Hi, come
And
on in.
I also
I don't even think they were corrupt. They were just hardcore.
nah, they were pretty corrupt. There's a whole documentary on the 75th precinct. I also grew up around stop and frisk. But to be honest with you, what changed my perspective on police is when I moved out of New York and I moved to Florida. Florida police are a whole different a whole different people, you know. I actually like the police here.
Yeah, I think
they come.
You don't have like inner city policing. Yeah, I think that's probably what the difference is. Yeah.
But would you say, Virgo, if I could ask Virgo a question, would you say that maybe in addition to moving outside of New York, is it possible that your paradigm around policing or police officers probably changed because maybe your lifestyle was different? Like, stop and frisk never offended me. Certain things never offended me because I was never involved or with people who were involved in anything that I had to be concerned about. But I don't know if maybe, I don't know if that.
No, it never affected me either. I do you know Brooklyn very well?
Yes, born and raised.
Okay, so I grew up in Mill Basin.
Me too.
Oh, really?
Yes, I did. And we leave our doors open.
56 between N and O.
Oh my God, I was 56 between M and N. You were right by
lying.
Georgetown. I'm not lying. Right by Georgetown, where the
Kimmy,
I'm not lying.
You were my neighbor. Like literally.
It's a beautiful neighborhood. Like, we would go out, leave our doors unlocked. No one would be in our homes. No, nothing.
Did you know what? Okay, what years was this?
I moved there. I think in '91, and I left in 2000.
Oh yeah.
2013.
This just turned into the View.
You know a guy named Nick Perez?
Oh God.
I don't know. I was like a really small child at the time. I was only like 10 when I moved there.
Okay.
Nick Perez.
And I left at 24.
I know Nick Perez, Virgo. I know Nick Perez. He sell pastelitos, right? He got that pastelito stand. Nick Perez. Is that the one you're
So I get what
about?
you're saying, but I would say that there was always like kind of a mistrust of policing because, you know, with any figure of authority, there are people that abuse the power structures, right? So there's always that sentiment of mistrust. But I can't say that New York City was always very anti-police and we're out in the streets raging about it. Like, that's just, I mean, the few and far in between times that would happen, people would make it seem like that's what happens here, when it really isn't.
You know, John, I don't ever hear Latinos complaining about police brutality either.
Nah, hell no. You don't hear that very much.
Yeah, I don't really hear that. I don't know.
You know, I think, man, you know, honestly, like the more businesses that you have, the more you really depend on like base level law and order.
Yeah.
You don't want to be robbed in your store, you know, anything like that. Your store get broken into. So you do want a police presence, and hell, half the time you're not there when your store is closed and shit like that. So they're not stopping and frisking you, right? They're really serving you or your interests. But as the Luke Campbell said, we ain't got nothing to worry about. And I think that is true in a way that he probably didn't think about it, is that blacks really don't have anything. And, you know, relative to the other people to worry about. Not a lot of stores in their community, businesses in their community. And so, shit, what do you need the police for? You can defend your own house.
I mean, that didn't really work out. And where's George Floyd from? And they had that no police zone.
Mm.
Didn't someone get like thrown out of? What's it called?
Isn't he from? Was it Flint? It wasn't Flint, was it?
No, it wasn't Flint. But they had like a no police zone after he died, and it's been the most terrible thing ever. It's dirty. It stinks. Overridden with drug addicts. A pregnant woman got thrown out of a window. Like, it's just really bad.
Jeez.
So I don't know if the police and people self thing is I don't know. I just haven't seen it be effective yet.
Yeah, I think I just really think the people have lost all faith in the Democratic Party altogether, and only the delusional people still have faith in it. So you're gonna get them, the real delusional people. But I mean, even if you just look at Kamala's campaign, the mismanagement of the money, she's still raising funds to pay people. That should just kind of show you the mentality of these people. Like, they have these grand ideas, but no real solutions to the ideas. Like, yeah, you wanna defund the police, but then what? What's the solution after that?
Right. That's the problem right now.
And you see her campaign too. She spent $1 billion, and then what? You lost, and you're still $20 million in debt.
Have you?
Thank God it's not me.
Kim, you're in New York. Have you been hearing about Barron Trump?
Oh, that about him being at NYU?
Yeah.
I mean, from what I'm hearing, the campus is very excited to have him. Some of the young girls are trying to get close to see how they can, become a Trump. But yeah, the young people on campus, and NYU tends to be a very liberal campus, but nonetheless, they're very happy to have him. A lot of the youth there have said that even if they don't like his dad doesn't represent him, and they're willing to give him a fair chance, if they were ever to get close enough to get to know him.
I'm going to piss him off when I say this. I'm going to piss him off real bad when I say this. I'm going to say the baton is being handed off to Barron Trump.
Oh, sure is.
Big time.
Oh, yeah.
Sure is.
Big time. Big time.
Somebody actually wrote a book predicting that. Someone wrote a book years ago predicting that. Before President Trump was even...
Yeah, we were talking about that, Kimmy. It's called Barron Trump, the Last President. That's the book title.
Yes.
It's kind of freaky.
Yeah.
He's like a
I believe stuff like that because I have very prophetic visions. I told John one time, I woke up in the morning, I texted him like, President Trump's going to run again and he's going to win. And he's like, I don't think so. And I'm like, he is. I was at his rally and it was all red, white, and blue confetti everywhere. But that's what I dreamt. And like, here we are, like 3 years later, it happened. So I believe stuff like that.
There's a quote from Barron Trump. I'm going to see it. I'll suffer through the ads for you guys, and then I'll play it for you. When Obama got elected, and I'm showing you guys that picture, it was just basically him, his family, Michelle, whoever, right? The 2 daughters, right? Nothing wrong with that. I'm not criticizing. But when Trump got elected, both times, I mean, the damn stage was full. You guys remember that?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, shit. With all these people on the stage, more or less they were going to be advisors, friends, people that had his back. Maybe some backstabbers in the audience on the stage, but by and large, that was his crew he was rolling with. And I think the foundation of that crew will, be there for Barron whenever he decides to do what he makes his move. He's 18, 19 now. And
gotta wait till he's 35, right?
I mean, he can do a lot of things before he's 35.
Yeah.
Here's an article about Barron Trump. It says Barron Trump's unexpected response when friends at his liberal New York University asked who he votes for and what it means about his political ambitions. And I want you to pay attention. Let me scroll down. I'm sure an ad is going to pop up. And let me see. So he voted for the first time. And I'm going to see I'm going to share with you what he said in here. And he says, and let me see. Well, this is a lot of meatingness. For the offspring, who was just a young boy when Trump, let me maximize it a little bit for you guys in the audience. He was a young boy when Trump first launched his bid for the White House. Is now being touted by some Republicans as the next family member to lead the country. The slogan "Barron Trump, President 2044" is so well established, you can buy badges inscribed with the message on eBay. Certainly, Barron has been credited by his father as the wonder kind, who helped him win over young male voters who politically drifting right. Trump knew he needed to target this demographic, but how? His middle-aged seniors advisors weren't reportedly much help, and neither were his older children, who, apart from Tiffany, who is 30, has little involvement with his campaign, are all in their 40s. Step forward, Barron. According to reports, when two GOP consultants came up with a list of online podcasts Trump might give an interview, the president-elect told him, call Barron, see what he thinks, and let me know. Barron suggested his father starred with one of his personal favorites, Aiden Ross, an internet star who likes live streaming himself playing video games, as well as interviewing controversial figures, such as King of Toxic Masculinity, Andrew Tate. Trump spoke to Ross in August, and it was an instant success, clocking up millions of views on YouTube. Ross not only gave Trump a fawning interview, he also gave him a Cybertruck, and a gold Rolex. Other similarly profitable and sympathetic chats with laddish podcasters who boast huge audiences in the so-called manosphere followed. Theo Vaughn, Logan Paul, I didn't know you went with Logan Paul, Ben Shapiro, and Joe Rogan. All of which Kamala chose not to do. No one suggested it to her, maybe, or she turned it down. And again, this is what I'm saying. This older guy, 78, who knew none of these podcasters, the young man, he stepped up with the ideas that were wild successes. He wasn't afraid to fail either. And that is what, I think is very important. This young man gave his advice to his father. He's 18, 19, and he was willing to, take a chance on it, bomb me out. And Trump said, he tell me about all the hot guys, people I've never heard of, Trump said last month. He said, Dad, that guy is hot. The strategy is reaching an audience that maybe isn't even being recognized, or an audience that loves Trump and that maybe they're not being acknowledged. Barron's best friend said, Bo Loudon, a young social media influencer and diehard Trump supporter. And you can see them there.
Hey, when Trump won, I didn't see who was all on the stage.
Oh,
was Byron Donalds up there? Because he was going hard for Trump.
He wasn't.
Okay.
It was mostly.
So it's mostly like his donors, his contributors, the people who gave him money.
Mostly Trump's family was there, like his grandchildren, children.
Oh, okay.
His wife. Yeah.
So I say the banner we're seeing like an effective passing of the baton. You remember I talked about the USA Olympic team? Well, they were fast and shit, but they couldn't pass the baton and they ended up losing.
Yeah.
We're seeing an effective passing of the baton. And I would predict that Barron Trump can go as far as he wants to go. And in this article, I think that he says, when they asked him who he voted for, he says, let me see if I can find it here. He said he doesn't support a party. You can see that here. Oh, let me put it back on the screen. Barron Trump, he's saying he doesn't support any party. And that's very interesting. As I said, Trump is creating kind of a working class party. And it's interesting that his son is saying, I don't support any party. I'm not beholden to either one of you. I can build a leverage. You'll have to support me. It's very interesting. It's very interesting to see how this young man transitions. He's not going the movie star route of his peers like Malia Obama.
He thinks like a billionaire already.
Mm-hmm.
Why would a billionaire support?
Yeah, and it makes a lot of sense because, and not only that, I think what people shape of what this looks like in our nation is changing, and I wouldn't be shocked if the Democrat Party ceased to exist at some point because they're going to undo themselves. Democrats who want to be Democrats and there's Democrats who want to be socialist communists, and they don't want to be that together. The Socialist Party in America, right, which is why they had to attach themselves to the Democrats in the first place. And then secondly, with that being the case, and also, I mean, it's the better half, but it's not the greatest half. And he's also witnessed what they've done to his father as well. In the future where things look very different. Very different.
Yeah, I think that's why he doesn't.
Elections will look different. I'll say it again.
I think that's why he
at some point.
Go ahead. Mm-hmm.
I think at some point we're going to be a neutral country, and I'll just leave it at that.
Yeah, I was going to actually say something kind of similar. I don't think the Democratic Party is going to go away, but I think there's going to be a revamping, just like there was for the Republican side, where they've moved from a conservative, very heavy conservative side to a more, the MAGA. I don't even know what the hell you would call that, but let's just call it MAGA for the sake of it, where it's reshaping the Republican Party. I think the same thing's going to happen on the Democratic side. I just don't know how it's going to pan out or what that would look like, because we've been having conversations. A couple of the guys, Hood, SKC. I think even Stanley even got in on some of that. We were asking this question: what does it look like when the left has gone too far? What does it look like when the right has gone too far? Well, I think we got an answer on what it would look like when the left goes too far, and I think the American people just said, "Yeah, it's a little bit too much." So it's just gonna, we'll swing right, and then what the Democratic Party looks like after that will be very interesting. So,
yeah, I think too, the Republican Party right now, they're definitely looking forward, and I think the Democratic Party, they just keep looking backwards, and I think I think everybody's just tired of looking in the past now. Like, nobody really cares anymore about what happened. We moving forward. I mean, this nigga Elon Musk trying to put people on Mars, and we still talking about, abortions and shit. It's just it's too much of a gap right now. I'm trying to be on that spaceship to Mars, man. I'm not worried about no abortions right now.
You think you're gonna go, HB?
Oh, absolutely not. But it's not about if we're gonna do it or not. It's about the idea and moving forward, thinking like that. That to me is way more. I rather think of the what could be than what has been. Like, we can all have we can trauma bond about, slavery and Jim Crow and niggas getting hung and shit, but where does that really get us? Niggas trying to go to Mars right now. We still talking about.
To understand HB, like a lot of that.
Niggas trying to go to Mars.
CRT.
It's true.
A lot of that is birthed from true. Communist Manifesto. It's a Communist Manifesto, and there's no. I'm telling you, the Democrats that allowed have some party, but they don't. I think true Democrats don't want anything to do with that. But how do you weed them out now? And I'm telling you, the socialists have its own two legs in this country. It just will never happen. So, I think, I don't know. I don't see how they're going to be able to undo this without killing the whole thing.
Well, we got one guy on the screen that's determined to make it happen. Homon 316. That's the boy right there.
Well,
And you know what's crazy? People are real quick. People are like already scared of this guy, not even realizing that he's already been in. He's the reason why Obama is called the deporter in chief. You know, when they try to put up that point that Obama deported more people than Trump did, it's because of this guy.
Yeah, he was putting niggas in cages, man. This nigga was ruthless.
They said, well, what about the kids? Come on, pack the kids up too. Let's go. Everybody. Single file.
Everyone. All right, let me play this video
I'm
here.
telling y'all,
Let me ask you this.
things
Do you
are
like the idea of maybe
ways
giving
of
a
moving
grace
forward.
period where people that did not respect our laws, borders, sovereignty, that maybe you give them 2 or 3 months and you say you can self-report and we will help deport you. We will send you back to your home country. And if you do that, we'll put money in your pocket so you can rebuild your life, which would be a lot cheaper than paying for 3 nights at a 4-star hotel in New York and giving them a debit card. And in a year, after a year or 2 years or 3 years, whatever it is, you can then apply to come into the country legally. If you don't self-report, deport, then you will never be given an opportunity at citizenship. And when you leave, you will never be invited back. You will never be able to apply to come into the country. Sound like a good idea or no?
Criminals and gang members get no grace period. But while we're out prioritizing the public safety threats and national security threats, if you want to self-deport, you should self-deport because, again, we know who you are and we're going to come and find you. So if you want to self-deport, that's fine. But criminals and gang members, they get no favors from this administration. You came to this country legally, which is a crime. You committed crimes against the United States citizens, some heinous crimes. You get no grace period, so we're coming for you. But for those others, the non-criminals, you want to self-deport, I'm all for it. Because when they self-report, they can put their orders, put everything in order, their family business, if they got homes or whatever, they can put all that in order and leave with their family altogether. It makes perfect sense for the ones that are not criminals and not priorities.
How are they going to get home? How do they get home?
Well, the ones we're going home, the rest of them won't put on an airplane and send them home. And the ones that want to go home on their own, they found their way across the world to come to the greatest nation on earth. They can find their way home. Either that, or I'll give them a free airline ticket that we put them on our airplane and we'll take them home. It's either way. It's up to them. If we arrest them, they come on our airplane, Sean. If they want to go on their own airplane, I welcome it.
Do you think Canada will take them?
Nah.
Hell no. Hell no. Hell no.
Nah, it's not gonna happen.
They only want rich Asians over in Canada. They're not taking a bunch of migrants, poor people.
Yeah.
I mean,
You know what's
Canada's
interesting?
got
I'm
tickets for them.
seeing
He said, look, if y'all want to leave.
what's interesting is I'm seeing people from Canada hop on panels because there's this thing in America where they're like, you know, the blacks, the pro-blacks, they're unfazed by immigration. They don't think it affects them. They don't think it's anything, and they actually advocate for it. But Canada, it's like everything that the people in the States are advocating that they want. There's people from Canada. Canada already has it, and people from Canada are coming on panels and saying, "Listen, the thing that you think that you want, universal health care and immigration and all this stuff, you don't really want it. Like, it's not going to go down like you think it's going to go down." And everybody just and the people just write it off as you from Canada, stick to Canada business and all this other stuff. And it's like, bro, you just like, you don't get it, man. They make these weird arguments, or they'll say America was built on immigration, and like Canada wasn't. You know what I mean? Like it's just there's other countries that are in the conversation now because they see what American people are saying that they want. And they're coming in like, hey, we got what you want. You don't want this. And America is like, man, shut up. Shut up. You don't care what you got to say. This is America. And it's just like, man. It's like, man.
John, I've been saying it, man. I'm very bullish on Tom Homan, man. This guy, This guy is what you need for a border czar. He's not playing any games, man. I think he's the type that's gonna enjoy breaking up families and pulling abuelas out of homes, kicking niggas to the curb.
And I think it has to happen like immediately, because we don't really have 4 years to achieve our missions. Or the changes the nations wants to see, why they selected this administration that's coming in. They don't have 2 years. They don't have 4 years to achieve that. They really have 2, because once the seats are up in Senate and in certain places, and let's say the balance was to change, that could change a lot of things. That could hold up a lot of things. So I do think that if these are things like they want to achieve, it has to be like day one, like what Biden did day one. It has to be like day one, we're getting started. But they don't have as much time as people think.
Yeah, and that, to what Be Brave was saying earlier about being in a lot of these shipping and receiving places, and you see a lot of Mexicans in there. I don't necessarily just assume that they're all illegals that work there. A lot of times, some of these companies are owned by Mexicans, so they'll give jobs to Mexicans. But I don't just assume that a lot of these people are illegals, because I've been to shipping and receiving plants or warehouses where it's just nothing but white folks.
Yeah, but they should have legal work permits. You can't smuggle in your own employees. Like, they should have some. Even if they're only doing jobs here and then going back to Mexico, there's permits that permit that type of stuff. So it should never be like you're finding an employee in a shipping container and that's just how they're getting their employees in to do work. Like, that ain't right.
Nah, a lot of these people, I assume that they're probably legally supposed to be here. That's why they're working in a factory job. They're not on the side of the street selling mangoes and shit.
Yeah, or maybe they have permission to work here. Like, that happens a lot between Mexico and the U.S. They go back and forth, working back and forth, and they're completely legally allowed to do it.
Yeah.
Here's some little Trump voters that aren't heeding the word.
What is happening there?
I think, again, when
you might have to start giving trigger warnings with these videos.
I remember Glorilla talking about her vajayjay at a Kamala rally. Anyone remember that?
No.
I don't remember that.
No.
She was performing some song, and I guess the song had vajayjay in there. Maybe she edited it out or whatever, but I read it. Right. And I just thought, like, damn, like, this was in Atlanta or somewhere, and, I think this is really what the Democrats have gotten themselves in the trap of trying to appeal to. They can't denounce this behavior. They have to act like it doesn't exist.
Yep.
And let's take a look at this video.
Is that a child?
Yep.
Okay, we gotta stop playing this.
That's a child, Kimmy Cakes. That's a child right there. It's a baby.
Hey,
poor thing.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, they might get you. They might get you up out of here for that, John. I play something like this on my channel, and I got hit with a strike.
Yeah.
And I think a lot of times people don't want to see this type of stuff, but this is the reality for a lot of people, and they just want to turn a blind eye to it.
But how are these people not classified as offenders? That's offender behavior.
Yeah, these are Kamala voters though, right here. That's a Kamala voter.
Especially the woman.
Yeah, especially the woman. Probably the boy too. He's probably a Kamala voter too. Yeah, I voted for Kamala.
Him and Stanley.
If he wasn't before, he's a supporter after. That's for sure.
Yeah.
He's on his way. Anyway, I find it to be interesting. Let me take this shit off the stage.
Yeah, that's why I think they really are in a no-win situation, because you can't throw away all of that, because it's like, where do you draw the line? You already support, the what is it, the LGBT, you support the trans, you support the Black Girls Rock, And this is when they're talking about that Black Girls Rock shit. This is who they're talking to. Those women.
Black girl
You trying
magic.
to Black Girl Magic. Yeah. Black Girl Magic. You trying to uplift these women.
Oh, I was like, what is rock?
And not the and not the family. So it's like, how do you turn your back on all of these people that are living wrong? How do you turn your back on them? And you can't, because it all stems from that civil rights movement. It all stems from that. So they really in a
wait.
They in a
confused.
They in a real bad situation, man. Because I don't even think they can pander to the Latinos, John, man. I know they gonna get a good talking, fast talking Latino up there. But I don't even think Latinos been sitting back watching long enough. They not gonna fall for it.
They're not going to be able to get the Latino votes because pretty much once Trump cleans house, the Latinos are going to be very appreciative. They'll be living in a migrant shelter with Tren de Agua. They don't want to live in a building with the gangs taking over. They don't want that shit.
Yeah.
Because of that, stuff like that.
Before I get out of here, I want to play this one video for you guys. I wish Gary were here. Let me see if I can find this video. Damn, I don't know why it's not. Is any over here? This is a video I saw online. Damn, let me see if I can send it to myself again. See if that works. Anyway, HB, where are you right now?
I'm in Tennessee right now, man. I'm about to go see Glorilla, man. I'm in Tennessee, man. Let me go see Glorilla, man.
Glorilla.
She can rap though, man. I fucks with
Can she really?
Glorilla, man. Yeah, she all right, man. She got some songs, man. She got some songs. 7 p.m. Friday. Yeah, listen. Listen to some of her songs, man. She got some shit, man. I can't really hate on her.
Do you like her better than Sexy Red?
Oh yeah, 100%, 100%. Sexy Red got like one song. Glorilla got some anthems, man.
I'm just shocked by Sexy Red because she don't act like this. Like, this is very shocking.
Yeah, Sexy Red. I think her course. She's ran her course because she can't really rap, but Glorilla can really rap. She's kind of nice.
I am not supporting any one of those at all.
Ah, come on, Kitty Kings. You don't be listening to Glorilla?
I can't.
Getting dressed, you don't be listening, looking in the mirror.
I don't listen to none of that.
It's 7 p.m. Friday.
No, first of all, my husband would not tolerate it.
I don't got no
want to hear any of that.
No nigga
Okay,
got me.
we listen to like the Isley Brothers and shit like that. Like,
y'all playing.
No, my husband house.
Before I get out of here, guys, I want to get your. I'm hurting right now. I'm gonna have to take a little nap, stretch out. Let me get you to take a look at this video, right?
So you're saying Black folks created that name white supremacy?
That's correct. From Africa, because we are just amazed by the things they've done. Well, we describe them always by inventions. That's all. They can command water from far away through tubes into their bedrooms. We can even fetch a bucket of water from the next lake. You will be drowned. They can put electricity. We never had one in Africa. They have airplanes fly over us. It's amazing. Everything they've done is the reason my people say these people are superior, not because of slavery. They came to colonize us and they brought things we have never seen before. They gave a king a mirror and he was dancing and sold his people away. They brought guns we have never seen, boom, and killed somebody right away. You know what they used to do in the Congo?
Right.
They put dynamite in the rocks and then they hide the switch. And then when they point their finger, it go boom. And the Congolese till today, they call the white man kiboom, the sound of the dynamite. And then they go down and they go like this. If they're not superior, why do you see every picture when a white man arrives in Africa, we're bowing to them? We have never seen a gun kill a human being. We have never seen a mirror. We have never seen a radio tune in and somebody speaking from England, the Queen's voice. So for us, all these things, these people must be really superior and close to God. They used to have a joke in Ghana that when God said, let's pray, the white man opened his eyes. The black people were covering his eyes. So the white men saw how God created the world. That's why they are so good at what they do. And I'm telling you, these are folklores from which we grew up. If anyone told you that white people came to Africa to tell us they're superior, it's a lie. They never said that.
Hey, right on time. Brave is back. What do you got?
Oh, I think it kind of reminds me of what was. I think it reminds me of what was, which is now Zimbabwe, and Rhodesia was. I mean, I think people forget that there's a lot of white people in Africa, and Rhodesia was a predominantly white, beautiful land, agriculture, everything. And then a bunch of American liberals went there and was like, "Why are you segregated in your own country?" They had an upheaval, threw out the white people, turned it into Zimbabwe, which is now still to this day doing. And they couldn't, like, the black people there had no agricultural skills. Like, the skills the white man had, the blacks didn't. So they weren't able to even keep the land. So now China.
Brave, I know you.
And there goes the superiority of the white man. Another example.
What do you think about him saying that black people created the term white supremacy, Brave?
There's a lot of them that were smarter than your average bear, and they seen what the writing on the wall was.
Did you have to be smarter than the average bear? Shit, if you saw a man come with a mirror, you never seen a fucking mirror, you'd be like, damn, man.
Well, no, you didn't. That's a good question. No, actually, you didn't have to be smarter than the average bear. You just had to be willing to read what was in front of you and respond to it realistically. People don't do that.
You see a white man pointing his finger at something, a mountain collapses. You say, how the hell you do that shit?
Telling you, man. You got to remember. Yeah. These guys seen the advancement of the white race. That guy's young enough and old enough to see the advancement of the white race in all of its glory. Well, come to think of, how old is that guy? I mean, he's still living, right?
Mm-hmm. Well,
yeah, no, he's seen the white man in all his glory. He knows he's seen white man in Africa, white man in America, white man in Europe. I mean, I don't, I'm not.
Brave, did you hear what he said about planes?
What'd he say? I think I did, but what did he say?
The white man flew a plane over their head. They never seen a plane. Man, if you saw a plane fly over your head, Brave, you had never seen one.
Mm-hmm. You're gonna
come up with some amazing words to describe that person. Superman.
That's right. That's right. No, it's I mean it's just the reality of it. That's why I don't understand. It's not even a matter of white supremacy. It's just a matter of white supremacy speaks to something like whites are inherently superior. Nobody's saying that. I don't think. It's just what we pulled something off. We just did. Collectively, we pulled it off. I think we have the highest collective. I think we have the highest collective IQ in the history of the human species. The collective IQ. Yeah, go ahead, Kim.
Yeah, I think be brave. I don't think anyone's arguing. What he's trying to say is that the term white supremacy wasn't self-ascribed by white people. The blacks in Africa gave them that term because they thought that based on they were superior based on what they've seen. They've seen. So they're saying that the white man did not call himself that. We did, and
it could have been.
That's what the man is saying. The man saying we never, the white man didn't tell us that. We saw it with our own eyes.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Now you can bet on it. Whitey jumped on it.
Did you hear that he said in Congo they call the white man kaboom? Did you hear
that? What was that again, John?
I want to play it back for you, Brady.
People must be really superior and close to God. They used to have a joke in Ghana that when God said, let's pray, the white man opened his eyes. The black people were covering his eyes. So the white man saw how God created the world. That's why they are so good at what they do. And I'm telling you, these are folklores from which we grew up. If anyone told you that white people came to Africa to tell us they're superior, it's a lie. They never said that.
I missed you. I didn't back up. No, let me see.
Everything they've done is the reason my people said these people are superior, not because of slavery. They came to colonize us and they brought things we have never seen before. They gave a king a mirror and he was dancing and sold his people away. They brought guns we have never seen, boom, and kill somebody right away. You know what they used to do in the Congo?
Right.
They put dynamite in the rocks and then they hide the switch. And then when they point their finger, it go boom. And the Congolese
So it
till
looks like-
today, they call the white man kiboom.
You hear that?
Gotta be somewhere. You just plain got to be impressed, and he was. You know, I mean, somewhere you just got to give credit where credit's due, and it's. I know it's hard to do, but you know.
You live in the Congo, man. Motherfucker come up and point his finger at a rock. You don't see all he done before he laced that building with dynamite or whatever.
Yeah.
And he pointed his finger, and you see a fucking mountain come in. You say, "What? How do you do that?"
That's right. Yep. It's it is amazing. It is amazing. That's why I say it's for the Black Americans that are here, I am beside myself that they just can't appreciate what they're a part of. It blows my mind. It just blows me out of the water. It's like I don't care
Well,
what
a
you
lot of
say
Black
about
Americans
race.
don't know what they have.
Well, that's what
A lot
I'm
of Black
saying.
Americans don't know what they have.
A lot of Americans don't know
Black
what they
people
have,
around the
Kimmy.
world,
Yeah.
you're right.
People
And
come
Black
here, they
people
see
around
it.
the world try to tell. Black people around the world. I'll say this and then I'll get off. But Black people around the world are trying to explain to Black people in America that they don't understand how privileged they really are.
And what's so sad about it is it's not just a little bit of a margin. It's not just a little bit of extra privilege. It's like the Black people in America are living like gods, like all of us are here. There's no close second. I don't care about Europe right now. They're tearing Europe up. There's no close second to the US of A. And it's like, Blacks, you're here. How can you complain about this? It's amazing. It's amazing.
It is kind of amazing, bro. I will agree with you
Yeah,
there.
yeah.
No,
And a
so
lot
I mean,
of Black Americans are not really well traveled. I would say, like, being a first generation American, I've been a lot of places, seen a lot of faces, just off the fact that my family lived in the UK, in Jamaica, like I'm Trinidad, so I've naturally traveled a lot. Whereas a lot, like, now I think Black people are starting to travel more, but it's not a thing that was like, no. Like, my uncle's always like, how come Black Americans don't go anywhere? They never leave their neighborhoods, like, so they don't really know.
Well, white trash people don't either, but I think white trash people are tapped into the fact that life is pretty easy, even when you're even when you're at the bottom of the barrel. Life's pretty easy here. It's like I think white trash tap into that way better than blacks do. Even that's why I always say, in a strange sort of way, white trash are more sophisticated than even middle class blacks, because I think they perceive things in a more realistic what it is.
And I would say the legacy of white people, they're kind of taught like what the country stood for, what we fought for. Whereas like growing up Black, you don't really hear those stories, especially if you're not from America. Like we know our stories where we come from, but like coming here, like being a first generation American here, I never heard Black people talking about that.
No, and you was talking about blacks never leave their neighborhoods. It's like you're looking at a raw, dyed-in-the-wool bottom feeder, Kimmy. I don't travel, never have. It's obvious when you look on, now that the internet for the last 25 years is available. My first experience with understanding that we live like gods was back in 1973 or 74, when I actually started looking in on the third world. And then also, what also sinks, there was also the National Geographic magazines.
Brave, when I first started coming on YouTube, I mentioned that my mother was afraid to ride the bus because of the young blacks were beating up people. And I showed a video of blacks dragging an old woman off the bus in DC.
Mm-hmm.
And I began to see, like, you know, like the services are degraded to the point where, you know, only the poor are willing to ride. You know, people that's willing to take a chance.
No, they're desperate. Yeah, they're desperate.
Mm-hmm. This infrastructure was built for more or less the working class.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Yes. That's what pisses me off so much. People think, why are you so pissed off at blacks? I'm saying because if I was in the inner city, I'm a bottom feeder and it doesn't bother me, and I want to be able to ride the bus. It's not complicated.
There's a bus right in front of one of my houses, and a bus right in front of where I live.
Oh, I'd be tickled to death. Hey, you get on a bus, you go to the grocery store. To me, an automobile is a poor man's curse.
Yeah, it is. I've been talking about that a long time as well.
Yeah.
And I want you to look at what they are doing here in Philadelphia, and it's all around the country, but this is Philadelphia's response. Listen, Ray.
We've been pushed to a position where we are managing the decline of SEPTA, the public transportation system that serves one of the largest metropolitan areas in the country and powers the economy of our region and the Commonwealth. While other states are investing in new services and infrastructure, we'll be mothballing our vehicles and shuttering our stations. Rail lines will become so infrequent that they will be useless to most of our customers. We'll be holding 2 hearings on the fare proposals beginning December 13th, with hearings will be scheduled in the spring or late winter for the service cuts. We're going to hold these hearings at the Pennsylvania Convention Center because we expect and we hope that we'll get tremendous turnout to voice concern over these proposals. We encourage our riders. We've been pushed to a position where we are managing the decline of SEPTA.
So, Brave, you know, there's something that he didn't mention there.
Yeah, I know. It makes you sick to your stomach, doesn't it, John? Makes you goddamn sick. That's why I'm so outspoken. There's too many white people that are mushmouth about it. God damn it. That whole news session should be there. Should be wrapped around. Blacks are destroying this. That's who's doing it. Other words, people would jump on transportation naturally. There's a lot of people that are like me, and I happen to know that for sure. We're bottom feeders. We don't want much out of life. We're happy riding a damn bus.
You know
It's
what I would say,
okay.
though?
What would you say?
As a lifestyle? I don't know. I can't put a color on it. Maybe because there's so many different people in New York. It's definitely like the drug addicts and the mentally ill that makes people question sometimes getting on the train or bus.
Right, but it's the violence that
And I've
seals
seen them
the
look like
deal.
everybody.
It's the violence that seals the deal.
Mm-hmm.
That seals the deal.
But a lot
People,
of the violent acts are the mentally ill.
if the druggies sat there and shit themselves, people go, oh my God, oh, let's move to another section,
Right. And we just
something like
keep it
that.
moving.
No, it's the violence that seals the deal, Kimmy. It's the violence. Yeah, that's what it is. And there's nobody saying it. Even these guys that are reshaping, they're up to their necks in public transportation. And it's probably could go down in history as one of the most saddest, most peculiar, disgusting negative phenomenons ever in the history of a modern country is that the regular run-of-the-mill folks can't use their public transportation system as effectively as they could because public transportation is a godsend to us bottom feeders. It's a godsend to us. You got to understand how happy I am just to get up and get to a job, bring my food home, and buy me a little old house somewhere. I'd be all over that public transportation. I'd say, car, well, are you mentally ill? That's just nothing but a headache. And I'd be banking money rather than paying it on the car. But even if I was in a very costly economic area like New York, I'd still be thriving because that public transportation would make it go around. And now we can't use it anymore. Thank you, black people. Thank you so much. No, I'm not thanking the migrants. I'm not thanking the Latinos. I'm not thanking Spanish people. I'm thanking goddamn black people. Thank you. Are you happy now? Are you ever going to just start confronting this, what a small group of your people are doing to these inner cities? Or we're never going to confront it? Just like that newscast.
Well,
that guy on the news didn't say a word about who's causing the problems.
Right. Well, he didn't have to say it because everyone knows, and this is from.
I know, but it would help if he said it, though, John. Go ahead.
This is from the same train station where they're about to raise prices 45%, I think. And the bus drivers and the train operators are saying we need safety as well. This is on the Asian. This is a tax on the Asians in Philly's SEPTA subway.
she dwelling.
That would be so cool.
Oh.
We're fucking dead, bitch! We're dead! You just up, you get the fuck just dead! No, that was really heavy. And you pushed us off the train, and you do it to me. What are you never for? You do it to me tonight.
Now I want to point out, Brave, there's really nowhere they can go. This train is moving. They can't get off.
Oh, I know it.
They're trapped, Brave.
Yeah. Their whole nervous system, your nervous system, if it disrupts you enough, can kill you. These people are disrupting nervous systems to the point of these people, by the time they get off that train, are probably physically ill almost.
You can't go to work after this, right here. This would be go back home.
Or even if you go to work, it's like you got to come. It's got to take a 3 hour coming down period from nearly losing your life and thinking, oh, I get to do that again after work.
How do you think these young girls are, Brave?
Oh, hell, they didn't look to be about 18, 20, maybe. I don't know.
You know, Brave, you said something earlier about the cars and shit. You know, how many blacks have been killed by being pulled over by police?
Not near the point to where we're panicking about. I know that.
No, but what I'm saying, when you see most of these blacks getting killed by the police, you got Walter Scott, you got that Negro up in Minnesota.
Yeah.
And when you can't catch the bus or don't want to catch the bus, you got to get on the road where the government has access to pull your ass over. If your tags ain't right, your license ain't right, your insurance ain't right. You got computers now that can read all that shit. Right? You pass by them, they ain't even looking at you in the computer, ring up, say, hey, get that nigga right there.
You know, that's funny. That'd be a good selling point. It's like if you're tired of being pulled over by racist cops, how about making the subway system or the bus system safer? Could we do that, black people?
These people have created more or less a funnel.
Yeah.
Right? To be right in line with government, you know, like forget about police brutality and things like that. What I'm talking about is this is like kind of the pipeline to poverty.
How y'all doing?
What's up, man? You can't even take advantage of the resources that are there. This is a hell of a lot cheaper to ride the bus.
It is. I couldn't imagine. Look, if it would have been me, who was it? Bernie Getz? I'd be a Bernie Getz. Right there, if I had in and out, day in and day out, what I'd do is I'd figure out a way to have a 38 revolver that I could trash. I'd kill me 4 of them motherfuckers. I'd get rid of that gun. And then hopefully there'd be everybody on the bus, on the train saying, we didn't see nothing, you know, oh yeah, no, I'd kill me 4 of them motherfuckers. I don't even care what they were doing. I'm saying this every day. Let's make a point here. Bam, bam, bam. Nah, motherfuckers.
I mean, at some point it may get to that, but you know, we're going to be covering the Daniel.
Oh, I'd have been there. That's why I'm glad I don't live there. At day in and day out somewhere, I'd have clubbed somebody. I'd been in prison because, well, unless the people just stood by and said we didn't see nothing, because it ain't happening to me. You ain't coming up to my car in traffic, fucking ripping my windshield wiper off.
What really happens, Joe Brave? What really happens is that the people just retreat to their car or Uber, and their cost of living goes up. I see it every day, Brave. Brave, as I said to you, at all my houses, there's a bus stop within 2 blocks. But no one ever catches the bus. Some of them, there's a house in front of the motherfucker going both directions.
Jesus, God damn.
Still, I see them sitting on the front porch waiting for the Uber to come. They're not about to get on there with these crazy ass blacks that can do anything at any given point in time. So now their cost of living has been effectively raised because they can't take a cheaper mode of transportation that's already there in place for them. It's right in front of their house in some cases.
And they're doing menial jobs. So I mean, that Uber isn't just a drop in the bucket to them. That's real money.
It's real money. And the Uber is a convenience maybe for a well-to-do person, right?
Hell yeah. Mm-hmm.
But that bus is there for the poor man, the working class man, but he can't take it anymore.
You know, if they had them buses in order, you know how many people that don't even need to ride a bus would still ride the bus?
I can tell you that when I was taking the bus, that was taking at least 15% of my pay.
Yeah. But driving is even more, right? You know, because and then you take the chance of red light cameras, all that kind of stuff. You know, I just think that it's a very.
I meant to say the Uber taking was 15% of my pay.
Yeah, the Uber is very expensive. Yeah, I catch Uber a lot, so I know that.
And what's funny is when they talk about the stress of the financial problems of public transportation and the like, and this, I know it. I know. It's not just because I'm sick of black people, folks. Somewhere they got to start saying who's doing it.
Bray,
Because it's only one goddamn group doing it.
Bray, I'm gonna tell you this. I bet you all those young girls on the train right here were on there for free. Neither one of them.
Oh, hell yeah. Hell yeah. They don't have to. Shit. Nobody's going to say anything to them.
So that 45% increase falls to the working class, man.
Yes. Yes.
Right.
Yes. Yes. That's what I'm saying.
Pretty grind you down.
I'm saying. They're tearing up the goddamn inner cities. Black people are tearing up the inner cities. They're tearing up, therefore, they're tearing apart the American culture. The inner cities is the hub of the American culture. I don't care about rural this and agriculture that. The inner cities all over the world is where your headquarters are, your corporate headquarters are, your paying jobs that a man can actually work at rather than at a 7-Eleven close into the cities. I mean, they're spread out, of course, but no, it's amazing. It's amazing that you'll have news interviews like that, and it never, ever, ever comes close to saying who's doing it. That's why it'll never be solved.
You very well can't say brave. Let me play a little bit more of this video.
You get the fuck out of here and bitch, stop fucking thinking. Drop the earphones. What, bitch? Stop fucking thinking. Watch out. What?
All right, John. All right.
Yeah. But you know what this was about, Brave? Yeah, I'll stop it there. But Brave, this was they went on to beat the girls up, but this was about the black girls wanted to borrow their AirPods.
What, to let you stick them in somebody else's nasty ears? Am I reading that correct? Hearing that? Don't you share? Don't earpods go in your ear?
Whoa.
Yes,
that's like sharing a goddamn toothbrush. Huh?
They just wanted to whoop some ass, Brave. Come on now.
Okay, I'll go with that.
They wanted to whoop some ass, and they said, okay.
I don't doubt that they were dumb enough that they would have put somebody else's bacteria-ridden earpods in their own ears. I think they're stupid enough to do that.
I even have to sanitize the ones that I use with my wife.
I mean, come on, that's earwax and shit in there, man. I mean, come on, give me a break. God damn, man. Son of a bitch.
My question was, those girls were covered in their head, so I'm guessing they were. I mean, I thought that was a peaceful religion, man.
In Philly, there's a lot of those black Muslims out there.
Yeah, that's not real then.
They still be in the streets though. They be Muslims. They still be in the streets though.
They be in the streets, Adrian.
Yeah, they be in the streets, man. Hey,
I see them. I see them around here in Dudley. And Dudley and Roxbury, they still giving out newspapers and stuff.
Yeah.
Now this is a different kind right here in Philly though. These are like a lot of 5%er type shits.
Yeah, they're different. They like a different denomination of Muslim. I don't know what that is.
The ones with the bow ties and stuff, right?
You see a lot of them.
They wear jalabia.
Yeah, you see a lot of them with the big beards and shit. That's
all. The red beards and stuff.
Yeah.
Okay. I thought it was all the same shit, dude. To be honest.
No, you know how Lil Durk was dressing with the jalabia. It's called a jalabia.
Yeah. Like his dad.
That's how like the Philly Muslims go, right?
Yeah.
Like kind of a little bit. Would you say it's more fundamental Muslim, HB?
I wouldn't say that. I would say more black centric Muslim.
Yeah.
Like not necessarily NOI, but because it is more fundamental in the sense that they're not, they don't worship Yaqub or anything like that. But it's still a black, like a pro-black religion.
Yeah.
More say.
Yeah, it ain't really Muslim. It's kind of pro-blackish.
Yeah. But I do know some though that I do know some that really do take it seriously though. Like they, guys from Philly who live in Muslim countries now, like they take it serious. So, but for the most part, they just niggas with a kufi on for the most part.
Complaining about Whitey still.
Yo, HB, you fucked up.
No, I'm just saying. It's
always selling the
Don't they call them prison converts? Don't they call them prison converts?
You know the oil cologne that they be selling? You put that shit on.
That does come from a lot of it too, Brave.
You smell like that for a whole year.
Yeah, it's
that shit is strong. You ever bought that shit? The colognes that they sell?
Get out of prison, and all the world's opened up to you. I don't care if you got a record. You're in the most fantastic place in the world to recover from being in prison, but you're gonna complain about Whitey. I'm telling you, man.
I actually know a lot of Philly Muslims, man. I'm not an expert by any means, but yeah, they really do separate themselves from NOI. That's why John said more fundamentalist Muslims, but it still is a pro-black type thing. They're not like marrying. Most of them aren't marrying Arabic women.
Yeah. My dad went to prison twice. I think I told you guys. And so I guess maybe the first or the second stint in prison, he converted to Muslim, Islam, whatever, right? And then when he got out of prison, he tried to maintain the religion, but the fundamentalist Muslims, they're the real Muslims, the Islamists, like Pakistanis, they like really pressured the black men to change their name. And so you often hear some of the black men even trying to speak Arabic or learn Arabic. You ever seen that?
Yeah. A lot of them in Philly can. They can actually speak Arabic over there because they read the Arabic version of the whatever it is. Quran.
And my point being, and this will kind of dovetail into what Brave's saying, in the greatest country in the world, like they're more or less trying to assimilate into another kind of more primitive world.
It's crazy.
It is strange. It's very strange, man.
Even if they wanted to bring their a little bit of the culture of the Muslims, whatever that may be, into the USA, stop pissing and moaning and do it. Just jump on it and relax.
What I'm saying is, though, Brave, in that if you're in America, man, English is the language of commerce.
Yes.
It's the language of commerce. Can't get around it. If you can't speak it, you better really have some good dope to sell. Right? Other than that, like, you're gonna have a hard way to go. And you would think they would spend more time learning English and business than becoming fundamentalist religion of any sort, right? But these people, have turned to a primitive religion, changed. I ain't gonna say primitive. I'm sorry. A religion where mainly, is dominant in primitive countries, and I just find it rather interesting. My dad eventually turned away from it because he didn't want to change his name and things like that. But I think it is saying something that these young men, like the Philly people, would go so deep into it. And I don't know if I think they do change their names to Arabic type names, and that I find very interesting. Yeah.
Well, we got a lot in common, John. My dad was always in and out of jail too. But his was for public intoxication, drunkenness, and shit. But there's times when they put him up because it was too often. He ran the course and he was gone for a couple of months at a time. But yeah,
but I think Arabic is a revolutionary religion.
What is?
Islam. I'm sorry.
Yeah,
it is.
Well, I don't know if I call it revolutionary as much as I'd call it a dream world.
It's less accommodating. Right? Would you say that's a fair word? It's less accommodating, right? I've told you the time I was on an Egyptian cruise ship. At the far end of all the cruise ships was a Christian vendor. And he had like a cross tattooed on his hand. And we're walking through all the cruise ships, just looking through all the things for sale before the ship takes off. And we didn't buy anything from any, because we're just walking through. And then we get to the last store, which was the Christian guy. And he says, we're going to buy something. This is the last store. Fuck it. All this shit the same. You buy it from the last one, right? And he says, why are you buying from me? I said, what? He said, you passed through all these other stores. You didn't buy anything from them because your hands are empty. Why are you buying from me? And he was afraid that those other Muslim vendors, because they placed him at the end of all the cruise ships, would take it out on him if we only bought something from him. So he's like, yo, can you make sure you buy something from these other Muslim vendors? And I always wonder, why the fuck would you even tattoo the shit on your hand? You could move through society without even being recognized without the tattoo on your hand. I think I asked him. My point being that I think the Muslim religion is probably less tolerant of other religions. You know,
oh, it is. It's fucking insane.
Mm-hmm.
It's insane.
The Philly blacks migrating to that, and I've said that Philly, I think, has the largest black population in the country, and so it's not surprising that they would migrate to the most evolutionary religion.
They migrate into that, John, because it's the closest thing to being able to have an anchor of legitimacy as far as knowledge and what's right and wrong, and still get to cuss out whitey. That's why they're doing it. They're just, it's nothing but there are 70% of blacks are just obsessed. People say I'm obsessed with blacks. I say, well, I'm obsessed with the crime rate. Yeah, you got me on that one. It's kind of getting obvious and it's kind of ridiculous. But other than that, but I'm telling you, black people, 70% of them are obsessed with law-abiding whitey. We can't do nothing right. Everything's going wrong. For the past 50 years, they've taken no note of how well they've got it, how well they've had it. Jim Crow's been over for now 65 years, probably 70, the brunt of it. And these Muslims are just jumping on it. It's I don't know. I don't know how long the white hatred can go on. I know the media can fuel it, but I'm still surprised that blacks fall for it. I get the media. I'm a conspiracy theorist. I don't care. They do all kinds of things to white too. You know, the lax laws. Whiteys are under those lax laws. You don't have 14-year-old kids going out and carjacking because there's lax laws that the people made. So, I mean, whitey's affected by the lax laws too, or affected by lax law. They're not taking advantage of it. So it's not the laws. It's not whitey. It's black culture.
We got HB going trucking here on the panel here, and I got a text about this. Someone sent me this. HB, I'll read this for you. Cyber gangs are stealing loads from U.S. truckers, double brokering. Let's see what it says. Scammers act as middlemen, holding loads for ransom, failing to deliver them. Cargo theft rose by 60% from 2022 to 2023. Double brokering practice used to commit fraud or steal. Do you know what that is? What are they referring to here?
For real, dude.
Read that one more time for me. Read it one more time for me.
Efforts to combat cyber thieves in the shipping and transportation industry are intensifying. As the Wall Street Journal reports, scammers are pretending to be carriers online aiming to skim payments. If a shipper needs a load delivered to a warehouse or store, a scammer intervenes as the middleman and either holds the load for ransom or doesn't deliver it. It's significantly impacting the supply chain, trickling down to consumers as they may face price hikes or shortages of essential items such as food, electronics, etc. Have you ever heard of this? It's called double
let
brokering.
HB go in first, right? And I have something to say afterwards.
It's called double brokering.
So what is sounding like is these scammers are pretending to be brokers, booking the load with either the company or the driver, and then trying to resell it back to the broker or the driver. That's what it sounded like.
Modern day pirate.
Yes, yeah. So they're basically they're pirates essentially. essentially.
crazy, bro.
And this is why a lot of truckers are against the broker company, because with the brokers, the reason that there's a middleman in trucking though is for insurance purposes. It's the brokers can take on the insurance of each load, so it doesn't get passed on to the driver. But the driver is like, you know, I'll pay extra insurance if I can cut out the middleman, because I'll get paid more.
Right.
So it's a dirty game, and I
We're
wouldn't be
talking about
surprised.
$10,000 more.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if the brokers weren't in on this shit altogether anyway.
Bro,
like
That's what I was saying, HB. It sounds like to me, I was putting on my tinfoil hat. Sounds like a little more bullshit to me than reality.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if the brokers aren't doing this.
So can I attest?
Yo,
So,
$700 million in freight annually is affected. Damn, that's amazing, bro.
John, so yesterday I came on here and I put in the chat that I was at the grocery store looking for poultry and I couldn't find any, so I went to another grocery store a mile and a half from the other grocery store. And when I went there, the same issue. So I decided to ask one of the employees that I usually talk to, and this guy been hacked. And I'm like, what you mean? Like the company itself has been hacked? And he goes like, I really don't know what's going on, but CVS, Amazon, Stop and Shop, Shaw's, and etc.
Oh, damn.
Latino cut out.
Because I was going to take my tinfoil hat even further than you took it, HB. I say that this shit could be put forth to create shortages when they need them, and blame it on anything other than what people would cast their attention to. Because if there was a problem in shipping, everybody knows you don't get into shipping with chump change. That's big business. That's big business. So I don't know. They're going to create shortages however they want to create them. I don't know how bad they're going to get. I don't think they'll do them too bad now. It could be long down the road, but this is just little conditioning. To me, they're conditioning us to get ready for things not being business as usual.
Yeah, and I told my friend, so I was talking to the guy, and I've seen the supermarket. I actually went there this morning after dropping off my kid in school, and it's empty, dude. There's a lot of shit missing. We talking about eggs, meat. What was it that I saw? Pasta.
What's the population?
Produce.
What's the population where you live?
What happened?
What is the population of your
where
area?
Where I live, we basically share a town with like two other towns. So, but my town is like 6,500.
6,500, and you've got shortages. It's amazing.
Yeah.
How close are the towns? Yeah, it could be. It could be. Yeah, it could be.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. So I told my friend before the elections that don't be surprised if some shit like this goes down. And he's like, "Oh, dude, I wouldn't put it past you because they hacked the dealership where he works at 2 times last year and this year."
What's up, Hank?
Hey, I actually am an expert in this topic. I work in shipping. I understand. Most companies wouldn't want to cause a shortage on purpose because then you can't make sales unless you just try to. You're gonna sell to someone if you do have a shortage. You're gonna try to sell to someone.
Wait. Say that.
I can't understand what you're saying.
Let me see if I can adjust the mic. Let me see if I can adjust it. No, I can't adjust it. You might have to log out, log back in, or something like that. If you can't adjust it.
Go off mute, Hank. Go off mute. There we go.
I just reconnected my Bluetooth. How is it now?
Not so great, but a little better. But go ahead.
Yeah. Very few people don't want to cause a shortage on purpose.
What, for insurance purposes?
Yeah. If you do want to cause a shortage on purpose, you plan to sell to someone. You have a buy already. That's the only reason why you would cause a shortage of purpose. Like you already have a contract coming up and they had to buy.
Oh yeah, you're really breaking up here.
Yeah, I say these
He's
trucking
saying
companies.
he's basically saying that some, from what I'm understanding, is that some contracts are up and they do this, to get leverage.
These trucking companies, it takes a lot of capital to run them. So I don't put anything past when you start getting into that level of commerce, shit being done just to prick the citizens a little bit and let them feel what it's going to be like in the future.
Why does it take so much capital to run them?
You need a lot of labor. I fixed the ticket problem. There's a lot of labor.
Labor is not even the biggest cost. The biggest cost is fuel.
Yeah, it's not only that, but they've made it impossible for independent truckers, and to do that, they had to run the prices up so bad that now it just takes a lot of money to do it, and they absorbed it. They're fine. Look, a lot of these huge international companies. I hate to break it to you, folks, they're getting made whole when there's a shortage. If they're a serious enough trucking outfit, they can come in and say, under this chapter or under that chapter, we can keep running, and somebody pops them about 20 mil.
Brave, that's why I don't think it's the trucking companies. I think it's the brokers artificially having these cyber attacks, because they know the trucking company is going to pay regardless. They got the capital. So if you say it's a cyber attack, they'll just double book it. They'll pay twice for the same load just to get it shipped.
Right?
It's always the nerds, man. Just always know that. It's always the nerd.
Yep. In the final analysis, though, the brokers, I'll bet you, are way closer connected to the actual trucking companies than what we're thinking. In other words, the people that have that kind of cash aren't going to leave brokering to just anybody. It's not going to happen like that. So I say the people who oversee the trucking industry oversee the brokering of it.
Yeah, exactly. So pretty much how it works is that Hank,
your mic is just go out and come back in. Are you connected to a Bluetooth or something?
Yeah, that's what it is. He's connected to the headset. You got to take it off the headset, bro.
Yeah, take your headset off.
No, I know it's not gonna work. I don't have. I'm in a car. That's not gonna help.
Are you driving? Are you driving right now?
Yeah. He look like he's driving. He's in a car.
Oh.
Yeah, but like I was saying, there's always the nerds, bro. The nerds, man, because they don't put no manual labor, so they always find the easy way, and that's always going to be the issue, dude.
No, if this gets out of hand,
that's why companies like Walmart, they completely cut out the middleman. They don't deal with a middleman because it's shit like this. That's why if you go to a Walmart, it's always stocked. Like you're never gonna go to a Walmart and you have a shortage unless it's maybe like a weather situation. But
that's crazy. It's crazy that you say that because they like I've only noticed Walmart trucks only delivering to Walmart.
Yeah, no, they do because they cut out the middleman. They got enough money to where they can cut out a middleman. But most trucking companies,
that's crazy. You mentioned that.
Most trucking companies, they'll have direct lines and direct connections with certain companies, but even trucking companies still go through brokers just to keep the drivers moving, and because they get a cut of that. So everybody gets a cut off of the drivers getting it from point A to point B.
Yeah, yo, you know how much money you could be banking in without a broker, dude? More than like 10 to 15,000.
Way more without the brokers. But
but they smooth things out though.
Right. The brokers smooth things out. They have a lot more connections.
Yeah, I mean, goodness sakes,
man. Just like Brave was saying, it takes a lot to run a trucking company.
Oh, dude.
Hey, B, I know you. Oh shit! I'm so.
You all right, John?
John, your shoulder all right, man?
John, I'm an old person that has a lot of aches and pains. Tell me one quick, where is that pain at? In your side,
neck, my back, my neck, my back.
My neck and my back.
My
You know,
pussy and my crack.
how far down your back does it go, John?
Lower back, my shoulder, my neck.
John, me and you are in
You
the
know,
same boat.
You could have a pleura infection. You get a pleura infection, you don't move that side of your body if it's a good one. That's
What
an
the hell is
inflammation.
that?
That's an inflammation between the two linings. You got a lining that goes against your rib cage, and then you got another lining that has all the vessels and everything like that that forms a sac around inside of your rib cage, and that protects your lungs. If that gets inflamed, buddy, you're not gonna move nothing until that inflammation is gone.
Yeah, that's what I'm waiting on. I ain't gonna lie to you.
I already made my doctor's
Brave, he got it.
appointment.
He got it from lifting a
Lift the
weight,
Yeah.
cowbell.
Oh, you probably didn't
Oh,
stretch.
you
or
tore. Well,
something.
you probably tore
pulled
the hell
something.
out of it. Then you could have torn a muscle there. I mean, that's simple.
That's why you got to warm up first, John.
What'd you do? No, you're lifting too heavy, John. I heard you. I heard.
That's what I said. He lifted.
Yeah, you ain't that big to be lifting no 50-pound cowbell, man.
Nah,
God damn.
You know, a cowbell may have been easier to deal with 2 hands, but a
Right.
dumbbell at 50
Yeah,
pounds.
no. I know you're strong, John, but you just don't look that strong.
No.
John is the urban landlord,
and you're old too. You're getting old.
35.
John, you know what I lift weights now for an easy session. I don't even press it. 15 pounds. 15 pounds per hand.
I mean, I do a lot of sit-ups and push-ups and shit, but I think I'm
Yeah.
That's what I do.
Weights alone. Well, I ain't gonna leave them. I like different weights. I ain't gonna lie to you, but I'm just gonna. I had a 35-pound kettlebell that worked out fine for me, but this 50-pound kettlebell, I don't know where the fuck I put the 35 pounds.
Yeah.
With a kettlebell, you can better handle it with 2 hands.
Well,
versus
yeah.
You know what I mean? Yeah.
Have you thought about going to a chiropractor?
No, don't, John, don't.
Yeah, I'm just gonna see if the swelling go down. Man, I've been on my back probably for shit.
Where's the swelling at? You notice swelling somewhere?
Internal.
You got ibuprofen?
You know what I mean? I ain't taking shit. I ain't
Take
even
ibuprofen, man. Trust me. Trust me.
You
Take
could-
an ibuprofen.
John, ibuprofen is quite the anti-inflammatory. It will knock the hell out of inflammation.
Why?
Wait,
Yeah.
Lower the inflammation.
Why are you against chiropractors?
Oh, because it's silly. It's nonsense. It's dumb shit. Dumb shit. Dumb shit. Come on, think of what they do. Let me see. I'm going to turn your back this way, and now everything's okay. Get the fuck out of here.
Yeah, I don't
Get
the hell out of here with that shit.
I tell you this, and it may sound crazy to you, but I know it may really sound crazy to you why I haven't taken any medicine, anything. But I kind of enjoy the pain.
Well, you know what?
John.
You know what? It cools your jets, don't it? You know there's such a thing as your body will release opiates when you have pain or you're sick. Your body will release opiates.
John, you know what's crazy, John?
Yeah.
I think the same thing too. It's like when I have a bruise and that bruise is gone, it's like I miss it.
Yeah, you kind of enjoy the pain. It's like
it's weird,
like when you
man.
work out
I
hard,
thought I was the only one.
You work out hard, you sore the next day. That's what I'm attributing this to.
Yeah.
I probably didn't use proper form.
You've been sore too many days now, so you did
Yeah,
something. You did something real silly.
I think it was improper form, to be honest.
Yeah.
with you.
Yeah.
I'm pointing the finger at myself. That's what I think it is.
Yeah. Well, I say it's too much weight too.
Yeah. Improper form with too much weight.
Because form is everything. Form is everything. You start throwing weights and you start ripping muscles. If you can't lift it very perfectly, if you can't lift weight perfectly and slowly, it's too much.
Yeah.
You're lifting too much. If you got to throw it, it's too much.
Yeah.
The way to do it is you pick the right weight. That's right. And once you keep doing it a lot, right? You do it to the point where you can't lift it anymore. That light one, and that's how you built up that muscle. That's what one guy was saying. He's like, you don't have to kill yourself for like
no, you don't
having to lift 100 times or whatever. It's like, nah, dude, just
do it real slow. Do it slow with perfect form, and that will fatigue you quicker than doing a lot of reps.
Yep.
Now, or you can do a number of reps if you go light, and that's good for you too. Lighter weight with a number of increased reps with perfect form, you'll get some results. I mean, you'll get results, man. So I mean, it's yeah, John. If you're messing with weights, buddy, you gotta watch what you're doing. I'm sure you've learned that by now, but
You don't do pull-ups?
Man, I don't have a pull-up bar in the house, but I do a lot of like sit-ups and shit, and
Yeah, pull-ups are good, dude.
Yeah, a lot of modified sit-ups and shit like that, bro.
I got rid of my fat stomach with that shit.
But I got a real lean diet, bro. Like I really don't eat a lot of vegetables. It's mostly meat, very lean.
It's funny. I always, because you get such a physical exertion when you're a young man. Anyway, I remember the days and getting a good amount of good romance. And I always remember if you go a little while without romance in a dry spot, and you get some romance, your whole ab section is tore the hell up. And I'm going, get it, God damn it, I was doing it, Dad. Yeah. And so I ask people after they say, "Oh, I finally
That's why
got
they
me."
call you Be Brave.
No, I hear somebody say, "I finally got me some pussy after 6 months." And I'm going, "Is your stomach sore?" And they go, "No." I'm thinking to myself, I don't say anything further. I shut up then. I'm going, okay, never mind.
Yeah, you're right. Your body be hurting, man.
Oh, especially your abs, man. Goddamn, holding yourself up, doing push-ups off of her. Unless you're a lot of slob and you lay all over her,
You know
HB,
how like when the summer, how when the summer starts and you go to the pool that first time when you come out and just like, what the hell happened? Like you're all sore the next day.
Yeah.
Yeah.
HB, you ever watch Peaky Blinders?
Oh, great show.
Oh yeah.
Do you remember
that
that segment in Peaky Blinders where that woman was like, I guess I can't remember which one it was. It was the crazy brother or some shit like that. I guess he's going out to do his wild thing as he normally did, and she was like, "Full stomach and empty balls. That's my job." Do you remember that segment?
I don't remember that. It's been a minute since I watched that show.
Oh man, honestly, HB, man,
that's to a man's heart right there.
A nigga would go out here and run through a brick wall, work his head off, full stomach, empty balls. That's really the formula, right? Men ain't got no problem with men. Don't have a problem working. I don't believe that. Most men probably take some enjoyment out of working. When they come home, they want food and empty ball, right? Before they leave out of the house, sometimes depending on what they're doing, depending on how rough the job is.
How they feeling?
Well, when I had my mistress in the workplace for 6 years, I had to pleasure myself looking at my girl I lived with, and then I went to work and lasted a little longer. The girl I lived with, I was cheating on her, but we were on the way out. So
I'm misogynistic over here, though, HB.
No. We were on our way out. I'd just throw the covers back and look at that naked ass while she was sleeping. I'd say, okay, and then I'd go to work and get the real thing.
Ain't nothing but the real
We'll
thing.
need to get a Kamala vote over here with Brady talking like that.
That's what the M in MAGA stands for, misogynist, man.
Yeah, damn right.
God damn.
Are we misogynist? No, we're just men that'll tell a woman to go to hell if she's got one coming. Sorry.
That's what they would call us, misogynist.
Yeah,
but
I
I think
know.
deep down women want misogynist.
They do. I always tell any young man, if you won't tell your woman to go to hell, she's gonna go get her some side dick. You decide what you want to do. You decide what you want to do, you dumb bastard. Your woman, you better let that woman know you ain't playing around,
like
man.
HB said.
I don't care if it costs you the relationship. It's better to cost a relationship than to be a goddamn little afraid of what she might do. Go ahead, Latino. I'm sorry.
All a man has is his word and his balls, man.
Yeah.
Right, and that's why I always got like one thing that my father taught me, and I thank God that he did, bro. Is he's like he told me, he's like, yo, if she asks you to do something that you don't want, you say no, and you stand on it. And thank God for that advice.
Wait, John, what is this story you got up here?
Oh, what was it? Trucker. I know you deliver paper products a lot of times.
Yeah.
So, and people, not very in tune with like how intricate like loading the truck, I guess, can be. Here's an article. I guess the trucker shifted in the paper.
What is it? Is it a flatbed or is it a?
No, it'd be a semi. No,
hauling large rolls of
no, it has to be. It has to be a trailer. They ain't gonna ship rolls of paper in a flatbed.
large rolls.
Unless it was tarped the hell out of. Do you do any tarping, HB? Right quick. Sorry to interrupt.
No, I don't. But I can guarantee I know what happened with this load, John. If
What do you
that,
think
yeah,
happened?
so I have picked up these rolls before of giant rolls of paper. And
What the hell is that?
It's just giant rolls of paper. I don't know what they do with it afterwards.
They laminate it and make corrugated containers out. I worked in 8 years.
That's probably for like newspapers and stuff.
So
Could be that.
So
Depends on how tall they are.
There might be 6 giant rolls of paper they stick in your trailer. 6 of them. So just imagine it's a 53-foot trailer, and you could
Look at
fit
this
6
shit.
of them. Yeah. That's John. That's exactly what I pick up. Exactly what I pick up.
Damn.
So
Damn,
with
HB.
this, what happens with a lot of guys is they don't put their low bars in their straps because they just assume that I'm in a trailer, I can just drive with it and I don't have to strap it down.
Yeah.
But those rolls roll. I mean, now the way that they stack them upwards. So it's not gonna like roll, but if one falls over, then they're all gonna fall over.
Yeah,
So
that's gonna
What's one of them big shits weigh, man?
Oh God.
Oh man, if they're laminated, they don't weigh near as much if they're ready to make boxes with them. But boy, I'll tell you, they bring in that paper, boy, and it's all just one just one.
You see them HB. This look like a big ass paper towel.
What is like a
No.
ton?
I've literally picked up from this place. We might have picked up from the same place this guy. But with these giant rolls, I strap them down and I put low bars up. So the low bars are these giant bars that go from one side of the trailer to the other. And then I have straps too, which are just like seat belts.
Hey, is that the strap right here, HB? Those orange looking things? Are those straps?
Yeah, those are straps. He probably should have used the low bar too. That's probably what happened.
Yeah, I used to do load for Boris Head, and we had to strap our shit, dude. One
Man,
time the door opened, and thank God we had everything strapped. Oh Lord.
Where are you?
Somebody.
Where are you delivering to? What are they doing with the paper when you get it there? Have you ever looked in on the production process?
Yeah, I have no idea, man.
HB, that fucking paper would turn over a truck. Look at this shit.
Yeah.
Oh hell yeah! Oh fuck, man.
Shit. All you gotta do is take one wrong turn. That momentum, John, is gonna keep moving. So he probably jerked the truck the wrong way and flipped that bitch. And then once those rolls start rolling, man, you can kill somebody with that thing, man.
Damn right.
They done.
Yeah.
Fatality, bro.
The load she was hauling, it was a woman. 33-year-old Savannah Purdue. The load she was hauling shifted, causing the tractor trailer to overturn.
Yep.
That's why,
She
like,
hit that turn too hard. She hit that turn too hard, man.
Yeah,
like those gas tanks. The gas tanks, like the way that they're designed, bro, it's amazing how these engineers designed those gas tanks. Because I always thought that too. Like, you
if
know
that's
what I mean?
gas, that would have been a fire, right?
You wait, say that again.
If she had been hauling gas, that'd have been like a major fire, right?
Oh,
more than likely, yeah. More than likely.
But the gas tanks has 5 layers inside, like a wall, and it divides. So if it like, it's crazy, man, the way it works. Like the engineering of it, it's amazing.
So you didn't HB? You never went in and look at the production process, because when you were saying something there,
I never see what.
Yeah, take a tour, man. It'd blow your mind what they do with that paper. Yeah, it'd blow your mind. They'll let you take a tour. Ask them. You're a driver, a regular. Just tell them to give you a tour of the plant. It'll blow your mind, man.
Yeah,
it'll blow your mind.
This lady though, man, the reason she's getting charged is because I'm guaranteeing there was some negligence on her end.
Yeah,
I bet.
Yeah.
Does she lose? Does she automatically lose her license now?
Oh hell yeah, I bet.
More than likely, but it depends. She might get put on like some probationary, um, you know, something like that, where she'll have a mark on her record. But I mean, if the police want her, she definitely was doing something she wasn't supposed to. So.
Because the load bars you got, HB, and all modern load bars, you got rails running down the side of the trailer, and then you claw into each rail and then crank it tight, right?
Right.
Yeah. So the old load bars would actually you'd crank them apart and they would press up against the sidewall, which is bullshit because that's not going to hold anything. But yeah, the modern ones, yeah, she overlooked the modern load bars. Yeah, and strapping. Oh yeah.
Honestly though, Brave, looking at this shit, I don't even think load bars would have helped her because her shit flipped. That means she must have hit a turn too hard and the load
too fast.
The loads flipped over and flipped the trailer.
Yeah, because they had them they had them standing on end, right?
Right. They're standing up.
Right. Yeah. So that's a lot of flat to be. That's a lot of weight to turn over when you got that much flat on the floorboard.
I'm not a truck driver, but I'm pretty sure that if you take
another major thing too is you really gotta load out your weight. So every time I get a load, I'll go to the scale and load it out. Now let's say there's more weight on my tandems than the drive tires. I equal it out every time, no matter what. I don't care how much weight I'm taking, I equal it out because if you got too much weight on your trailer as opposed to the drive, when you hit a turn, that trailer sways more. So it adds more it counterbalances. You want your trailer and your drive tires to be as equal as possible so you have less it's like you want it to be as balanced as possible. You know, you don't want one side to be more weight than the other. So
no friction.
She probably didn't even weigh her shit out either. So when she hit that turn, it was just way more inertia on that trailer that flipped that shit. But yeah, that's why there's like 20 things you got to do before you really get out on the road to make sure that you're driving safe. Because shit like that happens all the time.
Yeah, I had an easy 26-foot truck driving job. Everything I hauled was on skids. Wasn't nothing to it.
Yeah. So
skid
you don't really have to worry about the
no.
Making sure
the load on the skid is secure. So
This HB, what's the speed limiters? Can you tell us about speed limiters?
Yeah.
Governors.
The governors. A lot of companies, they'll have your truck. They'll have it governed at a certain speed. So for some companies it's 55. Some companies it's 60. Mine's 68. So I can go up to 68. But if I'm going downhill, I can get up to 80 if I'm going downhill. Not that I get up to 80, but if I'm going downhill, I can get up to 80. And some companies don't have limiters at all.
So according to this, Biden Harris proposed a rule schedule for January 2025. I guess that would limit how fast you could go, where Trump Vance said that rule could be delayed, possibly indefinitely, as Vance has supported legislation.
No, you want to limit
speed limiting device in trucks.
You want to limit trucks. You want to limit trucks. You don't want 30. You don't want 20 tons going down the highway at 90 miles an hour, folks.
No, you don't, dude.
Owner operators say the rule is unsafe and will introduce unfair competition with larger carriers.
Yeah.
If we put the limit to everybody the same, okay, but everybody can't just have different limits. That's crazy.
No. What he's saying, what that trucker is saying is there's no limiters on owner operators. So they can compete with the major companies because the major companies have limiters on their trucks.
Okay.
Yeah, but you also have. Oh, so go ahead.
Yeah, no. So he's saying if everybody is at the same speed, now the major companies are going to benefit because he can't outpace. Like I got truckers all the time that flying by me, but they're usually owner operators, so they can get more loads. You know.
Yeah, but they're risking a lot of money in traffic tickets and even getting their license messed with. So it doesn't make any sense for an owner operator to go crazy on
I
the
just
speed
feel like
limit.
everybody should have the same.
Yeah.
HB, I know this
set
is
speed.
near and dear to your heart as a trucker. Autonomous trucking. The Biden-Harris had planned to propose a regulation in December, safe integration of automated driving systems equipped commercial motor vehicles, addressing the high levels, level 4 and 5 of truck automation. The Trump Vance, they want to return to a less regulatory, more industry-driven approach to truck automation, as was the case during the first Trump administration by encouraging more feedback from autonomous vehicle technology companies. The cost implications potentially less onerous for the trucking industry because the Biden-Harris rule would have considered higher costs for training and certifying those performing enhanced inspections, as well as the potential for sidelining trucks and their drivers with additional inspections. Interesting. What do you think about the autonomous trucks? I know you're against those, HB.
Yeah. Well, I'm only against it because it just doesn't make any sense right now. I don't think it's gonna. I think it'll cost way too much. Plus, I think they're really dangerous, man.
I was gonna say.
Yeah, and I think just the technology is not there. They're using cameras and shit, man. You need to use like LiDAR or something or infrared to see these
radar.
No, the sensors. Yeah, snow can get on the sensors. Anything can goof up the sensors.
Right. Fog. How's it gonna see through fog? It's just a bunch of cameras driving.
Here's another thing here, HB, you might find interesting. Trade tariffs. Biden, Harris, they wanted to maintain certain current tariffs on certain goods from China while raising and expanding tariffs on green energy products. Steel and aluminum. Trump wants to impose a 60% tariff on all U.S. imports from China and a baseline tariff on all U.S. imports of 10 to 20%. According to freightwaves.com, which is the article that I'm reading here, they say the cost implications is a net positive for domestic economic growth, which could spark a corresponding boost in trucking demand.
Yeah,
freight lobbying interests could also have more power in negotiating tariff exceptions. What do you think about that, HB?
Yeah. I think a lot of people don't understand the tariffs, but really what the tariffs are supposed to do is encourage you to buy more American stuff. So instead of buying something from China, you just buy it from America because it pretty much will cost, it'll equal out. You know, China sells a lot of their shit at a net disadvantage because we're pretty much in an economic war with China. So they got monkeys working in factories, so they don't got to pay them really anything. So they'll sell something at a net loss just to compete with us, and they don't really care. You know, they don't really have a true like capitalist society really over in China. So with these tariffs, it's gonna incentivize people to buy more American, which is more trucking. So I think it's good. I think it's good. I think the industry thinks it's good too. So I'm just a trucker. I don't really know. But if all the companies are thinking that it's good, it's probably a good thing.
We hear you talk a lot about truck parking. JD Vance was a co-sponsor of the Truck Parking Safety Improvement Act, a bill spearheaded but yet to be enacted by the owner-operated Independent Drivers Association. Biden-Harris, they wanted to expand funding through the Infrastructure Jobs and Investment Act. The cost implications, it reintroduced legislation that would dedicate $755 million in grant money over the next 3 years, specifically for expanding truck parking. I know it's a thing we talk about a lot, huh?
Yeah. I think that's probably one of the biggest issues in trucking is truck parking, especially when it's really bad weather. Like the only thing you want to do is get off the road and find parking, but sometimes you gotta go 10, 20 miles just to find parking, and that's when, you know, now you got accidents because you're trying to get off the road but you can't find parking. And honestly, like I always look around and I'm just like, man, they could make parking right here. Like
I don't understand why they don't extend the.
Yeah, I'll
like
be honest. Go ahead.
You know, like the emergency lane, just extend it and like a little bit out, because we have so much trees and shit. We could extend that for the truck drivers if they want to rest.
They do it in a lot of places where they have those emergency lanes are really
Yeah, they should have that, man.
But then you got, you know, punk ass cops that'll ticket you if you're parked over there.
Well, I mean, they shouldn't. I mean, you guys are making America go round, dude.
You know, HB, I never understood, man. You know, it was one of those areas of trucking that I never thought about. Parking, like most people never think about how parking is important for a trucker.
Especially in major cities, John. It's damn near impossible to find trucking in major cities.
Yeah, you know, I think most people, you know, I think we are bringing an appreciation of truckers here. What do you think?
Yeah, I appreciate what you do, bro.
Yeah, no, but you know, at the same time, truckers fuck it up too, man. Walmart used to let truckers park at their any Walmart for the longest. They used to let truckers. Now they stop because too many truckers are, you know, pissing on the side of the truck and stuff. So I think there's got to be both sides. Like if you're gonna expand more trucking parking, these truckers gotta act like, you know, human beings instead of animals out here. Like piss in a fucking in a Gatorade bottle like a real man, you know. Like don't piss on the side of the road. Now, you know, somebody's grandma coming to shop at Walmart in the morning, first thing in the morning, she got to smell hot piss. Like that's
the Gatorade bottle's too big, bro.
In terms of independent contractors, I know you want to be like an owner operator, independent contractor. I think those things are all kind of in line here. Trump, Vance, they want an expected return to policy during Trump's first term that the Biden administration reversed, making it easier for the Department of Labor to find that a worker was an independent contractor rather than an employee. What do you think about that?
Wait. Say that one more time.
They want to make it easier, basically, for you to be an independent contractor rather than an employee. This is very similar to the Uber argument. Where a lot of Uber guys want to be independent contractors, and you know the government wants them as employees. And the cost implications are administrative costs saved by carriers who would be the responsibility of independent contractors. What do you think about it?
Yeah, no, I think it's definitely in the benefit of the trucker to be an independent contractor. And I think the same thing with Uber drivers. I really do think it's fucked up that they can't be independent contractors, but I think it kind of stops them from being able to like expand. Because if you got a LLC, now you can you can pretty much start a company within a company if you got an LLC. And I think they want to try to keep you as an employee. But I think truckers should be able to choose whether they want to be an employee or independent contractor, because you still, everything is still paid for, the money is still the same, it's just how it's cut up.
It's your choice on how you want to go about it.
Yeah.
I'm gonna give a little bit of pushback to HB if I can.
Sure, go ahead.
The average driver, this is currently my advice, and I've done it all. I've been a company driver. I had a truck leased on. I was a fully independent carrier with my own DOT and MC number and all that good stuff. The average driver out here is best off to get with a good company and run with them as long as possible.
Yeah.
An owner operator can do good. If you're your own carrier, you can do good sometimes, but you're going to have these different market fluctuations where it's really good this year and terrible for the next two. And and you don't have the same leverage over your cost as the mega carriers, where someone like me or HB, if he had a truck, we're pretty much at the mercy of the truck stops and their fuel prices in the market. The mega carriers, they can purchase, thousands or millions of gallons of fuel on a whole different type of market at a big discount. So now that doesn't mean you can't make money as a lease operator or a totally independent, but you're at the mercy of everything around you, including things like insurance, truck parts, tires, everything else. And then that's not even to include how it can affect you in other ways. Like, so for example, I was an independent carrier for a couple of years, and it was like impossible for me to try to get a home loan, even though I was making good money, because now I'm self-employed, which folks that lend don't look as favorably upon as other things. So they both have their benefits, but having been through the different rungs, I always recommend guys keep a clean record, serve your time at whatever mega company, and then try to get on with a good carrier that, like, especially if you're talking about a carrier that doesn't, their main thing isn't truck driving. So for example, a grocery store or a fuel company or whatever, where they employ trucks, but they're not dependent on the freight market. They're just trying to move their stuff.
That's interesting, huh? Like a Walmart.
Exactly.
A Walmart. Like John, Walmart's
Yeah.
they start out at 120 a year for Walmart
Really?
drivers. Yeah,
but
Walmart.
wait, let me ask you this, HB. What are their hours like? Is it like a regular job hours?
Yeah, it's
No,
no. It's over the road, but they, it's like 5 days. You work 5 days, 2 days off. But then, I mean, you get damn near a month of vacation working for Walmart.
That's what I'm saying. You're like an employee, basically.
Right. You're an employee, but all you do is go
pretty
from.
good damn pay, though.
Yeah, no, that's really good pay in trucking. And all you're doing is going to Walmart stores to a DC, Walmart stores to a DC.
A to B, A to B.
You're not making no other stops. So.
HB, I saw something about a guy at a truck stop. I guess he had just started trucking. And I guess he had to wait for the unloading. And they were like, you didn't think that this was they didn't tell you this was part of the job, that you had to spend a lot of time unloading. Does that ring a bell with you?
Yeah, I mean, I've only had maybe 2 situations where it took damn near 12 hours to unload a truck. I just went to sleep. I didn't give a fuck. I just went to sleep.
But do you not make money in that interim while you're not driving?
No. You get paid. So for my company, I get $20 an hour for the wait time. So after an hour, if they don't have it unloaded, that's when I start getting $20 an hour after that wait time. So,
HB, have you ever been introduced to lot lizards?
I've had my fair share of lot lizards.
That's crazy.
What's her name, right?
It's funny.
Who is this lady? Mellow, Honey or something, right?
No,
I see Lily.
Lily, yeah.
So when all of this shit, this programming shit, all of this president shit is like people like HB and people that are in our community, they keep us alive, We are our own community because we live it in our own lives, you know what I'm saying? But I just wanted to show you love, HB, and I think I donated to y'all. I love y'all so much.
Hey, Lily, I appreciate that. I wanted to tell you.
Y'all like everything. HB, that's a real nigga right there. Like I like him. HB, he's a real. He's very respectful, and I love you, HB.
I try to be. Lily, what do you think about the lot lizards? What do you think about them?
Lot lizards, I think they're exponentially. Is that a word? Lot lizards, like what the fuck? Like
I don't know.
exponentially.
It could be exponentially or expeditiously or
exponentially lot lizards. Like what the fuck? You a lot lizard.
Who are you,
If you gonna be a lot lizard, you gonna be the best lot lizard in your motherfucking life. I feel like anything you do in your life, you finna be the best at it. You better be, you know?
Hey, give me 1 second, Lily. Give me 1 second, HB. We're oh shit. We're at 6 hours and 17 minutes in. We had some lively conversations here. Please show some support to the channel. You see that?
Oh yeah, and John, I exponentially I donated to you too, because you know you keep our mental is above, you know, because y'all are everything. I love y'all.
We do, you know, everyone that donates, contributes, supports the channel. You know, I'm speaking for everyone. HB Hill chime in as well. I don't think Portia's here right now, but we really do appreciate.
Oh yeah, and Portia, she the GOAT. She
Yeah,
went in on Kamala Harris when she.
You know,
Yeah.
go ahead, HB.
I like that.
Yeah, no, we really do appreciate it, man, and it's
Yeah. But HB, you ain't had to put me out like that though.
Come on, Lily, my bad.
Come on, HB. No, it's all good. I love y'all. I love y'all energy. Y'all like everything. Y'all keep us going in the community on YouTube and just even in real life. If you need to, you know, pull up and just be like, you know, I need somewhere to stay and whoop the whoop. I got you.
Yeah, we have fun. Brady, you ever heard of the Green Dragon before?
No, I never have.
Like, yeah, HB, you know, we talked about the Green Dragon. I've talked about the Green Dragon before. We've talked about it here on this stream. Green Dragon is where the American Revolution started, if I'm not mistaken.
in Boston, right?
Right. And it was, you know, a handful of men in there, and that was the spawning of the American Revolution. And I often thought that, you know, it doesn't take a lot of people, 100 people, and, you know, 10, 15 million subscribers to, like,
10, 15. Jesus.
You know, yeah,
you know what I heard, John and HB. I heard that this is our karma because black, you know, aka black people are just melanated. We indoctrinated white people, so they were our slaves before we were their slaves. So you know,
you know, on this channel, you know, in the short period that we've been on here, we've had people like Cam the King offer up like zero-turn machines. We've had Master Kim help a buddy of mine out with business and stuff like that. And I think, you know, I think that really is, you know, I hope that, you know, it conveys the value of the channel, as well as keeping you entertained. HB in the morning, keep you very much entertained.
Y'all have such a great spirit. Be brave. You finna go fishing? What's going on? I like that. Okay.
I'm just hiding my ugliness.
So with all that said, you guys support, you know, support your channel, Streamlabs, Cash App. We'll read it out either way you send it. Acknowledge you somewhere.
Right.
But we appreciate you.
I just wanted to say I love y'all, and you know, I'm finna get off this thingity thing. So I love y'all so much. Y'all are everything.
We appreciate you, Lily. Thank you. Thank you.
Appreciate you.
Thank you, Lily. God bless. God bless Lily, man. God bless the chat too. We appreciate y'all. Quit laughing, Latino.
But right quick, if there's nothing else, right quick before I get off of here, HB, we got to go back to you saying some happy horse shit about how many of them people in them godforsaken manufacturing procedures are legal. How
would you know though, Brave?
Because the jobs are so god damn nasty. Only anybody that's desperate would do them.
I don't know, man.
No, go work in a fiberglass factory. The minute you walk in, it attacks the front of your head with a headache.
Yeah, I would never work at a fiberglass company.
Go into them heat treating plants. Go into them coating plants. Go into the meat packing plants aren't too bad. They're not horrible. But go into where they coat steel and these places where they powder coat steel. Oh, CT, I'm telling you, man. I've been in them all, and I'm telling you what. These our Hispanic friends are saving our asses by being in there. They are.
I took
I just don't know if they're
ammonia.
No, most of them are. I guarantee you that most of them are.
You heard?
You show me a legal Spanish person, they're getting the hell out of there.
No, I'm telling you, I worked inside of a fridge, and I think I gained pneumonia for like 3 years, dude. Working for Boris.
You know the one thing I do notice though, Brave, is usually a lot of young guys. It's not older Latino guys.
Correct.
That's why I think it's like, it's probably just their first job. They're just
right as they come across the border. That's what I'm saying. That's why I'm saying they can talk about deporting criminals, which is a good thing. They can talk about deporting criminals, which is a very good thing. But this hope of mass deportation, you're not going to cripple the country. They're not going to cripple the country by doing that. And the jobs that are being done would cripple this economy if they just all of a sudden had a horrible shortage of them. Because, like I said, you're talking steel plating, steel hardening, fiberglassing. It's just if you walk in these places, when I pull into the dock, I wouldn't even go into the damn building, man, let alone work in there.
No, I've been to some of these places. The only reason that it makes me not think that they're illegals is because I've seen white people do the same jobs.
Yeah, but the ones I'm talking about, the white people that are in there are managers, and you can bet they're making a ton of the money.
No. I've seen white people do the
There were white people. There were white people where I was working.
I'll go with you. Yeah. I've seen it here and there, but I'm just saying the factories that I was in, it was by far 90% Spanish, and the whites that were in there were the managers, and there was few and not many of them.
Where I was, it was 50-50.
Was it?
Because honestly, Brave, I feel like the illegals, they're probably doing stuff off the books. They're doing like selling mangoes and.
No. Oh, you're full of shit on that one. What were you doing, Latino?
Hold on, Brave. Hold on for 1 second. Latino, I don't know. He's off the rails. No, he's coming here.
Who is the 50-50? Who said 50-50? Latino?
Yeah, I said 50-50.
What job were you doing with 50-50? Because I'll bet you it wasn't as bad as what I'm talking about. If there were white people doing it,
I worked inside of a freezer for Boris.
Yeah, that's not hard.
Ammonia run freezer. So
yeah. Oh, you can. That's not something that would just like give you immediate. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, and I've seen white people in coolers. You are correct, but I'm telling you, the places I've seen.
Here's a man. Go ahead. No, go ahead, HP.
No, I've seen probably the worst conditions that I've seen are like these recycling centers where, they're taking all the recycled paper, plastic products, and they're breaking it down, separating it, and I mean it's you got all these different machines. It's probably like 105 degrees in there. And,
a lot of particulate matter in the air too.
Yeah, it's a lot of shit in the air.
You'll see the workers covered in dust.
Yeah. They're pretty grimy, but I just can't. I don't know. Maybe I just don't assume that they're all illegals in there, because I've seen white people do the same jobs.
Yeah, but they're not doing near the numbers. All I'm saying is I got to get off here. All I'm saying is get them goddamn criminals out of here. You better leave them factory workers alone. That's all I'm talking upholstery. I'm talking everything. Everywhere you go, it's just like the Spanish are holding it down in the really grimy ass jobs. Bless their hearts.
Yeah, you got to tip your hat to them.
Oh, you do. It's amazing the stuff that I see them doing. I'm going, oh my God. I would do it too if I was a young man coming from Mexico and jumping in on the USA golden streets. I'd say I can do this for a couple of years. But
here's an interesting segue from the Hispanics doing the hard work, and a black man that embraced the Democrat anti-misogynistic, and he painted his fingernails in solidarity with women and blah blah blah.
Jesus Christ,
with his feminine side.
Oh God!
But it didn't work out so well for him on the playing field. And she works in politics, but it doesn't work in the playing field. Bears fire coordinator Shane Waldron is Caleb Williams, the fingernail quarterback. and the offense flounders. And that is often what happens a lot of times. And I think the NFL is a metaphor for life because the NFL might be our purest meritocracy right now. And a lot of times when you can't point the finger at the fingernail guy, you got to point the finger at the guy who may be upstream from the fingernail guy. And so, in other words, you lose the guy who may have talent, but who suffered at the detriment of the guy who had no talent, because no one can mention the fingernail guy's the lack of the fundamental skills to play the position. And this, I think, is kind of like what happens in life a lot of times. You promote a Kamala Harris, and she loses, like the Caleb Williams loses. They promote all this bullshit agenda. But you can't blame Kamala. You got to blame other people. Black men, white men, whoever. Shane Waldron, in this case. Yeah. Right. But I told you guys, when we bet here on the channel, what did I say all the time? I said, like, bet against a fingernail, boy. Right? You heard me say it over and over. Bet against a fingernail, boy. And I think this is just kind of like a maybe it's a microcosm of the way the Democrat Party is headed. Like, that shit don't win. It don't win.
And look where he plays at too. It's really a microcosm. Look where he play at. I mean,
Chicago.
Yeah, you think they gonna you think the Patriots gonna sign him? Hell no. That nigga got
we didn't want him because of that. Like, if you heard the radio stations here when we were talking about this guy during the draft, we were like, no, we don't want him because he cries to his mother. We don't want him because he paints his fingernails. Like, no, you was just like, hell no.
The NFL still, and it's hanging on by a thread, but it's still the last, like, if you want to call it misogynistic or paternalistic or whatever the fuck you want to call it, but it's a meritocracy, and it is in pursuit of strong men, right, to lead other men. And when the guy adopts painting his fingernails in the Democratic agenda, it just doesn't work out very well.
Well, let's be sure on one thing, though, when you were talking about the Democratic Party. They're not suffering at all. They just been set back a little bit. The first downturn in the economy, people turn into socialists. So the Democrat Party is, they're not going anywhere. We're never going to get rid of these blue-haired idiots. It ain't going to happen because in the end, people don't care if there's blue-haired idiots and transgenders all over the place. When it comes to getting unemployment checks and food stamps that are needed because the economy goes into a complete downturn, people will turn to they'll turn to the Democrats just like they did to Obama in 2008 by the way they did. The
reason why they turn to Democrats will not be to elect the first black president anymore. That guilt will be gone.
Oh yeah, no, you're right there. You're right there. Although I'm telling you, John, people would look for a first black president that wanted to go outside of the race bullshit. If one come up on the Democrats, and he actually, it ain't gonna happen because the Democrat Party cannot leave behind the blue-haired idiots now. They're part of the landscape. So, that's never gonna happen. But you're right. As far as I think a conservative could pull out the first black man conservative.
Yeah, I think so too. I think the Democrats have gone too far on the deep end.
Yeah, they're done. People will come back to them. Just like in 2008, I was the first one to say on the discussion, rub it in that, hey, all you conservatives, we're all socialists now, aren't we? Wasn't 2 weeks later, Newsweek had that on their headlines. We're all socialists now. So the Democrat Party, they're waiting in the wings. We're going to go through some fair weather. That's why. But I still say what worries me, he's got one term. He's going to do a bunch of shit like get rid of criminals. He's going to put up some wall. He's going to get an economy rolling. And then he's going to take us into a goddamn war that we don't want to be in. Because we'll be so brainwashed by him that the conservatives will just follow him into that damn Middle East. And it's like, oh, shit. I don't know. I sure hope I'm wrong on that.
Didn't Hamas call for peace? the other day when he got
Yeah,
elected.
they are. He's even making it look good on creating peace. He's even making it look like calming down Ukraine and Russia. That's what I'm saying. When you got that much, there's an old saying: if it's too good to be true, it probably is. It's like just it could ramp up all overnight, and Trump could come to the people saying, "You got." I hate to say this. He'll say, "We got to do this in the Middle East. We got to do it." And everybody will go, "We've had such a good time," and he's been so. Look at what wars he stopped, and he'll be able to take us anywhere he wants. Or we could be in for just 4 years of healing, patching up bullshit that they did on us with by using the Democrats on us, because they knocked the shit out of the culture. Now they could just like let the culture balance out and hit a plateau, and we could be in for some 4 years of some good time too. Because I mean, they got Trump going into Ukraine and Putin already. You notice I didn't say Trump's doing it. The global machines got Trump putting up that front already. So I mean, it could be 4 years of kick-ass, wonderful occurrences, man. They could, like I said, they can use Trump for good or evil right now. If the corporate machine wants to do evil, we'll follow him. If the corporate machine wants to do good, Trump's our man. So basically they got us as what was claimed. They got us a Messiah, and I'm glad he's here. I'm glad he's here. That's all I'm saying for the country. We needed it, man. This blue-haired Democrat bullshit was getting like, Jesus, Karimini, come on, how much more? So, but yeah, it's scary because Trump is. They got him talking to Putin, Ukraine, Hamas. When there's some hostages being let loose, Trump told you guys heard about this? Trump told the Mexicans 25% tariffs or stop the hordes. They put the military down there on that border because Trump talked about 25% tariffs. Mexico put the military on that border. Mexico's military. So that's what I'm saying. We could be in for some very healing times here, which is why I want to tell black people. I know you hate Whitey, but jump in and hang on. Jump in and hang on. We might be entering into 4 years of kicking ass and making money and taking names later. Blackies, get out of your pity party. Jump in and hang on. God damn. This is no time to be pissing and moaning and worrying about how rough things are. It could turn out to be one hell of a prosperous 4 years. And if they bring in another Republican on the tail end of that, they could look. They do it. That's what all recessions come at the end of Republican terms.
You think this could be a prosperous term for Trump?
It could be prosperous. It could be a following prosperous term also. They might give us another 8 years of kicking ass because the Republicans, the recessions always happen on at the end of Republican terms. And then they bring in the Democrats to clean it up. All 11 serious recessions happened. All except one of them happened on the end of a Republican term. And even the Great Depression, 2008, Republicans, all of them Republican. And then they bring in Democrats to clean it up. So they could run another 8 years of kick-ass economy, man, with Republicans. And I'm sure they'll crash it at the end, and that'll happen. But I'm just telling blacks, man, this is no time for blacks to be pissed off. You're going to overlook, don't do what I did with my white skin and lay around just living life and having fun when the there's more money to be made than God. Jump in, black people. cut from the complaints. Jump in, because I know for sure for the next 2 years we're going to be kicking ass. I think for 4 years we could. And if it's 4 years at the end of it, it's going to be another 4 years with somebody following him. So there could be 8 years of just kicking ass. And I'm saying, that's the pattern. That's what has happened over and over and over.
Bray, before you get out of here, and before I get out of here, man, I gotta stretch my back. I'm in some serious pain over here.
Is it in your lower back or lower back or upper back?
Over, man. All fucking over.
Is it really? You pulled your pleura, man. You ripped your pleura to pieces. Go ahead.
Even my fucking right hand is fucked up.
Jesus,
John.
2 months ago, or whatever.
Man, you did some ligament damage, man. Ligament and tendons. You went past muscle.
Extreme, Brave. I got a little fucked up. I usually don't get that fucked up. But
what were you gonna ask me, John?
You at least got to get a massage, John. Get one of your lady friends to give you a massage, man.
No, that or I'm telling you, John, probably if it's real bad, I know you're not about medication, but it wouldn't hurt. You don't want to get
Just take an
ibuprofen,
ibuprofen.
Advil, not the others either. Oh, wait a minute. Never mind. Stop. John, don't you dare. Advil and alcohol don't mix.
Yeah,
Ibuprofen, ibuprofen and alcohol do not mix. It's a liver poison. So never mind, John. Don't do Advil. Just rough through the pain.
That's what I do.
Or a cold shower.
I tell you, I don't mind the pain. You know, I don't mind.
Good. I forgot you like to drink beers quite frequently. Go ahead. What's up, John? What were we gonna do?
The people that voted for Trump, and they had this sentiment. Here's Marco Rubio. He's Hispanic, right? Marco Rubio, he's Hispanic.
Yeah. Supposedly, yeah.
Yeah, but I don't like his
allegedly.
Are you filming it? So I want you guys to get this. I want them to destroy every element of Hamas they can get their hands on. These people are vicious animals who did horrifying crimes. And I hope you guys post that.
And what about the civilians that are being killed every day?
Hamas should stop hiding behind civilians, putting civilians in the way. Hamas knew that this was going to lead to this. So Hamas has stopped building their military installations.
This little snake was
So you don't care that 15,000 have died? You don't care about the babies that are being killed every day?
I think it's terrible, and I think Hamas is 100% to blame. That's what I
think. Lying motherfucking piece of human shit. Hamas is an Israeli operative, you lying piece of shit.
Is he? What was he appointed as Secretary of State or what? I don't remember.
He's a lying piece of shit. Hamas.
Oh, they appointed him to something?
Yeah. Trump said he's going to.
Come on, Trump.
Oh, come on. You know he had it.
Oh.
If he didn't want to get killed, man, he had to bring in the deep state, bro.
Oh yeah. Anybody thinking Trump is anything other than a corporate agent? Stop it.
Hold on, Bray. Let me ask you this question. Didn't Marco Rubio have some child pornography type sex issues?
I don't put it past him, John.
Does anyone remember that Marco Rubio?
Oh, I didn't hear nothing about it. Of course, I don't pay attention to that news. I don't pay attention to news.
HB, you remember that shit? Marco Rubio had some child pornography shit floating around his head.
I don't remember that.
I bet you Marco Rubio, if you look into it, I bet you he's a Sephardic small hat. I bet you. Yep.
But anyway, I think he's going to be the Secretary of State or something like that. And that's Marco Rubio.
Well, he's starting out real good. That's why I say people think things are going to change. No, what's going to change, folks, is we're going to have an easier life. The Middle East isn't going anywhere. Trump isn't challenging any of the players that own the planet. None of that's going to happen. And too bad it don't even need to. Take advantage of what they're. I always say when the corporate machine throws you some damn fucking rope, don't hang yourself with it. Go make use of it. God damn. I mean, I know people don't like to think of a corporate machine running the planet. Okay, so forget it. Go into your Trump delusion. But Trump ain't doing shit. Just get out there and ride on the economy that's coming, man. Because Trump, he's going to do something. They're going to use him to prop something up in the beginning. Even if they're going to use him for evil in the end, they're going to use him damn well in the beginning to get us relaxed with him.
Yeah, I think he'll be great. I think he'll be great for the economy. I think
yes.
Want to see him.
Oh my God!
The people want to see him change course on the small hat.
No, don't you give it that shit. Stop it. He ain't gonna take the books out of the junior high schools and tell young people how to have sex. He ain't stopping none of that shit. Just
for most Americans though, Brave, for HBs of the world, for Latinos and Trumps, for Latino for Trump, like that's a win.
Yes.
Right.
Yes. Trump is a win for everybody.
Right.
Everybody. Shit, he's a win for everybody. He's even a win for big business in the corporate machine. They know what they're doing when they bring in their boys. They know what they were doing when they brought in their Biden. They know what's going on with this shit. People don't do you know Biden energy companies made 3 times the profit under Biden that they did under Trump?
Yeah, because gas was higher.
No, it doesn't matter. It's whatever happens, happens. No. The energy companies made 3 times. Period. Whatever brought the gas prices up. None of us know, Latino. We don't. It's sad that we think
Yeah,
we
but that's
do.
how you make money off.
No. You
said
don't
the
know how they
energy
make.
is-
No, not only you don't know how they make money only. That's not
So
the
how would
only
you know
formula.
their profits?
That's how. Hey, John, that's how I knew before the election. The market makers, they knew who was gonna win because all
Well, of
those
course.
green companies, the solar companies, they started to tank a day before the election. That's why I was telling you. I was like, bro, the market is telling you that Trump is gonna win because all those green companies started going down, all the natural gas companies started going up. It was telling you who was about to win, and I you know, they knew the market
My
makers
point,
knew.
yeah. My point, Latino, is Biden didn't have any decision on any gas prices.
No.
What by Biden's administration, I'm saying during those 4 years,
By reversing the Trump policies.
during those 4 years, there was 3 times the amount of money made by the energy companies as during the Trump. Whatever reason it is, none of us know. My point is for people to act like Biden hurt the energy companies. They like to think that. No, he didn't.
No, of course he didn't. He hurt us.
Well, that's how the energy companies, they do what they want with us and him. That's what I'm saying. That's my point exactly.
Brave, before I get out of here, I want you to come in like on Stanley. I think Marco Rubio will do well, but it just depends on your point of view as the Secretary of State. He's a young guy. He wants to get rich. The Secretary of State is a conduit position to get very rich. Look at Hillary Clinton. And I think he'll do very well as the Secretary of State from the administrative state standpoint.
Well, hell yes, he will, and it ain't even a matter of him doing it because he's got some sort of scheme in his mind. Once you take that position, they pay you hush money.
Hey, Brave,
God damn, that ain't complicated.
Brave, when you talk like this, you can do very well as the Secretary of State. Trust
every day.
Hamas should stop hiding behind civilians, putting civilians in
Yes.
the way. Hamas knew that this was going to lead to this.
Yes.
So Hamas should stop building their military installations underneath hospitals.
So you
underneath
don't care that 15,000
Absolutely, I
have
do.
died. You don't care about the babies that are being
I
killed
think
every
it's
day.
horrifying. I think it's terrible, and I think Hamas is 100% to blame.
See, right there is hush money. He said something stupid as hell, like Hamas is 100% of the blame, when in reality Hamas is funded by who knows what only God evil there is. So the point is, hold it, for him to say Hamas is the problem, that's hush money, because he knows that's a lie. He gets his hush money from putting forth lies.
When Stanley says he's not going to do well, I say, you listen to that boy language right there. He got the line down pat.
Yep.
You want to know where that money comes from?
We know where the money comes
from. He got the line down pat.
That money comes from here.
Right? He going to do well.
Here, no, it doesn't come from here.
I guarantee he ain't talking about no equal.
You guys need to. You all need to look into modern monetary theory, because I got to give myself a pat on the back. I shot from the hip and hit another bullseye on my statement on the bullshit of the national debt and the fucking fact that taxes are funding everything. They're not funding near what's going on this planet. Our taxes are not funding near what's going on. It's all a goddamn charade, and it's called modern monetary theory. Don't take B. Brave's word for it. There's a lot of people that are coming out and saying this whole debt shit, this whole tax revenue shit is all engineered. It's all bullshit. They just do it to flow through to benefit the power structure of the planet. Thank you very much. I'll take a bow. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Brave, HB, you got a comment on the screen.
No, but John, oh yeah. I'm already knowing CKJ. Yeah. But to your point about Marco Rubio, it's much better to be decisive than to be indecisive. And when you're on the fence about that whole Israel Palestine thing, it is a sign of weakness. That's why I do think Marco Rubio. Obviously, we know who's funding Hamas. We know how the small hats play. They fund both sides. That's just historically what they've known to do. They'll sacrifice a couple of their people to.
It ain't nothing to it. Ain't nothing to it.
It ain't nothing
no.
to it.
Marco Rubio, like you say, HB, he ain't going to straddle that fence, and he's going to get He's going to get wealthy doing it. You better damn well believe it.
Exactly. He knows you know, he knows what side to play, and he's playing on the winner's side. And I think, you know, we know we know what's gonna happen. We know
But
what's gonna
it's
happen.
not, you know, HB, as I've shown you all along, something I've seen is shifted over the years. Who's going to be the Department of HUD Secretary? Anyone know?
No, do you know? Have they got one?
No, I'm just asking.
I don't know yet.
Oh, it'll be a black man, I bet.
Department of what?
How about Department of Transportation, HUD, Education, whatever? The name of department focus on domestic issues. You don't know their names. Everyone is jockeying. Holman, Rubio, they're jockeying for the international positions where there's a lot of money to be made.
Mm-hmm.
And that is really the biggest issue that, you know, with the government. Like, Rubio didn't want to be Department of Transportation and turn around America's roads or whatever, bring us to Japanese levels of transportation. He wants the international money. You see him jump right in line and he spout the company message up.
Damn right. Damn right. I'll tell you what, I'd do it if I was him. I don't blame these people for not going against the corporate machine. You got people saying they got to start fighting this shit. Shut up. It's too big. Just roll with it. I don't blame people for just jumping in there and scraping money their way off the table. Not a damn bit.
And so the shift, the talented people who could be in charge of Department of Transportation and help bring us, you know, bullet trains. They'd rather be in charge of the Secretary of State so they can siphon off money. And I think that's where we are in America today.
He ain't siphoning off money. He's getting told. He ain't. John, you're looking like he's doing it himself. What is he chosen? Has he been chosen?
He's getting he's been chosen, but he's getting his cut. He put his friend.
Yes, that's what I said. He's getting his cut. He ain't doing anything other than running his mouth like he's supposed to, and they're paying him well to do it. It's called hush money politics. It's been done for 100 years.
We all agree. He's touting the company line. And
Right, yeah.
Well, indeed. Right?
Because you think these people don't know what's going on? No, they know what's going on. They're smart. They know who butters the bread. You know, come on, folks. People act like the deep state. Oh, Trump ain't going against the deep state. He knows he's too smart for that shit. I don't care. I don't like Trump because he's a smart ass insulter. But that Trump is a smart dude, man. He knows to shut the hell up and do what he's told.
It's a deep state. Probably just because he wants to stay alive. Let's be honest.
Yes, that's all there is to it. And he wants to stay alive, and they'll make him a legend in history. Trump will go down as a legend. If they do with it, if he don't take us into wars and he just cleans up the border, gets rid of migrants, makes it so the economy runs, tariffs are properly done if they are done. If he runs all that and he and puts up a border wall, especially, Trump's going down in history, man.
Yeah, I believe so.
The rabbis already call him one of the best presidents that's ever been for Israel.
I'll be back, guys. I got my shoulder.
So you know, you got to look John. You got to look at what the rabbis are saying about Trump. It's nothing wrong with it. Like I said, I talk about this corporate machine till I'm blue in the face, but you'll never hear me say we got to stop this. You'll never hear me say that because it's stupid. Nobody's going up against that machine. Nobody. Yeah. Just roll with it, man. Jump in and roll with it. Hell, we're in the best place to be in the world when it comes to rolling with that goddamn corporate machine. Because that same corporate machine is in charge of Africa. They're in charge of Indonesia. They're in charge of China. Look what they do with those countries. Look what they do with this one. We're where it's at, man. We're where it's at. You know, I just talk about the corporate machine because I won't belittle myself with acting like they don't exist when it's too obvious they do. You'll never ever hear this old man say, we got to go fight this. No. People call me, what do they say? I've been called some pretty rough names as far as like, you know, being afraid. You're a coward. Oh, complacence. Yeah, I am. I'm very complacent. I'm telling people, don't do that. You're not going to change anything. Stop that stupid shit. Don't join these organizations like Patriot Front and all that shit. Get out of there. Go get your life. Go grab your goddamn bag or your money or your wealth, man. You ain't changing none of that shit. This shit's been in place for 1,000 years, man. No. And I'm thinking they're going to use Trump, folks. They're going to use Trump for this. Could be a magnificent 4 to 8 years. This, like the years that Ronald Reagan came in from 1980 to 2008 were the most wealth producing years in the history of the human species for working class people. 2 Republicans that had those years, that were at the head of those years, and Bill Clinton was in the middle of it, but it was that year, that's those decades, and they're not, it's not going to be rolling like that, but I mean this could be 8 years of grab in, jump in, and hang on, because just because I'm a conspiracy theorist, I'm saying, oh no, that don't mean you go out there and fight that shit. Mm-mm. I tell anybody, be a political pussy. Stay in your place. Just go make your money. Don't worry about that fucking global machine. Don't worry about it. Anybody trying to tell you to worry about it, they're full of shit. They got mental problems if they think they can change it. Talking about nationalizing industries. What? Stupid shit like that, No, Trump is Trump is when I was thinking they can bring in Kamala, I'm saying, Kamala, really another 4 years? I was thinking, oh God, that means they're going to change things really for the negative. They're not going to do that yet. They'll get there, but not yet. You got Trump now, and then after Trump, my money says they can bring somebody else in.
You're gonna see a lot of
You got
millionaires
me.
this next 4 years. You're gonna see a lot of new millionaires. I agree with CKJ. Don't miss out on your opportunity, because
Don't.
This might be the
No,
last
I would not.
opportunity. I
I already started.
I think they'll stretch it. I think they'll stretch it out for 8 years, though. HB. I think they're gonna bring another guy in behind Trump to carry it on. Yeah. If we don't go to war, these, that's why I say, more than anybody, blacks have to stop this. Stop. The world has just opened up with Trump coming in, man. Open up.
Those that 30%, they'll make their way, but that other 70%, they're just gonna suffer. I think
they will. It's a shame, because at least when I was a minimalist, I did it out of relaxation, out of very comfort. I still ended up okay in my old age, but to do it out of pissing and moaning, complaining, it's like, what? You're here now with this economy, this circumstances, and you're still pissing and moaning about whitey? It's like, God. If they do, it'll be historic in nature, because right now, for the last 30 years, never has any black people ever any place in the world been as fortunate as they are in the history of black people as they have been in for the last 30 years in the USA. Now we're going to ramp it up and really do something like this with Trump coming in, and they're still pissing and moaning. Oh, that's sad. That's
they
just
got rid
sad.
of DUI.
Yeah, that is so sad, man.
They got rid of DUI.
Are they going to? I mean, they might.
No. I think they.
They'll be worried about it.
Listen. This is how I knew that Trump was going to win the election, like a month in advance, because a lot of companies started taking away DEI, Walmart including, and a whole bunch of other major companies. That was just like, nah, we're going to get rid of the DEI bullshit, and that's how I knew that Trump was going to win.
That is a good indication. I didn't notice it. I didn't really keep any track of it. I certainly didn't know that.
Yeah.
I'm under the assumption that DEI is still a
no.
You say it is decreasing quite a bit.
Yep.
No, it's a failed concept, honestly.
Oh, I know it's a failed concept. That don't mean they're not going to use it as a weapon.
Like, dude, like, you could teach a stupid person to be, intelligent, but you can't teach stupid to stupid, bro. They're like, you're just gonna get them stuck on stupid. Like,
yeah, what you're looking for. There's an old saying: you can change ignorant, you can solve ignorance, you can solve. Stupid, you can't fix.
No, you just can't, dude. Like, it's dumb, dude. It's the whole thing with, like, having to lower the standards for blacks, but then they had
Stanley, get up. Stanley, get up here, man. Get up here.
they
Stanley's
had
boy,
to
he's
raise the
rolling.
standards
Stanley's the only guy that doesn't
for
bother me when
Asians.
he rolls on insulting me. I feel honored.
Yeah, Stanley's on you today.
Yeah,
I feel honored.
I don't get insulted by Stanley either.
No, I feel honored when
No, I
Stanley's
don't.
on me.
Stanley's
The
a
other
Theo.
people, I
He's
worry a
Theo
little bit.
Stanley.
It's like,
Theo
wait a
Stanley.
minute, we don't even know each other, really? That much? Okay, buddy. No,
Theo
when Stanley's
Stanley.
on me, I feel honored. It's like, I'll be damned, boy.
That's Uncle
Stanley,
Stanley, brother.
why do you want to fix me brave, Stanley? What?
I'm fucked up. I'm a racist, no good for nothing piece of white human shit.
Yeah, why
You
do you want
know?
to fix that though?
Yeah.
How does that
That's,
benefit anybody?
that's true. It don't even. I don't even fuck my own world up, Stanley. Let alone messing with anybody else's world. Well, no, I do mess with other people's world because I do say things that people don't want to say. I do, and it's got to be done. I don't care. It's if I see it, it's like I've always done that too, all my life. I don't give a shit. I have, even as a young man, even in the workplaces, I was the guy that would volunteer to be the union steward and take care of union problems.
It's like why can't we be friends? Now,
Yeah.
why can't we be brave?
Yeah, I don't know about that, but I do know this. There's a way to live life and not worry about shit, and still be one kick-ass fucking observer of life. So, but yeah, Stanley, I'm gonna get out of here, Stanley. But I thank you for all your insults today. I'm not.
He's been on the road today.
I'm not kidding you, man. Stanley, you do me proud, man. Because somehow, if a guy like you with your brains is insulting me, that probably means I might be, how do you say, flying over the target, as they say. I'm probably hitting bullseyes, Stanley. So I understand that. But yeah, that's But our little ladies, the only thing we can't fix, though.
Somebody says DEI. No, that's why human resources is there.
Yeah.
Like,
what we got to fix it. What we got to fix as a nation before I get off.
Like DEI has nothing to do with like what the hell.
Did you want to be an actor or a rock star as a kid? Well, actually, Dirty Dude, I was in some garage bands, and I was excellent at it. If I wasn't such a quitter, I probably should have taken my ass out to L.A. with the voice I had and the looks that I had and the ability to be a front man. But I'm a quitter. I've never done anything at all. I'm just a quitter. But one thing we got to fix, folks, we got to get these fucking women to stop acting like prostitutes and dressing like them.
Preach. Donald Trump's presidency.
No, we got to HB. I'm with you, HB. They're nice to look at, but it's not good for the
Yeah.
It's not good
don't
for
give
the
it away
culture.
too easy, bro.
It's like
make people work for it.
You can't save them though. It's to me.
Well, I know. You're right.
Yeah, it's.
I'm just saying. If we could, that's what we need to fix because
and that would fix a lot.
Yeah, that's all I'm saying. And I don't think we can. I think I think this economy is going to save them from their effect. If you go into a real downturn economy, the women that are acting like prostitutes are going to add a definite anchor in on it because they're going to be tearing apart the family structure, and that's what you need most in economic downturns. So I'm just saying, right now, women acting the way they're acting and dressing and tattooing and piercing up the way they're doing, they don't think they're doing any damage. That's what's really sad about it.
Brave,
they don't.
You don't understand. Chris Brown said it best.
What'd he say?
Those ain't loyal.
No, they're not loyal to anything. No. They've become male. Men have always been pigs. Women are now pigs with us. Only men knew how to put it away better. I don't think women can put it away. Once they go into pigs, the pig mentality, they just stay there and dare anybody to question them. If you question them, you're a misogynist. It's like, no, you're acting like a whore. You're dressed like a whore.
It's a reverse psychology tactic that they use, and it's like.
Well, I think they believe it.
Makes no
Latino.
sense. It's like I pointed out to my wife. I'm like you never noticed that girls were like there'll be a group of girls, right? And That's probably like you were your girlfriend or whatever, and she'll
Mhm.
go, "Oh my God, I can't stand that girl. She's such a hoe." And it's like that's not something to hate somebody over, man. Like, so you hating the fact that you're not a hoe?
Hold it. Hating somebody over a hoe is nothing to hate a woman over?
Yeah. Like other girls that hate other girls that because they're hoes or whatever. It's like, oh,
That makes sense for
it's
them girls.
like I don't
It
know. It
makes
doesn't
sense
make
for.
any sense to me.
Yes,
You
it
know?
does. Yes, it makes sense. Just like it makes sense for a black man to be sick to his fucking guts of black culture.
Because it's like
You're dragging them down. They're dragging other women down. Oh, I don't blame a woman at all for hating a
I don't
hoe.
know.
No, I get it. I get what you're saying. If it's a good business, but these women that what you got out here now is you got women that are acting like fucking pigs. They're not even behaving
Even the
completely like
professional ones
pigs.
too now
Yeah.
too. Like, it's crazy.
Well, a professional one, I would say the professional ones used to be even more discreet. But now it's just
But
every
now they
day.
just want to be loud.
These women are off the chain. They're doing it in front of their kids. They're doing it in front of their young teenage kids. They got their daughters dressing like hoes and everything. It's like, okay, let's let it loose. And we're not going to make it through. So, I'm just saying, that's one of the biggest challenges in this nation right now is to get women to understand what they're doing because they don't think they're doing anything wrong. They think it's normal. They're following fashions, and when in reality, then they piss and moan why a man that can get women, that man picks the women that are more reserved. They don't want the hoes. Why ain't no man picking me? Well, because the men that are desperate and can't get pussy are the only ones that want you now, and you don't want them. Because good men don't go for hoe acting women. They don't.
They rather go out with a girl from McDonald's that's decent and
That's
don't
why I don't
think like
think.
that.
That's why I don't think men can really save these women. I think the only people
No, they
that can
can't.
save them is their self. Me and
Yeah.
Stanley earlier, we were listening to this lady who was a former stripper. Now she's a stay-at-home mom. She's got 3 kids. She's an author, and you could kind of tell she had more. She had more conservative beliefs. But
Yeah,
I
I've
think
seen that. Yeah, I've seen some of that.
yeah. But I think a woman like that who understood that I got to step away from this lifestyle. I can't be a sex worker, and not to glorify it necessarily, but she still I think she even for a former stripper she dresses pretty modestly. I know
Yeah.
women that don't even strip that dress way nastier than her, skankier than her.
Yeah.
So I think only women gotta figure it out for themselves, man.
That's right. And they're not doing it like that woman you had on that show. You know why she knew that where she was at was where she belonged? Of course, she still hung on to that stupid fucking hair, didn't she? So what I'm saying is, women like that know this much. They've been where these women think they can be and survive. Those women have been there, and they're saying this ain't where a woman wants to be.
Exactly. Yeah.
So she knew. She said, "Oh my God." She was like a firefighter. She was in the fire, man. That's why she's able to do it. No, these young women, they're not understanding what they're doing to everybody around them. They're not. They don't get it, and they don't understand why men don't respect them. It's
They're
like
living in the moment.
yeah, they're living in the moment. But you say Latino, it was your wife that was calling them hoes.
No. I'm just saying, like I made to her a point. I'm like, it's funny how girls.
No, wait a minute. Right, but what did she say? Was she calling them hoes, or was she saying they're okay?
No. No, I'm just saying that it's just funny. I was telling her, and she's like, yeah, I get your point, and I'm just like, yeah, but why do they do that? I asked her that, and she couldn't give me an answer.
Yeah, no, women don't. Women think this is all okay. They're not tapping into the.
It's like
What they've been told is that men can be.
It's like
they're being told that men can adjust. We can't. We're men. No man wants
you
his
said,
woman out there showing her goddamn body to other men, unless
It's
they're a
like-
perverted male or a wife swapper or something of that nature. For the most part, no man wants his wife. I mean, could you imagine any
for
guy
my
that
private entertainment? Yeah, but
yes,
that's it.
any guy that says, "Oh, that's just the fashions," I would
Nah,
ask that man,
get out
"What
of
if
here.
your wife just seen a really good-looking man, just wanted to turn around and pull her panties
Drop the
down and
pen
show
right
him.
in front of him and
Yeah,
picks it
just
up in
turn
a
around and
sexy
show him
manner.
that ass more. Would that bother you? Well, yeah, that
Smack.
pissed me off. I say, hey, dumb fuck, she's doing that in your face every day now.
Get
That
attention.
ass is damn near naked, dipshit.
Mm-hmm.
But then you got
ain't wearing no
fucking
leggings. You ain't wearing no leggings, and if you're working out, well, you better work out in your house.
yeah, stay away out of that fucking
Stop
gym
playing
shit.
with me, boy. You can
Stupid
wear
shit. Going to the
in
fucking gym.
Japan,
Going to the gym.
they don't allow
Yeah.
girls to wear none of that shit, man. They
Well,
gotta
hell,
go
going to
in
the
with
gym as a married
sweatpants.
woman. Yeah, going to the gym as a married woman. Same thing in the workplace. You
gotta
taking
go in
care
with
of gym.
sweatpants.
Yeah, you taking good care. They don't need to be in the gym. Period. Anyway. Period. Jesus, a woman. No. A woman never A woman does not get the advantage from a gym that a male does.
Yeah,
The advantage of a man in the gym. The advantage of a man in the gym is you can actually increase your strength by damn near 100%. A woman can never increase her strength at all, and nobody wants her to. What she can do at home is get light weights and make sure her body is in good health, ligaments, tendons, and everything work, squats, everything's working real well for her body
or
to remain
jog or
functional.
something.
Yes, not jogging is even bad for women. Their knees aren't cut out for it. A woman, all she needs to do is stay moving, and she's good. Men, we got to stay moving heavy. We need to. It's our body. It's our makeup. Women don't even need to go to the gym. And HB, I'm telling you, I know the way you said that is like, I get it. But there's nothing in a gym a woman can do other than be excessive.
Yep.
Have you seen Ava though? I don't know if you've ever met Ava.
Ava was natural. I've seen her. She's born with that body. God damn it.
No. She's a gym rat.
She was born with that body though. She was born with that. Women that look like they're gym rats, many of them are born with that body.
Well, I've seen, because I'm
most bitches lazy though.
I'm subscribed to her IG, so she's got pictures from back when she was like in high school on her IG, and she was really tiny back then. She's like yoked now. She's like muscular. She's built like she's literally built like a power lifter now.
I seen her ass on your Halloween.
Okay, nice.
I seen Ava's ass. That ain't all that great. She was born with that. She didn't get that ass out of the gym. These women drive me crazy. All a woman can do with an ass is keep the muscle intact. You're not going to take an ass that's flat and turn it into anything. It can't be done.
Wait. You don't think Ava had a nice ass?
I said yes. I said she's got a nice ass. I said she was born with it.
I don't know. You might gotta see her IG.
No, she was skinnier, and probably her ass wasn't as obvious as it is with. When a lot of women when they put on weight, when a lot of women put on the proper weight, their ass gets much better looking, because they're born with it. So she could have just been a little raily skid, but forget Ava. Forget Ava. Women, you're not going to go into a gym as a woman if you got a flat ass and do anything with that ass. It's over. It's flat.
There's a whole bunch
if you got a nice ass, you don't need to go to the gym to worry about it. You were born with it. I've had too many natural asses. Women are born with them. You can slap them and feel you were born with that ass.
Yeah, Serena Williams, man. Woo.
Yeah, no, these women in their gym shit are fucking. I understand a single woman going to the gym. I do. You show me a married woman that needs to go to the gym, like a gym with mixed. I'm going, hey, fuckhead, she's looking for dick, dumbass.
Yep.
You dumb, stupid bastard.
That's how I feel.
God, it is what's happening. Jesus Christ, I've been around too many fucking cheating married women in my life. I can spot them a mile a fucking way, man. Give me a fucking break, man.
You need to let me know. Hey, damn, bitch.
Yeah.
You ever wanted to work out ever in your life, and all of a sudden now you want
all of a sudden. That's why I always say when you see that's why I always say, you guys, when you see a woman, when you see a woman jogging, all of a sudden somebody's getting a divorce and don't know it.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, you better damn well believe it.
Stanley, that's racist, man. Come on.
I can't believe
Stanley.
black men are listening to a what's he say? Ass analysis with me.
What Stanley say?
If I've had the prettiest asses God put on earth, Stanley, I'm probably kind of an expert on this. Okay. I mean, come on. If the asses I've had belong on a canvas, painted, or in a photograph, probably come on, Stanley. You got to give me a little credit. I was pretty good at pulling. Actually, I didn't even pull them; they just naturally fell in my lap. I mean, I just look. All you got to, I don't know how it happened. Don't ask me. But there's too many of them. Sorry, Stanley. I'm an ass man. You can't fool me on the asses, and I don't. Yeah. And I don't put up with mud flap titties either. Although if I had my woman,
mud flap titties, damn.
Yeah, but no, we ain't having no mud flap titties. If a woman I loved had them,
I've never heard that.
Yeah, no, you've seen them. You know what the flap
Yeah, I
titties.
know which ones you're talking
Nothing
about.
but a
That's
flap.
why I'm like, I laugh because
Yeah,
I'm like, Jesus
it's a
Christ.
flap. It's a goddamn flap.
Oh, it's like whatever happened. Like why?
Yeah. And a lot of those women are wearing even. I see them nowadays. Even mud flap titties are wearing blouses that are revealing. I'm going, no, your husband don't want you to.
On.
Yeah,
like
you don't
should
want
keep
your
those shits
husband don't
covered,
want you
man.
to show them things in public because he might be ashamed of them.
Shits look, malnutrition.
It's horrible. It's horrible.
Called world vision.
Looks deflated.
Flat brisket is what I had. Yeah, I'll tell you what. Every ass I've ever fell in love with, Stanley, you'd have probably puckered up and kissed that right ass cheek if she wanted you to. I guarantee you.
You put a flatten up titty, whatever, and then you put the War Vision number in the bottom, bro. Go get donations.
Yeah.
Somebody help this titty.
Yeah. No. I've been a fortunate poor ass broke bottom feeder as a man goes. I have. I ain't gonna lie. A lot of it was just fate. It's like all of a sudden I bump into this woman that her and I jived. Now I'm easy to jive with as a man because women, okay, I make them laugh and giggle, and I'm very
love
as far as conversation. Yeah. So, but no, still I lucked out with these women. I just the right place at the right. Every time I think back on how it happened, I'm going, man, I wasn't even looking, and fell right into that because everything just fell into place. Usually in the workplace, it's like I'll be damn. So I could write a book on getting lucky with babes as a complete fucking 2-bit loser. I'm telling, and I'm not talking about. I'm talking about. How to get laid for losers. And I'm not talking. These women were the performers of the workplace. They were educated. No, I wasn't pulling from bottom hillbilly white trash, half-witted women. No, I lucked into some women that, yeah. So, and it was just good fortune. That's why I say it's a very, that's why I say there's so much about life that people can count their blessings on. It's like, there's too much here. Just wake up and count your blessings, folks. You can't go wrong. There's no, you shouldn't even, and this doesn't count if your mother died or you found out your child has cancer or something like that. It doesn't count. But in this country, there's no such a thing as a bad day. I don't give a fuck if it's Monday. How can you have a bad day? How can you be grumpy? I've never understood that. How do you be grumpy in this land? It can't be done. It can't be done. You ever had a grumpy day, HB?
Nah, not.
No, hell no. That's what I'm saying. You can live your life to where there's no such a thing as a bad day. And you don't need money to do it. You just get up and roll because of where we're at. There's nothing in a human being's way here in this country to have a bad day. There's no war. Nobody's launching missiles. Nobody's lobbing missiles from over in the country next to us. There's no things happening. Nobody's on our shores wanting to attack us. Sorry, they're not. We got everything going on here. We're living like fucking gods. We are. That's why I say it's like, God, my God. Jesus, I didn't even plan for retirement until I was 45. And it shows I didn't end up that well. But I'm still saying it. Yeah, in this life, there's just nothing. There's nothing to it. You can't complain. I would say if you're complaining and you live in the USA, you're going to risk your afterlife, because whatever is judging you out there, they're going to look at you as a self-centered piece of human shit. If you can complain about living, if you can complain about living here, you're risking your afterlife wherever that may be. And I'm not saying that lightly.
Even if you don't compare it to the third world, which I do a lot, but just
Yeah.
compare it to different points in American history, what do you really got to complain about?
Yeah, different points in American history.
We live in the greatest time to live in America right now.
Yeah. And now it's so easy to compare it to the rest of the world because you got the internet. All you need to do is just tap in slums of Indonesia, slums of Mumbai, slums of Colombia, slums of Nigeria. Go into slums anywhere, and you'll see this. There's vast, sprawling slum areas in these places. You don't have that in the USA.
You ever see the slums of the Philippines?
Yes, I've seen slums all over the world. First thing I do when I got internet, because I knew way back in 1980, I found a picture of some slums, and that's when my wife threw me out and told me I was a loser. I looked at the picture of those slums and I said, "You still rocking and rolling, motherfucker. You ain't got nothing to complain about." And that picture of that slum said, "You know what? Whoa, that's what you call fucking sad." No, I rolled on.
I saw a video in the Philippines where you could literally go to these slums, because the Philippines, it's like 4 women to every 1 man there. So there's really an influx of women there. And obviously there's not enough jobs for them. So as an American, if you go to the Philippines, you go to one of these slums, the women, the moms and the grandmas are begging these men to marry their daughters.
Yup, just like how it is in DR.
Yeah, you could literally pay a dowry of like 500 US and marry this woman.
Yep.
And I mean, she's 18. They literally are begging you to marry. And it's just like, what do we really got to complain? You got mothers begging people to marry their daughter just to give her a better life. And people over here in America complaining about racism and gender equality and dumbass shit. It's like, could you imagine your mom begging some foreign guy to marry you just because they're living in poverty? Like, man, it ain't that bad, man. Even in the worst parts of America,
In the worst.
begging.
No.
Begging.
No, there's a food. Yeah. Yeah.
It ain't
No.
that bad. Like that. And what's so sad about it is the family they're happy about it. That's how bad it is over there.
Yeah.
They're happy that their daughter is getting married off to some 50-year-old, 18-year-old daughter is married off to some 50-year-old guy.
Yep.
And they're just happy she's got an opportunity to get out of there.
Yeah. I knew a guy that used to. He did male brides. He'd get her over here, and he was couldn't get an American woman because he's just not the man that any women want that look like anything. So he says, "Well, I want a pretty woman." So he started doing the mail order bride. He would bring one over. She's with him for 3 years. She leaves him. He goes, gets another one with him he's okay with it. It's a cool ass fucking, I don't blame him. He's going over there getting little Playboy bunnies. This dude couldn't pull a nice American woman if his life was depended on it. Man. He's with babes, man. He's with babes.
There was a girl that I had when I was 15 in DR, and when I went back to visit, this girl wanted nothing to do with me, and I'm just like, yo, what happened? What did I do? Come to find out, man, this older gentleman by the age of 35, 36 pulls up in a BMW in her house by her house, and I'm like, oh, now it all makes sense.
Oops.
Yeah, so the mom, it's like like I would walk by, the mom wouldn't even look me in the eye or anything. I'm just like, yeah, so crazy.
Stanley says, "I'm glad none of these fucks are in office." He actually threw you guys in on the insult on that one.
I mean, Stanley doesn't care about the despair and rampant poverty in other nations, but Stanley doesn't have a heart. I actually have a heart, and I feel really that about these people.
Oh, it's disgusting, especially if you look at how it's done, HB. You know who's it? You know who really causes a lot of headaches for these third world countries?
Now in Iraq, 9
It's
years old, right?
a lot of it is America intervention.
Yeah. Hello, white man. The white male,
9 years
the
old in Iraq
global
now?
white male is calling shots in these third world countries. They loan them money. When they can't pay the money back, oh, we'll just take your resources as payment. It's been done for 100 fucking years. Oh, wait a minute. You got a dictator in Guatemala that wants to take the wealth of the country and the country's products such as bananas or whatever, and he's going to turn that back and give the people some kind of a standard of living. No. He gets assassinated. So see, that's why I don't ever let white people complain. I say, we're white. We're on this planet. Are you out your goddamn mind? We're at the top of the fucking. There you do. I see it all the time. It's like, God damn. How can you have a bad day as a white man? God damn.
That's why I can't ever take a white person serious that's trying to tell me that another white person is racist or something. I'm like, man, I'm not trying to hear that shit, man.
Shut the fuck up.
What are you talking about?
Jesus.
I'm not trying to hear that shit.
Yeah, they're trying to be your buddy, trying to save your little soul somehow by pointing out another racist. Oh, HB is helpless. Thank you, little Mr. White Guy.
If you don't agree with them,
thank you so much, Mr. White Guy.
If you don't agree with them, they might call you the N-word.
Yeah, no, that's really how they.
No, they ain't bold enough to do that. A guy that'll call another white person a racist ain't gonna call you no N-word. They're busy kind of worshiping N-words. They're afraid. They're afraid of them. Yeah, they're afraid. Well, it could do. I'm not saying it's an impossibility, but generally, white people.
Stanley.
Oh, what did he say? What did he hit?
Really
Dumb fuck scare is now in session. We do care, Stanley. No, if you look at third world countries, that's why I say I would have gotten into the behavioral sciences as a kid. I would have ended up, I'm sure, as a clinical psychiatrist at the very least. I would have pictures of the third world all over my office. That would be the first thing that. Yeah, that would be the first thing we have to talk about. Then we'll get to talking about what's ailing you. We got to decide that we got to make it clear you're not here. You see them pictures? We're not there. Yeah. Now let's talk.
I think some of these places though, they kind of need a dictator in some of these places.
Yes,
like,
they do.
I think the more like the Philippines.
I agree with you.
I don't think they really need a dictator to fix what's happening in the Philippines, because even in the poor areas, the super slums, it's still very.
You got industrious people. Yes, you got industrious people. Wherever the people are industrious, yeah. Yep.
But like some place like Haiti, they need a dictator in Haiti.
Yeah, they need democracy ain't gonna work over there.
If you look at the third world countries where they're happiest,
like Haiti.
The third world countries that are the happiest have one thing in common. They got really cute little girls, cute ladies. Look at their women. They're pretty. See, you can't be terribly sad when everywhere you look is like, wow. Oh, look at that. Oh, you too. That is what makes third world countries able to function like they do. That's why it's the reality of it. Look at the third world countries and you'll see still people happy because the women are getting adored, because that's what a woman needs, and the men are doing the adoring because that's what
Lead. He didn't mean it like that, Lead. Come on, he didn't mean it like that. Be brave is like 70, man.
Yeah, you can't say any fucking thing. By cute little girls, I mean, come on, Lead. Jesus Christ.
He didn't mean it like he's like 70, man.
Okay, nice watch, Lead. Okay, say it. Okay, now can we get it straight? That's why I corrected myself. I immediately corrected myself. I said, "Oh God, who's going to jump on this?" How long did it take for somebody to jump on it?
A 40-year-old is a cute little girl to brave.
Cute little girls, man. Everything is girls. That's what they used to be called. Girls, man. Girls. girls in Motley Crue song. Yeah, girls, man. It's girls
Girls
need
just wanna
girls.
have fun.
Cute little girls. Yeah, girls just want to have fun. I hope Lee didn't mean that. I don't think you did, Lee. But anyway, no, that's where it's at. But you notice I corrected myself. I said, "Oh God, who's going to jump on that?"
Little
It went.
girls.
It didn't take 30 seconds, did it? Lee was up there. See how I bring people out of the woodwork, folks. See.
I stood quiet, man. I wanted to see where this was going.
Yeah. Did you? He's questioning. Oh, did you? No, Lead. No, Lead. I'm a goddamn pervert, Lead. I like to mess with little girls, Lead. Get that. If you want to think that. No, if you want to think that, Lead, get it out of your fucking. Get it in your head and have fun with it. Jesus Christ. God. Jesus. Come on, Lead.
I do. No, Stanley, I do think some cultures of people do need dictators. Like even in a lot of those Arab countries, man, they need dictators, man. They can't have democracy in those countries, man. These people are crazy. They need dictators. You saw what happened to Iran, man. They're trying to move the age of consent down to 9. That's a country that needs a dictator. No civilized society would have.
You know what? No, they can't.
That's sick, bro. Don't defend that, bro.
We got a dictator here, HB. We're not. This isn't no democracy. It's not even a constitutional republic. You know who our dictators are? They're the people who print the money. They just have to make it look better here. They're telling us every move they're going to make with us throughout history, all the way through.
Yeah, but
that's a dictator.
The facade, people feel free in America, and that
matters. Yes. But they're not.
That's all that really matters.
You got the people. You got the people that control things. We're actually a dictatorship here. This is fascism. This is corporate government combined. It's corporatism. It's corporate run. Call it what you want. It's nothing other than what the third world people need. They need the same thing. Just go in there, call the shots, get some people, get some things going. But they're not going to. And they are. The third world is improving.
See, I think the difference is we don't really know who the face is. Like, the most powerful people in America, we don't know who these people are, and that's the difference in a pseudo free country. In these countries, these third world countries that need dictators, they need to know who the dictator is. They need to hear the dictator. They need to see pictures. We don't need to know.
Well, no, we don't. And I was going to say exactly. In the third world countries, it's not like they need to know. It's just that you really can't fake it there as well as you can fake it here. Yeah. You just got to outright say, look, we're going to tell you what's going on. That's what they're doing anyway. Actually, there's not anybody in a third world country that already is not a dictator. It's just they're not allowing that dictator to do anything of value for the people. And if the dictator turns his back on his bosses, they'll kill him.
Yeah, they will. And I think that's where America really fucks up a lot of these countries. They think, oh, you got a dictator, it's so wrong. Well, this country actually needs a dictator. They actually do.
Yeah, no, there's not. It's people have the political spectrum so screwed up because we've had it so soft, we've had it so easy. We've lived in this we've had it, and we've lived in fantasy land for so fucking long. We forgot it's fantasy land.
We need to give I don't know, like if you want a free trip to a third world country for like a month to see how it is, so you can come back with a different perspective, the government should do that.
You know why they can't do that? I say in the public schools, you got the internet. Take the kids age appropriately through third world tours. Now, you know why they can't do that? Because if people looked into why that happened, it would fall on the power structure. The power structure would be exposed if they did that. Because if they did that, you would have a lot of kids understanding very early, wow, we do have it made. They can't because people would look into, well, what the hell's going on in them countries? And then it starts materializing. Oops. Yeah. And guess who gets exposed? Them dirty bastards at the very top that are digitizing. They own the planet. Them bastards are the ones that a lot of this headache is doing it. So they can't do it. But they could if it would be very valuable. Forget traveling. Just take the students through a virtual tour of have Third World Day.
Yeah, I agree. I love watching third world countries, man. It's brutal, man. Could you
Yeah,
imagine as bad as our country is? I mean, we had a woman trying to be the president. Could you imagine like the majority of the women in your countries, the only job
they
they
can't
can
even have.
do?
They don't even have a voice.
Yeah, no, but like think of some place like um, Colombia, where the majority of the women are selling ass. Like
Bro.
women that do that stuff here, it's because they want to. It's not their force.
Yep. It's not a need. It's not a necessity.
Yeah, it's not. Those women are forced to sell ass, man. That's brutal.
That's why I think a lot of times these preachers in these churches, in these black churches, it's like when they get these people on a pity pot and a piss and moan session, these preachers who claim to be moving you towards salvation and a reward in the afterlife are actually taking that same humans and destroying their afterlife. Because I'm telling you, you cannot go into your afterlife complaining about this other than being a piece of human shit. You don't get to go to an afterlife when you're a piece of human shit. You don't get to. The afterlife is made up of people that literally live by the golden rule. That's all. It's simple. You don't get to complain.
Stanley, that proves we're not a misogynistic country. We almost had a woman president. That proves it right there.
No, we didn't almost have her. They weren't going to give it to her. She didn't come close at all.
I mean, she was runner up. She's the
Yeah,
runner up.
you're right, but it wasn't going to happen. It wasn't. They're going to put a woman in eventually. You can bet on it.
Oh yeah.
My money says it's going to be a conservative woman first.
Yeah, I honestly think a conservative black woman could probably win it.
Oh, Candace Owens.
No.
I'm just saying a woman like I'm saying a woman like Candace Owens.
A woman
Yeah.
like her.
Yeah, not her. A woman like Candace Owens. No, she could. If she as she gets older. Nah. What has she done that's so bad? I don't know. What are you thinking?
It's not that she's done anything bad. It's that she hasn't done anything. That's the point. She hasn't done anything.
None of these women have. You're right. I get what you're saying. Politically, she hasn't done anything. But look, Ronald Reagan didn't do anything. Trump didn't do anything.
Yeah, but they're men though. They're men. I think
that's right. That's right.
A woman to be president, she has to be exceptional.
If Candace Owens gets older and she makes her way and she makes her mark, they could take Candace Owens, put her up as a senator right quick out of nowhere, like they did Obama. Went from state senator to federal senator, and all of a sudden, wham! They could do the same thing with Candace.
If she goes that route, then possibly.
Yeah,
I could see her winning it.
I could see Candace Owens. She's so well spoken, and I don't even care if she's careful about what she says because she is. She knows she don't want to get assassinated, even though she's actually pretending to say things that are controversial. The point is Candace Owens or a woman like her or Candace Owens, the conservatives would scoop her right up. Yeah. But I think it's going to be a white conservative woman, kind of like Margaret Thatcher type situation.
Yeah, I think.
Like I tell you, who could have been? What's her name? The ex speaker, press secretary. I keep. God damn it.
Jean Pierre.
No, not her. No. I'm talking about a white. She was white. No, this woman was white. Huckabee. Sarah Huckabee.
Oh, okay.
Sarah Huckabee could be the first. Might be. It wouldn't surprise me if she's not the first female president, because she's so well spoken, she's so intelligent, and she's so down to earth with the reality of the value of even if she's a puppet, that's a puppet that they have allowed to reek of just good behavior and sensibilities. And Sarah Huckabee could be the first older woman. She could. It wouldn't surprise me if in 10 years she wasn't a candidate for the conservative. and then we'll get a woman. That wouldn't bother anybody. So Stanley, that proves nobody's a misogynist. We just don't like dumbass bitch hoes, and that's what Kamala is. That's what Kamala set in motion. Kamala was appealing to every filthy, vile-ass feminine trait there was in this country, and she was doing it loud and proud. How loud and proud? That's why I say no. If we get a female president, she's going to be very conservative, and she's going to be very, very well spoken. So, but where'd you guys go? Don't leave me up here alone. I'll start saying shit about black people again. But but no, folks, if you're complaining about this country, you're risking your afterlife. Understand that. I'm not saying that to be funny. I'm not saying that to, get you to think. I'm saying it because it's fucking true. An afterlife depends on where your heart is in this life. I'm pretty sure by any measure, your afterlife depends upon where your heart is in this life. How dare somebody complain about living here, no matter what's going on? Oh, you can critique what's going on, but to act like poor me here, you're risking your afterlife, because I guarantee you, whatever is out there in the afterlife, you don't get to be complaining. You don't get to be sickeningly, pathetically self-centered in this life and get there. And that's where the people, specifically black 70%ers, are at. They're self-centered, complaining about poor us. Actually, it's poor me or poor us. But you don't get to do that and move on. So if you want to move on, you got to understand something. There's things to criticize. I talk about them all the time. Have a damn good time doing it. But I'll guarantee you one thing. I know one thing. I'm one fortunate son of a bitch in this life. And so are you black people that are pissing and moaning. When I meet my maker, he's going to know I fully understood where I lived and what I was able to take advantage of, and what my fate ending up in this place. He's going to give me full credit for me fully understanding that. And now I'm in trouble. Now I'm in trouble.
Oh yeah. Until HB comes back, I'll babysit you. Number one, do you really think people are complaining about where they live, or the people who live here?
Well, the two go together.
I mean, no. Seriously. Okay. Who's complaining about where we live? It's really more about what and who live here.
Oh, well, then let me restate it for you, Stanley.
Yeah, please do. You know how I require precision in these sorts of arguments.
Because I say the two go together, but
you can say it all you want. Here is your mistake, Be Brave.
Go ahead.
You actually think people are convinced by your cock assuredness?
No, I don't.
It is very easy to see through. People like me actually, we don't just laugh, we scoff.
Don't you pity me a little?
No, hell no, I don't pity you. You dug your own grave.
I think
why would I pity a grown ass man?
Well, because if a grown ass man is supposedly as damn foolish as I am, they need pity.
I pity any young people who might be convinced that you're right.
Oh no, the young people, what they need to do is listen and say, well, first
no,
you got.
They don't. They need to listen, but they actually don't need to listen to you.
Oh, they do. Yeah, they do.
They are very much safer off if they actually read books and kind of listen to people who know what the hell they're talking about.
Well, the only problem is if they read books, they're not going to get the perspective that this kick-ass human being gives. So
you're
young
kick
people,
ass.
if
You're
young
kick
people are
ass
here,
because your ass has been kicked.
well, I don't know who kicked it, but other than myself,
Oh, you tell us who kicked it all the time.
who kicked my ass?
You keep calling yourself a bottom feeder,
Oh,
so
that's not.
obviously someone put you there.
No,
Maybe
they
you
didn't.
kicked your. Maybe you kicked your own ass.
I just said that. Nobody
Maybe
kicked
you
my ass.
kicked your own ass, or someone
Right.
kicked it for you.
That's what I said. No,
But
nobody kicked.
you are kick ass, but not in the way you think it
You
is.
gotta know how many people wanted me to take advantage of my talents, Stanley.
Okay,
Nobody kicked
you
my
know
ass.
what? No one who is fucking sane, that much I'm sure of.
Oh no. They were millionaire business owners. I mean, you know.
You
So
know what?
and if they
You
were
could say
insane, if they were insane, they made it look good.
king of Siam was one of those millionaire business owners, right?
Yeah. No, and if they were insane, they made it look good because they got a lot of
Okay,
respect.
be brave. I know bullshit when I see it, and you are peddling it.
No, I'm not.
No one ever is actually be brave to tell you you're full of shit.
You know how many people have told me that, Stanley? You think you're the
You know what? And they probably all meant it. And
yes,
but none of them did it one-on-one on a YouTube show, I bet.
not as good as you. You get that reward.
Well, I am pretty good at calling out bullshit.
That's why I appreciate it.
But don't feel bad. Maybe G is full of more shit. At least you're entertaining.
Yeah. Oh yeah, no, I'm of course entertaining. My God,
And I will make a point to come on your show on Sunday so we can talk about your culturalist stuff.
You said you're gonna show up, you never do. You showed up once.
Well, no, I've shown up at least once.
Twice. I think you've been there twice. Yeah.
But I will make sure I do it this Sunday because this culturalist thing, it's already been, the word is already taken.
I know. I was going to look that up. I was going to. You sent me a link. Thank you for commenting. Your commenting means other people followed you. So you're a what do you call it? A bellwether. Thank you.
Well, no, more like a bullshit magnet.
Well, that's okay. Whatever, it works. So I appreciate you commenting on my video. I'll always. Nobody comments on anything I do. That's why I never look at the comments. And I'm going. And I had that show on, and I looked at the comments. I'm going, and you know, the circle goes around, and the number of comments come up. I always see 0. And I'm going, right. Six. I said, what the fuck? I got to go look at this. Sure enough, who's responsible? My buddy Stanley. But I was going to look up that link, and I was stoned. I said, getting ready to eat, had some cold beers, getting ready to eat. I said, I'll look it up later. And thank you for reminding me of that. I forgot all about that damn link. So
I'm here if for no other reason than to remind you of your responsibilities as a public figure.
Thank you. So what was the link about? So what I wrote to you back, Stanley, is I'm not going to ride on somebody else's words as if they're my own. So meaning I didn't know what was said. But what was said? Who am I in good company with?
You know what? I have to go back and look at the comment.
Okay. I'll look at the link.
I'm sure. Oh, no. Thomas Sowell. That's
Thomas Sowell used the word collectivism over racism?
Oh, no. I'm thinking when I say Thomas Sowell, you made the point that black culture didn't derive from white culture.
No, this negative, absolute, and senile black culture didn't. I didn't deny anything.
Okay, I'm telling you right now, there's an essay, Black Rednecks, and I forget the rest of the title. Yeah. Literally, Thomas Sowell thinks it did.
I'll go with him on black rednecks. White rednecks.
Okay, Thomas Sowell basically says that the poor white trash of the South, like pre-Civil War and actually post-Civil War, had direct effects on black people, the ones who migrated to the inner city. And I don't remember the details of the essay, but no, Thomas Sowell disagrees with you.
No, I agree with him on that. I
Well,
said
now
that.
you do, but you didn't on Sunday.
Yes, I did, Stanley. I'm
No,
telling you,
you didn't.
I have never
Look,
denied.
I wouldn't have commented had I not heard what Thomas and you know what I think of Thomas Sowell. I think he's one step below you.
Let me restate what I said on Sunday, folks. I said that if they copied the white trash hillbillies, what they did not what they did not get from white trash hillbillies is shooting up their own streets. That's what I
That
said.
is not true either.
Oh, it is very true.
It is not true. You need to go and read a history book every now and again. There, be brave.
I've lived
Have you
around
heard of the Hatfields and the goddamn McCoys?
They were shooting each other. That was domestic. They weren't out
They
there.
were shooting up streets. There was crossfire. You honestly need to do your homework before you spout off your bullshit.
Matter. They
And the
weren't
Hatfields and the McCoys were like one of the more famous family feuds. This happened a lot in the South.
Doesn't matter.
Honestly, if I know this shit, why don't you?
Because it's not the same thing.
Okay, no. Be brave. I know you want to play it off, but when I say the Hatfields and the McCoys, it was basically an analog of what we have going on now. Shooting up streets, people getting caught in the crossfire, young people getting killed over bullshit, blood feuds. It's all there in your very own bottom feeder white history. You need to know more about your own culture, be brave, because you don't know shit about black culture. The 70% number you keep spouting, and nobody on this panel will fucking tell you you're full of shit. I came up here, special delivery, to tell you you're full of shit. You need more empiricism in these types of arguments. You have zero.
I'm gonna look up those feuds.
You got lots of shit to look up, be brave. You got a lot of shit to look up. You really need to start putting some substance to your cotton candy arguments.
I do. I've lived around white trash all my life. None of us.
You know what? And your white trash logic is really not that sound.
None of us 14-year-olds.
You're making white trash arguments to a problem you have never studied properly.
No, I'm saying I've lived around white trash all my life.
Okay, living around white trash is not helping your argument.
What do you mean? I've observed them all my life.
When you talk about black culture and you've lived around white trash all your life, it's a white trash perspective.
What is 100% fact, dirty dude? Dirty, is that dirty dude? Yeah. What's 100%? What's 100% fact, dirty dude?
The points I'm making about your argument.
No.
Here's what I actually think. You come to black quote conservative spaces because they like your types of arguments because it reinforces their bullshit points. I want to hear you go to a white conservative panel and make this argument, and somebody's going to say, hey, you're full of shit. And I'll stop there because I have some points about MAGA, but I need some black conservatives in this space on the panel when I make it. MAGA is not conservative by any stretch of the imagination, and there's some overlap, of course.
To be a gentleman, Stanley, you got
calling MAGA conservative reeks of a lack of study.
You got to give me a final say, or not the final say. You got to give me one good drawn
out. Go ahead and have your final say. I've pretty much made my point.
Yes, you did, and I get to make mine, folks.
Oh, you do?
Well,
you need to consider it a white privilege at this point.
Thank you, and I'll consider it Stanley. No, I understand. I will look up look up Hatfields and those, and I will look up feuds, and I will do that. But I'm saying
Yeah,
what I'm
I'm
drawing,
surprised you never made that connection.
because all I've ever drawn from is my own white trash experience, which is 70 years now. So I'm saying I don't
Okay,
even.
well, you need to go another 70 years back.
No, I don't. Well, I'm talking about we all
Well,
got it
read a
made.
fucking history book.
The blacks aren't doing what the Hatfields and the McCoys did.
Okay. Oh, yes, they are. Not exactly. History doesn't repeat, it rhymes.
No, not even close. It's not even close.
Okay. You don't know that because you're drawing from your own experience. I'm talking American history, man. American history.
One hell of a damn good topic, though. You are correct. Are the black degenerates shooting up their streets doing the same thing as the Hatfield and McCoys did? That would be an
Not the same thing. It's similar. As I said, history doesn't repeat, it rhymes.
I'll reword the title. In fact, I'm going to do a stream on it. What we got to shorten it up to. The blacks, the psychopath black killers in the inner city streets are not at all doing anything close to what the Hatfields and the McCoys were doing.
That's not my point. You're already taking it out of my context.
No, I'm not. You said they rhyme.
Yes, I am.
I'm saying they don't even rhyme.
No. History doesn't repeat itself, meaning the Hatfields and the McCoys, blacks are not doing exactly what the Hatfields and the McCoys did.
Yep,
history rhymes means there are similarities. The larger context is that Thomas Sowell thinks that a lot of inner city, dysfunction is the same sort of dysfunction that happened back in antebellum white trash history.
There was
not is like. There are similarities.
No, it's not. There's nothing close. There's nothing close.
Okay, you know what? You can't say that because you don't know for sure because you just admitted you're taking it from your 70-year experience.
Yes, I am.
Okay, well, motherfucker, your experience is not definitive.
Yes, it is.
It is not.
It is.
Okay, this is white hubris that I'm hearing.
Well, we got that problem as white people.
Oh, no. I've known white people who were smart, and I'll stop there.
Well, I'll be damned. He just called me a dumbass.
Oh, no. Did that word leave my lips?
Well, you kind of implied it. It's okay, though.
What happened?
Oh, Stanley's been up here kicking me right dead in the shins. I'm telling you, bro, he ain't let up since.
And none of it took, I can tell.
No, it didn't, because I know what I'm talking about, Stanley.
You don't. I mean this with the utmost respect to my elder. You honestly don't know shit.
I know. I got you.
And the danger is people have let you get away with this in these types of spaces that it's reconfirmed something that doesn't exist.
Stanley, you brought up a good point on the Hatfields and McCoys, and I'm going to show you that you're full of shit on that. That's what I do very well.
You know what? You don't actually think that I bring it up if I don't know what I'm talking about, right? I'm not you be brave. I'm not making up shit.
I got you. I'm sure the Hatfield and McCoys were
like
deadly.
That dumbass 70% number you keep peddling and it keeps being bought.
No, most blacks want to up it.
Motherfucker, most is not 70%. How about quantify it? Dr. Brave?
I didn't mean most. I meant most people on the streets.
Right, real quick, because I'm not gonna lie. I'm not gonna lie. I used to hate when Be Brave used to say that shit. I used to fucking hate it.
And now?
I used to. Wait. Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Hold on.
And Mavid, one day when you get the cojones to come up to this panel, I'll give you some too.
Yeah, be careful, Maven. Stanley's dangerous. He's pretty rough and tumble. So HB, you there?
Wait, give me 1 second. Give me 1 second.
Okay. Oh, Stanley, I'm going to. No, Stanley, I'm going to look into the Hatfield course, and I'm going to do a stream on it.
Spot.
Okay. No.
I'm in a dead zone. Give me 1 second.
All right. No, I'm going to.
Don't worry. Don't worry. I'm in a dead zone too.
Oh, I'll be going straight to hell. You got a live spot, HB?
Wait. Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you real well.
Okay. So I used to really hate that 70% shit, but if we just look at the last election as any data, any analytical data, you got 80% of black men who voted for Kamala, and you got 90% of black women that voted for Kamala.
91%.
70% is probably a conservative number. It's probably closer to 85%.
Okay, so let me help you out here. Now I'm gonna have a 2-for-1 ass kicking. What does voting for Trump have anything to do with 70% of blacks make excuses for black crime? Connect those two fucking dots, HB.
I will if you can, HB.
Trump is very tough. He's a very tough on crime person. I mean,
okay, might I remind you that crime is down from when Trump was in office?
Yeah, it doesn't affect the black neighborhoods though. Yeah,
crime is down. It affects the black neighborhoods too, HB.
No.
HB, I'm simply not gonna stand here and fucking let you be wrong like a be brave.
No.
Okay,
Stanley,
the bottom line is people voting for Trump is not, it has nothing to do with what Be Brave is talking about.
I think it does.
I think what you're trying to do is take a square peg and fit it into a Be Brave rounded hole.
Overall violent, and see, this is the problem.
Okay, you're drifting away, HB.
No, because you're the one that brought up overall crime is down. Yes, overall crime is down, but crime in black neighborhoods, black on black crime, that's not down. That's not down at all.
Is it up? And as a matter of fact, it's down, Be Brave.
No, it's
oh, I'm sorry, HB.
No, it's still the same. It's probably even worse.
Okay, it is down from when Trump was in office. Was my point.
Okay, so let me give you some stats here. HB, this is violent crime. It's down a little bit, but here's the real. 411.
Is it up a little bit? Is it the same a little bit, or is it down a little bit?
It's down a little bit.
Thank you. Be brave.
Now, here's the reality, though. It's still the same group of people doing it. Here's what we got.
Oh no. Let's stick to the point. Don't drift off from it. It is down, HB.
You can make a case, though, Stanley. The only reason why it's
you can make any case you want to make.
A lot of the serial killers are dying, so that's why it's down. A lot of the guys that were killing.
You know what? A lot of the serial killers are dying, therefore it's down. I only want to emphasize that it is down.
Stanley, if you let me talk, I can kind of make your point and prove mine too. In DC, you had 411 carjackings. 70% involved guns. 71% of the carjackings involved guns in DC. 122 is all.
Why are we getting into this detail? It has nothing to do with my point. You can save those stats for your own time.
Only 122.
Okay, which part of I'm not interested in the details? I'm interested in the larger point.
And Stanley, that is the larger point.
No, the details are not the larger point, HB. I'm not going to sink into your MAGA detail.
No,
Crime is
70% of black
down.
people don't
Is
care about the details.
I don't care about the details. We agree that it's down, even if it's a little bit, correct?
You're right. 70% of black
Okay,
people don't care
thank
about
you.
the
I'm
details.
right. I don't need the details.
They don't. Most black people don't care about
Now,
the details.
what I'm trying to help you do is connect crime to a vote for Trump.
What I'm saying is the people that voted for Trump, they're not the criminals out here. They're not advocating for criminals. They're not advocating for criminal behavior. They're not saying, "Oh, don't separate the families. Don't do that. It's bad." No.
Okay, once again, you're drifting away from my point.
You're making a good point, HB. Don't let him bullshit.
You're making a good point, except I'm not covering that point. Save that point for the Be Braves of the world.
What I'm saying is,
I'm trying. Look, I'll make it simple for you. The 70% that Be Brave is talking about is a made-up number. Therefore, it cannot be connected to the reality that you're talking about.
I think it's actually higher. I think it's like 85%.
Well, you know what? Prove it. I've asked Be Brave to prove it. Now you prove it.
I just say 70% because I don't want to seem extreme.
I think is not an empirical argument.
Yes, it is. It is.
It is not. I think is not empiricism.
Everywhere you go, you got blacks apologizing, blaming shit on Whitey.
Okay, you know what? Be brave. Try and sneak in your bullshit points when you can. I admire you for that.
Thank you.
My point is that I think is not an empirical argument. I'm asking for some empiricism here.
I gave you my empirical argument. I think
Oh yeah, your empirical argument is 91% of black women didn't vote for Trump. Okay, sure. That's actual numbers. However, there is no point attached to it.
Yes, it is.
Other than 91% obviously didn't like Trump. I don't like him either. Does that make me a woman?
No, what it means is that they support criminality.
No, you have no empirical argument. It's your opinion.
They don't complain about blaming the white man for modern.
Oh, now it's gonna be 3 for 1.
HB, you're a truck driver. Help us here for a minute. As a truck driver, have you ever worried about being in the wrong part of town where all whites live?
Oh, for God's sake. How is that part of my argument?
HB, answer.
Look. HB being scared isn't an argument.
Nobody can hear you, HB.
You know what? Let me drop off so y'all can go back to where you were before I came up. I think I've done my job in calling your bullshit. There are three bullshit arguments trying to cross swords here.
Oh, I want to ask you.
Come on, Stanley.
HB, have you ever, when you're in large cities driving, do you look out for areas of town you can't go in, and why?
Yeah.
And why?
I'm not trying to get my truck broken into.
Who are you afraid of doing it?
Probably niggas.
He even used the N-word, Stanley.
I can't even
yeah, you know what? He used it, but you thunk it.
Yeah, but I didn't say it because I told you I wouldn't say it when you're on. I gave you my word on that. No matter how much I enjoy saying it.
Now, if the rest of Be Brave wannabes could actually be like Be Brave, I'd appreciate that.
Oh, come on, Stanley. Come on. You're taking this too far now, Stanley. You got to stop with that.
You know what? I'm not taking it hard at all. I'm actually enjoying this.
Yeah. I was going to leave, and you came up. I said, oh, shit. I can't leave now. Stanley's here.
I'm not going to stay much longer. I actually need to get some sleep.
I got to leave, too. I got to go get me. I got some chuck steaks on order. I got to go pick them up at the butcher's.
Oh, nice.
Chuck will be your steak for sure.
Chuck eye steaks. They're better than ribeye almost.
Actually, you are absolutely right about that.
I know it.
Yeah,
I cook them all the time.
It's a cheap alternative.
Yes. It's almost better. The trick is to get them real fatty. I tell my butcher, the more fat, the better on my chuck eye steaks.
Hey, for poor folks like us, noodle skater, Texas girl, it's chuck eye all the way.
No way. No, go ahead.
So Dirty Dude, he mentioned the catalytic converter, and when I lived in Chicago, I had 2 of them stolen from me from Mexicans. When I lived in Chicago, I had a Ring camera, and I parked my car out front, and it was Mexicans that stole the catalytic converter from me. So
I know, Dirty Dude.
Yeah, that's a Mexican thing. Just in the major cities. Yeah,
Dirty Dude
but you know, ironically though, Dirty Dude's actually white though. So
I know he is. I said don't mean he don't hate white people.
Now in West Virginia,
kind of like black people. Black people hate black people on several of YouTube spaces I can think of.
Reason to. If I was me a black person, I'd be saying these motherfuckers making me sick. Dirty Dude don't have that reason. He's just like running his mouth as a white hater.
Dirty Dude knows more black people than you do, Be Brave.
Oh, I'm sure he does. I'm talking about him and his utterances against white people. He's full of shit, trying to make it look like white people.
He lives in West Virginia, so he damn sure knows a lot of white people.
Oh, I know he does. I know it.
Okay, then what are you talking about?
Have you ever seen 3 white kids going around carjacking in his neighborhood? 14-year-olds.
West Virginia?
Yeah.
They're probably tipping cows and dragging them out of the pasture.
They're not putting a gun in your $50,000 vehicle, though. Stanley is my point.
Hey, them steers cost as much as cars.
You know what kills me is HB will come up here and he'll say, wait a minute, and he's honest about where he can't go and why he can't go there. And is HB like a chopped liver, Stanley? Is he just like a dumbass or something?
You know what? His arguments are chopped liver.
No, Be Brave. This goes back to your 70%. 70% of black people just don't care. They don't care that it's harder for me to live in a black neighborhood.
70% is shit stained because he pulled it out of his ass.
No, I didn't, Stanley. Stanley, I looked into it before I said it.
Okay, I all you got to do is send me the link. I'll come on Sunday and provide me with the details.
I'm not one of those black people that don't like to live around black people. I prefer to live around black people, but
me too, HB. I would if you could do a crime. I want to live around black people. I'm not lying.
You'll be knocking on the doors asking for food all the time.
Well, so what? They'll give it to you too. Black people are nice people like that.
But you can't.
White people are calling cops on me.
You can't ignore some areas of black neighborhoods and black culture. You can't just ignore it. But I think 70% of black people, they just ignore it.
Okay, you think is not an argument.
I think, well, statistically, the vote proved that. They just want to look the other way.
Okay, no, HB. The vote was statistically the vote.
It proved a lot, though.
It did. You know what? It proved everything but what Be Brave says about a 70%.
I think
look at what Jihad Bell wrote. Look what Jihad Bell wrote. He's trying to off some happy shit like the blacks aren't the absolute, complete, disproportionate, worst goddamn thing that's ever happened to inner cities.
You know what? I honestly think people who make your types of arguments, and there's a deeper point which I'm not going to get to here as to why crime isn't getting solved at a higher rate. And I think I've made this argument to you before, but I don't have enough time to get into it now. But the people who make racist arguments without going deeper into it are the problem.
Yeah, but I've never refused to go deeper. I said white men run the world. That means
I can tell you right now.
The white global rulers are causing the black inner city crime. I've said that only 1,000 times in the last years.
You're too busy fucking making up conspiracy theories to delve deeper into your racist points.
Nope, no, I'm not.
Oh, I'm sorry. Did I say racist? I meant culturist.
Hey, thank you very much, Stanley.
Can I
I'm joking.
Can can I comment on Jihad's comment? Because
Go ahead.
he is right. He is right about Alaska. But
Yeah.
what I will say about Alaska is an outlier because
Not only that, it's not white people; it's Eskimos.
Now the Eskimos are the problem.
HB froze.
Oh, he'll be back. Don't worry.
You said now the Eskimos are the problem.
No. If you understand Alaska as a state, why there's so many criminals up there, a lot of people are running away from, the states. So they go up to Alaska and,
Okay,
they got plenty of black. They got plenty of black. Look, bring up Anchorage gun violent memorial in Anchorage.
HB, you do realize that the rate is still high regardless of the excuse, right?
No, it's very
that
high. But
that criminals can run up to Alaska and commit more crime. That's even worse.
Yeah, that's insane.
Because that's the mentality of a lot of the criminals. A lot of serial killers.
Right, but what is Alaska law enforcement doing? That they can go up and they can go up and be free to commit crime and fish. That's even worse.
I mean, Stanley, there's only so much resources. Alaska is bigger than most countries. It's only so many resources.
I'm in Alaska's gun memorial. I'm in Alaska.
You know what? Anytime the argument shifts away from anytime that the argument shifts away from hating blacks.
Oh, look.
All of a sudden, there's excuses
on the next
made.
line, and two that are kind of looking like Eskimos. Damn, Be Brave was right again. Oh shit!
No, Be Brave. You're only right in that mind of yours.
What's that? I'm on the gun violence. I'm on the gun violence memorial.
And you know what? Fuck it. See. So what if it's Eskimos? It's still high crime.
There's plenty of blacks in there also. Anchorage,
you know what? And there's plenty of whites in there also.
No, there's not. There's only a few.
There is. Be brave.
No, there's not. Look it up.
You know what? It's be brave and make excuses when necessary when your argument doesn't hold up.
Stanley, there's no one gives a
fuck. Honestly, once again, we have drifted away from Jihad's point. We don't care about the details. The truth is Alaska has a very high crime rate. That's the point. Who cares about why?
Oh, I know you don't. I do.
Okay, well, you know what? You do because the devil in the details actually confuses the big point, which is high crime rate. And you only care about who does it if they're black.
No, I don't.
And actually, you don't care. As long as it's not white, it's worth following up.
My point is white people ain't doing it in any numbers anywhere you look.
My point is that white people don't have to; they condone it.
Jihad Bell's a fucking liar. I'm looking at it right now, Brave. Most are white. You're a lying bastard, man.
No. He's not a lying bastard. He's not a lying bastard. You're probably fucking looking up. You're probably on David Duke's website looking at the numbers.
Come on.
Jihad Bell, you're full of shit. You're lying, Jihad. Most are white, my ass. You're a lying bastard. I'm calling you that, Jihad. I'm not saying it lightly. You're a lying motherfucker, buddy.
You're
a lying motherfucker. Most of them are white. Most of them are white.
You're not smart enough. I'm gonna be blunt.
Put it on the phone. Put it up.
Maybe G, you're not smart enough to tell me what whataboutism is.
Woo! God damn it, Stanley.
Stanley's on fire.
Anyway, I've burned enough. I will see you on Sunday. Be brave. I'm gonna put the date in my phone, and I'm gonna be early.
I'll put the link right up in the first thing.
Okay.
Oh, there's somebody else that wants to talk about 9/11 and the technology, so I got to do that first. So
no, this won't take long. Don't worry.
No, I got to go over that first because that's near and dear to my heart.
That's fine. Just don't you worry your pretty little head.
Keep an eye on it. It won't last long. Keep an eye on it. It won't last long, and I'm telling you, if you come up there, I'll be privileged. When my viewership goes right straight fucking up when you're on there.
Unfortunately.
No,
So I'm going to drop down to the chat.
It's not like I'm hitting any numbers, but it goes from like 20 to 70.
Unfortunately.
No,
all right.
no.
See y'all later.
All right. Thanks, Stanley. See you Sunday, if not before then.
All right.
Poor Stanley. Poor Stanley.
He's one of the 70%ers, and he don't know it.
I truly think it's higher, man. I really do. Sadly.
The reason I don't go higher, HB, is because I want the figure to stick, but I don't want somebody to be able to glom onto extremism. But you're right. I think it's higher, but I stopped at 70 because you know what? That's still a dirty, no good for nothing high number. So it's good enough for me.
It is a high number when you say 1/3 of every black individual is a convict or been in prison or. That's crazy to think, dude. Because I'm actually looking at these numbers in Google right now, and it's yo.
No.
What?
What's going on? And since I can get a word in edgewise, what's going on in the city streets in these large cities isn't what the Hatfield and McCoys were doing. It's not happening. None of the Hatfield and McCoy's kids were out carjacking somebody, rolling down the street in their or robbing people at gunpoint. They weren't robbing people. They weren't carjacking. They weren't going into businesses robbing people. They weren't taking. No, none of that was happening. So nice try, Stanley. You had some hillbillies in a feud.
What were they doing? Weren't they robbing like stagecoaches or something?
No, not the Hatfield and McCoys were a feud between two families.
Oh yeah. Come on, Stanley.
I know it. It's like that's all he's got. That's all he's got. Stanley, it was a noble try, Stanley, but you know, and Thomas Sowell, I've had people that read Thomas Sowell say that he's not talking about the crime of black communities. He's talking about the food and the lack of respect for education, which he's right. He's right. I stopped bringing my report card home in the 6th grade. My parents didn't care. Just stay out of jail is all my daddy told me. Just stay out of jail, son. Everything's fine. You'll be all right. So, you know, in the white culture, in the white trash culture, you're a success if you stay legal. You're a success. That's all white hillbillies ask of their children. Just stay out of jail.
Apparently, as soon as I dropped down,
I started talking about
it's like it went right through your head. I didn't say the Hatfields or the McCoys were carjacking. There were no cars, be brave.
They weren't robbing either. They weren't robbing people.
Okay, I'm talking about the gun violence and the crime. The violent crime is murder, not a violent crime, be brave.
Facts are short of short.
I'm not making a 1-for-1 connection, be brave.
You have to.
I know. I understand your limitations, be brave.
In the laboratory of social science, they would have to make all of these comparisons.
No,
and they would have
actually, they wouldn't be brave.
It would be a good show.
They wouldn't be brave.
I'm going to do a stream on it.
Okay, you do all the streams you want. The one thing you would never survive is actually talking to a professional sociologist. They would shred your ass to bits.
No, they wouldn't.
And write a paper about white. They would. You would be the subject of a paper.
Yes, because I'm so accurate as a bottom feeder.
No. You are accurate as a bottom feeder. You are accurate. You are accurate for your abilities. I agree.
You can still do very high quality thinking.
With someone with your abilities, you are doing very well. I admit that.
I'll be damned. You go to hell.
You know what?
Any social scientist would probably take a lead on what they should write about from me.
Okay, I'm telling
Because
you
I
right now,
guarantee
be
you,
brave.
they haven't looked at it as honestly as I have, or been
Be
around where I've
brave.
been.
I'm not a sociologist, so I really can't say this with authority. But
go
I can
ahead.
tell you right now, your arguments are limited, and you know what? The only way they fly is in black conservative spaces are inclined. Black conservative spaces like this one and CTs are prone to buy.
Why do you think whites hate me like they do on these streets?
Finish.
I'm asking, why do you think whites hate me like they do on these streets? Why? Why is that?
You mean the black conservative streets?
No, the whites hate me on these streets. Whites hate me over here. There ain't a white person that speaks well of me.
They probably hate you because you're not like them.
You know why they hate me? Because I'm saying shit that's true that they don't have the courage to. What I'm doing is pointing.
No. Name me a white space that you frequent.
I don't.
Okay, I'll rest my case right there. You don't know what the fuck you're talking about because you never go to those. How could you make a statement? I ask you a simple question, and your response is, "I don't go there."
No,
really?
They come over here. The 10 whites I'm thinking of all come around these streets, and all of them.
You know why they come to these streets?
Why?
Because the white streets would sweep the streets of their stupidity.
Okay, let me say this. Okay, they don't dirty dudes right. Only a couple of them hate me.
They scrape this kind of shit off their shoe and tell you to run to the black folks.
Most of them think that I'm a dumbass, worthless piece of
shit. They do think you're a dumbass.
Am I correct on that, dirty dude? Am I at least correct? Okay.
They think you're a dumbass, and they say, "Go to those niggers; they'll believe you."
Stanley,
and you know what? I'm not getting any laughs from this panel for a reason.
I'm getting a laugh. You're getting one from me.
You know what? Of course, you're getting a laugh, but they aren't.
There has been a few times I even agreed.
The self-hating blacks will accept this bullshit.
Oh, come on, Stanley.
Oh no, I'm gonna go hard.
Stanley, that's not
right. I happen not to be a self-hating black, and I love calling people like you out on it.
It just came up. Who's this? I can't read it. I got it.
Oh, it's Hank O'Flamo. I had a bad connection when I was here last time.
Oh, Hank. Okay.
Good. This is gonna be a 4-for-1 now.
Excellent.
Stanley, what makes you think I hate myself, Stanley?
Oh no, I didn't say your name.
No. I'm assuming that you're talking about me. What makes you think?
Oh no. Actually, I'm not HB.
Hold on, he agreed with me. You said anybody that agrees with me is self-hating.
Okay, well, you know what? Now that Be Brave has corrected me.
Oh, he said fuck you.
Mind you. I don't believe everything Be Brave says, but when it comes to the black community.
Well, you know what? You don't believe it, but you nod your head anyway.
Let's let Hank get in here. Let's let Hank go ahead, buddy. What's up, video?
So why white people hate black people? They kind of hate everything. I mean,
wait, I didn't say white people hate black people.
Well, no, Be Brave did. Be Brave did.
Oh, did he? Okay.
White people hate black people?
You did.
No, I said white people are sick of black people. I didn't say hate.
Oh, okay.
That's a big difference.
That's right. Get the white condemnation of blacks right, for God's sake.
There's no hate. There's no hate because
it's in the parts of many over.
So mad that white people don't love them.
No, I didn't say white people hate blacks. I've never said that. I said they're sick of blacks to their stomach. They're so sick of them, they want them to go the fucking hell away and move away
Okay,
from them.
but the
Yes, but they're not
only
sick of our music and culture. They can't even get enough of it.
What's that, Hank?
They can't get enough of our music and culture, though.
Yeah, you're full of shit. They listen to it a little bit and they go on their merry white ways. You think these kids?
like making my way
the
down.
three white ways.
White people are bringing porn rap into their 6-year-old daughter's life like blacks do. Do you think? No, they're not. No, they're not.
Culture.
No, they're not.
You think that's something to
They're not
embrace?
bringing death rap into their 6-year-old son's life.
Let's be honest, bro.
Yeah.
To embrace.
Let's drift back. Let's drift back into the bullshit, John.
What do we got to be honest about, Latino?
Huh?
What do we got to be honest about? You said we got to be honest. What do we?
No, I said let's be honest. You think that having little girls twerk and basically make themselves look like slut is something that we should.
Twerking is violent crime, isn't it?
Stanley. And no disrespect, Be Brave, but you know why I don't like really combat Be Brave when he goes on his rants and stuff. I don't really care what white people think. I got you.
I don't blame you. I wish blacks would think like you, HB.
You know what? That sounds like a cop out.
No, because I understand that the issues in the black community can only be solved by the black community.
Right.
Okay, and you know what? That is a separate problem that I could fuss about.
So who really cares?
If black people don't have power, I don't think black people have that kind of power, especially ones in the inner city.
And see, that's what I totally disagree.
Oh, motherfucker! You know what, Latino? Do you actually have any experience with black people?
I think they definitely have the power to fix their.
Don't tell me Jesus Christ, Latino. Remember, there is no black-brown coalition.
Cities that do have powers.
So I'm just gonna motherfucking ignore your the black-brown coalition doesn't matter. So I'm gonna assume you're a bystander, not an expert.
And I think Stanley, that's why I brought up the election, because if 90% of black women are still voting for Kamala, still voting for Democrat, still voting for all those things, we're doomed. We're doomed.
Okay, no. Number one, we're not doomed, and number two, how do you know they voted for Kamala and not against Trump?
That's the point.
That's the point. That should tell you.
Okay, no. What is the point exactly? What is the point exactly? That they should not vote against Trump?
They think the white man is the problem and not the
Okay, no, they think a white man is the problem.
He represents that, though.
Okay, so Donald Trump represents all whites?
Yes, in their mind.
Okay, did you know there's some white people who didn't vote for Trump?
The majority did, though. Majority did.
Okay, then you know what? If you believe that Donald Trump represents all white people, that's a third problem I need to deal with.
No, Stanley, don't twist my words. I said to black.
Oh, I'm going to twist them like a knife in your rhetorical back.
Well, don't do that. But black women look at Donald Trump as like he's like Hitler. He's the face of white supremacy. Donald Trump.
You know what? He is the face of white supremacy. He's the face of white supremacy, and Be Brave is his little mini-me.
Trump is the face of white supremacy. It's a very nice, benevolent white supremacy.
So here's the thing. I have not one, not two.
Yeah, he is HB. Trump ain't got.
I voted for Kamala this time.
Trump is a puppet.
Right, he's a puppet and he's a racist. He's not a culturalist. He's a racist. A culturalist.
I didn't vote for Trump this time because I know what he did in office. He dicked around, he screwed around Twitter, then he got freaking ticked when he lost and tried to do a coup. And he got himself in a lot of legal trouble. That's why I didn't vote for him this time.
You voted for Kamala?
Yes.
God.
I voted for Trump in 2016, 2020, but it's just, I mean, January 6th plus all the other stuff he did just kind of
Hank, what part of Kamala's rally didn't you catch on that she was out to destroy the black community?
I'm glad you brought that up.
Here's the thing. Both of their policies are the same. They're all Obama's policies.
That's right. So you go for the best looking, you go for the best image. Kamala wasn't the best image. That's all we got. You're right. They're both the same. So the best America needs right now is an image of white. They need white image. They need white behavior.
Yeah, we need white saviors.
Yes.
Be brave. I voted for Trump because of his policies, not because of his skin color.
Even black men knew. Even black men.
I fully understand that. What I'm saying is the reality of it. I speak of the reality, the profound reality of it. People
all I can say is that I don't need to go farther than everyone, with the exception of two, actually think America needs more whiteness.
Yes, we do.
Whiteness got into this fucked up situation.
We didn't help. We ain't doing it perfect, but yeah, we need more
white. You didn't help, motherfuckers. Y'all drive this country.
I know it. It's
you drive the country into a ditch, and you want to blame black people for it.
We're in the back seat. The white global power structure. The white global power structure.
You know what? You're in the back seat like motherfucking driving Miss Daisy, aren't you?
Wheels apart.
Basically, that's a good analogy.
Who owns the car?
The color boy took orders from Miss Daisy.
That's right.
And we're driving the car
you are making my point beautifully.
Yeah, I'll go for that. I like
so it's white people's fault. It said it's white people's fault.
No.
It's their country.
No.
We need more whiteness. We need more whiteness to fix a white problem. I agree with that.
White power.
Say what you want. We need whitey.
I just said what I want.
I got you. I like it, Stanley.
And the amazing thing is you don't have a counterpoint. Of course I'm going to say what I want. We need a white man to fix white problems. That part I will agree with.
Do you guys know why June is such a good month?
Why?
White History Month.
Oh, I was dirty dude. Dirty dude, come on, man, get up here. Come on, what the fuck?
J Boogie, the fantasy that Donald Trump is an outsider after doing one term as president is sheer fantasy.
Yeah,
he's an insider now, buddy. He's an insider now, buddy.
He's never been an outsider. Who called him an outsider? Who was that dumbass?
Trump called himself an outsider.
Oh, who cares? He's an insider. He's up to his neck in corporate shenanigans. God,
a billionaire outsider. That's a joke in and of itself.
It is. Good point, Stanley. Let's kick their ass, Stanley. Me and you, man, on this. God damn it. Trump's an outsider. Get the fuck out of here.
I am an outsider.
You know what? He's such an outsider. He has imitators.
Trump ain't no outsider, folks.
Don't worry, Stanley.
I get it though, Stanley.
The liberal tears are sweet.
I do think the liberal whites did ruin the country. So I do kind of agree with you that white people are.
Only the liberal whites did?
Yeah, the liberal whites.
My goodness.
I could prove that to be sheer bullshit too, but I'm not worried about it. I got to get going.
All I have to say is a white liberal is a white conservative.
Do you guys know that and when you give white liberals that much power, do you realize how you're degrading black people for being like stupid fuckers that listen to anything anybody says?
Oh, well, no. That's normal. That's normal in black conservative spaces.
You got me on that one, HB.
Some are just ignorant. They're just completely
Goddamn dumber than fucking listen to them white liberals. But that's why I don't give white liberals anything, because blacks are adults. They're grown ass people. They're destroying their own mind.
Okay, let me
liberalism
remind
brought the
y'all
speed limits.
that white conservatives are equally at fault.
I don't think so.
Well, you know what, HB? You think a lot of things that make me laugh, and that's one of them.
I don't think white conservatives could care less about black people.
Oh no!
Well, you know what? That part. Okay, which part of that is not problematic, HB?
On that, Stanley. He's real
One
wrong on that.
set cares too much and mollycoddles. The other set pretends there's no problem at all.
I'm on Team Stanley now.
I think that's two sides of a huge white problem.
I don't think HB means it in the sense like.
I know it. I'm taking advantage of it.
It's like it's just like how Hispanics like we don't.
Oh no, I don't need help. I don't need help. Be brave.
I'm not helping. I didn't mean that. I'm picking myself up off the mat. I'm saying, damn, I'm gonna go.
And the wrong side of the black-brown coalition. I don't need your help either.
I know that. I got you. I didn't mean to say you need my help. I said I wanted to be on your side.
Okay. Once again, I've overstayed my welcome. All I have to say is, HB, if you don't think white conservatives, and I'm going to say movement conservatives, not actual conservatives. Movement conservatives are not necessarily the same thing as same people as actual conservatives.
Stanley.
I'm talking political conservatives. They don't think there's a problem at all that blacks should pick themselves up. Hey, there's no more laws to hold you back. There is no problem. And they ignore problems.
No, Stanley, you are your own problem. I would much rather.
You know what, Mr. Black Brown Coalition, I would hold your opinion to yourself, because as far as I'm concerned, you're white.
Stanley, I would much rather them pretend. I would much rather them not.
Yeah, motherfucker, cam up so I can tell you you're white.
Stanley, I would much rather them not care than to pretend like they do and pander to black people and then leave them worse off than they were.
Well, I understand your preference. All I'm saying is that it's a problem. Maybe you don't think it's a problem, and that's fair. I do think it's a problem.
The only reason I don't think it's a problem is because I agree that black people should be able to figure out the issues. But when you got white liberals that are telling them that they're victims and white supremacy is the issue, they'll never solve the issues.
Yup, because they're always going to be
okay. And you know what? You sound like you don't think black people have a brain. Are you the only one with a brain, HB?
A lot of them don't.
If so, why don't you lead us to the promised land?
Didn't have some.
Hey, I want to say something real quick. I actually give HB. We should say black people or the devil instead, so that they feel like they have more power. So let's call black people the devil to make them empower them. Maybe they'll do something useful.
Yeah, give them their own power, no matter what. You're right, Hank. Just make them think there's something other than oppressed.
Yeah. You know what? Black people don't fucking think they're oppressed.
Oh my God. Are you kidding me, Stanley?
Are you serious?
That's all they say.
I'm dead serious. I'm dead serious. Okay, no.
What have they been begging for?
I need to remind y'all. I need to remind you, HB. I've been around the block a couple times.
Stanley, we just
I'm not making this shit up.
Black women talking about they're going to be in the handmaid's tale now because of Trump being in office.
You know what? They're white women who say the same thing.
Yeah, they're retarded. They're retarded. Just like the black women.
Okay, and I've fussed before.
HB. I don't think they're retarded. I think they're mentally ill, HB.
Yeah,
and
they
they're
are.
mentally ill.
Oh yeah, retarded is not the same thing as mentally ill. Now, is it?
Yeah, because
It is actually.
Retarded
It
doesn't
is.
mean mentally ill.
Yes, it's actually a mental illness that's defined in DSM.
I'm saying these black women, many of them have good brains, and they're just speaking. They've destroyed their.
You can always bring your criticisms up here, and we can talk it out.
These hoes
Stanley, imagine a white woman having the gall to say that she's being oppressed.
Like, man,
okay, imagine, and when a black woman says that,
yeah, it is a mental.
I imagine you going up to her and telling her to shut the fuck up.
Oh no, I'm a gentleman, Stanley.
Yeah, you would never do that. You would talk about it. You would talk about it insulated on YouTube.
Oh, Stanley, come on. What benefit does it have? What benefit do I have to tell some random black woman to shut the fuck up? Well, how does that benefit me?
Fuck. You keep saying something. You keep calling them stupid.
Well, many of them are mentally ill, so they make themselves.
But you have to know that mental illness was just made up by white people. They made it by committee. They put in a book.
Well, wait, hold it. When you say white people, make sure you include their Stevens.
If somebody taps him in the shoulder and do that, you're just gonna prove Brave's point. When that black,
you know what? I beg you, Latino for Trump. I've had enough of the black-brown coalition.
Imagine, Stanley. Imagine me Brave coming up here saying that he's oppressed. You know how offensive that would be.
Really?
Who would it? I actually do think Be Brave has been oppressed.
Yes, I'm oppressing him. I'm oppressing Be Brave.
Oh, Stanley, I can come up here and mock my own existence, and I'm still on top of the world.
I think like self-deportation.
Where to where?
Be Brave is
Australia. I think Australia works.
It's ridiculous. It's ridiculous. A lot of people do think they are oppressed.
I'm a dead ass.
Hey, somebody's oppressing him. He's got that door barred.
Stanley, you're not gonna tell me that.
Yeah, it's me. There's me, Hank. I'm oppressing him.
There was a video where there was a girl.
Yeah, you know what? You and me both.
Now we're gonna be back picking cotton. I'm like, dude, are you serious?
Don't worry, Be Brave. I'll be gentle sometimes.
What's your question, Hank? Go ahead.
So, yeah, my question is, why do you think psychology's legitimate, Be Brave, when it's just made up by committee?
I'm sorry, I was looking at. What would you ask, Hank? Say it again. I'll listen.
Yes. Why do you think psychology is legitimate when all the mental illnesses are made by committee? They're not discovered. They're just made up. A bunch of people get in a room and just make it as part of an insurance document so they can get paid later.
I still missed the first part of your utterances there, buddy.
Yes. Why do you take mental illnesses as legit?
Oh, why do I think mental illness is what?
Are legit when they're made by committee?
Oh, because it's obvious that they're mentally ill when they're complaining about something that doesn't exist. That's a mental illness.
Or doesn't
you don't need a textbook. You don't need to read it.
It takes one to know one.
Well,
if it doesn't affect your everyday life, why does it
matter?
No,
anybody that complains like they complain, that's a mental illness. You can't complain.
Complaining.
You can't complain in America. You can't complain here. There's nothing to complain about.
You know what? Listen, okay, go ahead. Tell us that one again. You can't complain because there are poor people in India. That's why you shouldn't complain. That's like the dumbest argument I've heard in quite some time.
That's a good point. Let's wipe out India next.
Stanley finally got it.
It's called whataboutism.
Damn,
Stanley, they drink poop water. What do we really got to complain about?
You know what? Let me remind you, they drink poop water and survive. They have been doing it longer than there's been in America.
Okay,
don't worry about them. They
No,
will
we should send, we should send our poor white guys to liberate them and give them democracy, even though they have it already.
Don't you think that's a problem that they can
No, I
survive on
don't.
poop water? They can
No, I
survive on
don't.
poop water.
No, I
That's
think it's
unnatural.
their problem.
Stanley.
Let's liberate India and give them democracy, even though they have it.
Stanley ain't that mean. Don't worry, he ain't that
Oh
mean.
no! You know what? They have a prime minister. They have a prime minister. It's his problem. It is not HB's problem.
Yes, but are they implementing Agenda 2025 or Agenda 2030? If not, then they should liberate
with a
them.
heart, dude. You don't care if these people eat poop water? Come on.
He don't care if they eat.
No, you know what? As long as I'm not adding to the poop, I actually don't care.
Look at what it takes for people all across the world. Look at what it takes for 4 billion people just to make sure they eat.
I do care about American problems.
4 billion people. We have none.
I do care about American problems.
Have no problem.
We don't have any. We don't have any. There's no poverty.
Okay, be brave. You literally are sitting behind a door with a bar across it and a fucking sawed-off shotgun. Someone has a problem.
I got it made. I got it made.
Yeah, you got it made, barred behind a door.
That's America.
I can't help it. I got it made.
Apparently, your white neighbors are a threat to you.
No, it's just that's just my bed is there. I don't want. I'm protecting my sleep there. My bed is there.
Yeah. Okay.
He has the right for
you got a gun to shoot your bed?
No,
yeah, we're good.
The reason I put that gun in view because when I call myself a socialist, I don't want any idiots to think I'm one of them blue-haired liberals. I got a gun. You got that? I'm an old time.
Now, who talk about mental illness again?
Yeah.
Come on, Stanley. You think a gun owner is a mentally ill person? Come on.
I think Be Brave citing the reason he's showing us a gun is a mental illness.
No, I am. I want people to understand. I'm not.
Okay, if they don't see a sawed-off shotgun, they're gonna think you're a blue-haired liberal.
When I talk
at your age.
When I talk about conservatives the way I do, I don't want anybody to mistake me for a blue-haired liberal.
I've heard you talk about conservatives. All they're gonna do is laugh and toss you from their channel.
I don't care. I don't care. The point is that gun proves I'm not a blue-haired liberal. That's the.
I don't think that gun is doing what you think it's doing.
Hold it.
Yeah, when I'm calling myself a socialist and somebody sees that gun, they're not equating me with a Kamala voter.
You know what? You sound batshit crazy right now.
I want to go over something real quick. So let's assume you dyed your hair blue, but still had a gun. What message would that send?
That I'm probably mentally ill.
That's hilarious.
Yeah, Brave dyes his hair blue at this point in life.
It's over. We're in trouble.
Yeah.
It's like, oh yeah, I need some therapy.
Innate Ways is really trying to kick my ass here.
Stanley accused me of being crazy. Now I just proved it.
That's hilarious.
Oh, I never had a doubt.
Well, I'll be damned. Just take it easy, Tiger. Goddamn. No. Stanley.
Don't walk across church. Christian church, especially if you had the blue hair with the shotgun.
Yeah, you're right there. Yeah.
You know, there's a reason you're wearing a hat.
Shootings. I wear the hat because I'm ugly and I'm hiding.
And a hat because there's blue hair under there.
No, there isn't. No, there isn't.
He's talking about you, not me.
Okay, I'm sorry. There's tin foil under there.
I got a question before I leave, though. Well, there might be that. I got a question, though. Do we think that Lindy Lou would at least give me a pity hug, fellas?
No. But I think Ryan would.
You think?
I'll give you a hug.
Maybe if you took her out on like a
hug,
nice
Brave.
date at TGI Fridays, maybe.
It cut down the rhetoric.
But you would
Hey, Be Brave. Do you think you're as tall as Lindy?
I don't know. How tall is she?
I don't know.
I just like the way she sounds so white. She's white.
Lindy,
That's a white one.
Well, you know what? Maybe y'all could go out on a date and talk black culture dysfunction.
She's made it clear I'm a piece of shit.
Yeah,
But
you know what? You might.
Women like pieces of shit.
Yeah, and I am red faced and ugly. I mean, in my old age, I'm horrible. I'm not good looking. I wouldn't hold that against her. But no,
yeah, it's about your skills. So you good rolling around with the bedtime sparring.
Yeah, I just wondered if she'd give me a pity hug. Well, I tell you, because she sounds so white and she's so sweet. I'm going, just give me a pity hug, and I promise I won't
She
try to.
sounds so white. Now that's a new one. Man,
like she was
you sly talker, you.
You can tell a mile away. That's a white woman right there.
Are you gonna describe her alabaster skin too?
She sounded like she was saved.
I don't know what the word alabaster means. Is that
it means white?
Is that white alabaster?
It means porcelain like.
It's bone. It's color. It's like a bone color.
Why
you'd love her. I mean, if she's bone, you'd love her, Brave.
Oh, is this what Ryan's up here? Damn, Ryan, what are you? Damn.
If she's bone, he'd be all about her.
With bone white, you mean?
No, I'm just kidding.
Oh, I don't know. It's going over my head. I don't know.
How's it going, Brave?
Pretty good. Pretty good. Oh, regular running.
You were married. You're not. Aren't you a married man? You're not married.
Fuck no, I ain't been married my wife threw me out when I was 25, and I ain't been married since then. Fuck no.
You're married. That's a long time to be divorced, man.
No.
I was divorced for 11 years. I thought that was a long time.
No.
Ryan's lining you up. He's lining you up, be brave. Ryan's lining you up.
No, I'm not, man. I'm cool. Look, I'm cool. Me and Brave have a mutual understanding. We accept each other's political positions.
Right.
And
let me tell you, Ryan is the official version person. I'm the conspiracy. Yeah. Ryan is the official version nut. I'm the conspiracy nut. One of us is
before we figured that out, we would get heated. We'd get a little heated.
Yeah, but it was still fun. I always admired how gentlemanly you were when you were heated. I said, that's a smart man.
Right.
Oh, he was. Ryan, even when he got heated, he was very respectful about it. He was.
I tried to be.
Yeah.
I lost my cool a couple times, but I don't really.
Yeah, but it wasn't bad.
To do it.
It wasn't that bad at all. You just raised your voice a little bit and said in no uncertain terms, I was a dumbass. Why, hell, that ain't nothing. That's just good rooting to bar talk.
Yeah, that's just the truth.
That's what I'm saying. It didn't bother me that much. I'm going, it'd probably come off like that.
Well, I'm not supposed to get up. I'm trying not to be an angry person anymore, ever.
You're not supposed to be a what?
Blood pressure. You watching that blood pressure?
No. When I was like 31, I changed. I decided I'm not going to be an angry person anymore. I used to have a lot of anger management problems, and then I changed. So
I've never had any anger management problems. I do anger for fun though, too much. I do it for fun. It's fun. It's energetic. It's like nice. I like to tell a motherfucker in no uncertain terms what's going on.
And you know what? They 9 times out of 10 just kind of shake their heads and wander off.
That's okay. Just as long as I get to say with my piece. That's all that matters to me. It's all about me, Stanley, in my head. Haven't you caught on to that? It's all about me.
Yeah.
I'm the only thing.
It is all about you.
Pay attention.
It's a first person story for Be Brave. It's first person for him.
Be brave and be myself.
Yes, it's all that matters. It's all about me to me. It's all about me.
He's a star of his own novel.
Yes, I'm the star of my own show. I'm a legend in my own. I'm a legend in my own mind, as they say.
Well, sometimes people are brave. That's the thing where some people think they're the only person in their own story.
Yeah.
Yeah. But
Ryan Shredder in the chat, he said, "Was it the hormone blockers?" Hey, what is that? What does that mean?
Oh, he don't know nothing, man.
What the hell does that?
No Shredder. I was involuntarily
He means it
Shredder.
caused the change.
What the hell is
I was
that?
involuntarily committed to an institution shredder. That's what fucking happened.
Ryan
I
could
will
be.
fucking.
Oh, I'm sorry. Go
No,
ahead,
I'm
Ryan.
okay. No, I was going to say I was involuntarily committed to an institution shredder. So if you keep asking those questions, no, I'm going to be. It's fine. We're good.
Were you
You're gonna
involuntary to
get shredded, Shredder.
Ryan?
Yes, I used to be a contractor. I would get pissed off and I would lose my shit. Like I would flip the fuck out.
Wow, have
I
you
used to get
changed?
it. I used to get into fist fights. I used to do all this shit. I used to just freak. I just lose it. And then you know, at 31 years old, I had to change. Uh, and so now I'm calm, relaxed. Life is good. You know, I take a medication. Everything's fine now.
Well, you know,
So
so why don't
everything's good. You
so
know,
what you could be very valuable to us is this. You lived. How long did you live among white trash in your life? How many years?
my entire youth.
Okay, give us
Okay.
the years. Give us the.
Well, let's see. I guess probably so. 20. I moved away and I moved to the eastern shore of Maryland amongst more white trash.
Okay.
So I guess probably 20, 22 years or so.
We got 22 years of a good, strong intellect that can reflect back on living around all. Were they
That's how
white?
yeah,
Were they white
that's how,
trash,
like,
or were they just mild white trash?
And
well,
he's
let's put it
alive
this way.
still to tell his story
Most
today.
people, okay, so like the names were Butchie. Everybody's
Be
got an E on
Bravey.
the end of their name. Yeah, like Butchie, Donnie,
Be Bravey.
you know, Be Bravey. No, I'm just kidding. But you know it's white trash if they have an E on the end of their name, right?
So,
Butchie.
And
so
it's
Yeah.
not a Y, it's an IE.
Ryan, help us out.
Yes. Yeah.
Did you ever fear 3 15-year-olds robbing you or carjacking you when you lived around them?
That it was different.
No,
The
it
times
wasn't.
were
See,
different
we can't
times,
do it.
right?
We can't. I'm telling you, we can't. I'm telling you, some of these white people can't do it. They can't do it. They can't.
Them
They
hillbillies were so dumb
just
they
can't
didn't
do
know
it.
how to drive.
They just can't do it. You can't give white
No.
people credit. Even I know they're trash, but you just can't say they were trash, but no, they weren't robbing.
No, the types of crimes are different. For sure. Like you kind of taught me that. Like white people don't do carjackings. Very few. For whatever reason, they don't carjack.
Yeah, and they don't shoot up their neighborhoods and with random bullets flying everywhere on a regular basis at all. They kill
Okay,
inside.
you know what, Be Brave? Before you get too far with your down the bullshit road,
I gotta go
okay,
anyway.
just because
I just wanted a dose of hearing Ryan make up excuses for or make it look. He just won't prop up. He just won't give any credit to the civility of white trash people. He won't.
I don't go.
You know
listen,
what?
You want me to go in on the black
I
man?
think
I try not
civility
to do
is
that.
all in your head. It's
I don't go
called
in on the
white
black man.
trash for a reason.
I just want you to give white trash their props because they should have.
They're called white trash for a reason.
Live around them without risking your life is my point.
Okay, you know what?
Ryan,
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. They kill themselves. That makes it better.
So what?
They do commit suicide at a high rate. For sure.
Yes,
the
good.
fuck do you mean? What?
I like that. When a piece of
maybe what you need to do. My point is maybe what you need to do is take care of your own. Take care of your own. Be brave.
God damn it! It's getting late. I got to
It would
go.
be much more. It would be much more appreciated by people like me, at least.
Both Ryan and Stanley up here, folks. You got to understand something.
Okay, killing yourself is arguably better than a black man killing you. Is that what you're saying?
I'm saying it's better for society. I don't give a fuck.
No. Please answer my question.
Yeah, it's better. Yeah, yes, it's better.
Okay, you've answered my question. Thank you.
Stanley, I think you have too much empathy for white people and not enough for black people.
But anyway, doggone it, with both Ryan and Stanley up here, it pisses me off that I got to leave because I'd love to stick around. God dog it. You don't get these two in the same room.
The one thing we do know, there will be a tomorrow.
I'll see you then, buddy. See you guys later.
See you, Brave. Take it easy, Brave.
Stanley, I think you have too much empathy for white people and not enough for black people.
You know what? Since I know what black people are capable of, and you apparently don't, maybe I'm good.
I don't think he's worried about empathy. No.
My point is that black people are smart enough to know what white liberals are doing. That doesn't mean that Trump is the answer.
I don't think they are, Stanley. I really don't.
Well, I understand. Oh shit!
Best and the brightest, even the best and the brightest, man. Even the best and the brightest don't get it.
HB, I think you think black people are stupid, especially if they're black women. I've heard you talk some shit about black women.
I don't think they're stupid. I just think they're
you do
manipulated.
Okay, so stupid people aren't easily manipulated now, are they?
No, I mean, listen, you could be a PhD doctor and you could be manipulated.
Yeah, that's true.
By white liberals?
Most of these college kids are manipulated.
Okay, you know what? I stay on the white side. Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, okay. I'm sorry. My bad, Latino. Yeah. Black conservatives, white. Yeah, okay.
Latinos from Trump. I'm gonna ask you a question here. Are you a white person or a non-white person?
Oh God, here's
no, that's a serious question. That's a serious question.
Yeah, I want to hear the answer.
I'm a non-white
in the building.
Are you BIPOC?
So you are a non-white person, correct?
Yeah.
No, he's white.
So let me ask you a question. As a non-white person, as a non-white person, do you believe that we're under a system of racism, white supremacy?
Nah.
Thank you very much.
Linwood, do you believe we're under a system of white supremacy?
I've come to the conclusion, yes, we are.
See, Stanley,
that's not based on what I think. That's based on what I know. That's based Stanley, on there's way too much evidence to show otherwise.
Hey, you've unleashed the whirlwind now.
So, Linwood? Do you feel oppressed? Or better yet, not if you feel oppressed. Are you oppressed?
I would say I'm politically powerless.
How do you figure you're politically powerless?
Black people in particular, but non-white people overall, do not control the economics in this country, which means the distribution of goods and services when it comes to money, when it comes to who gets money, who doesn't get money, etc. Education, we are not the majority of the teachers. We're not the majority of administrators.
What's stopping you, though? What's stopping you?
I'm talking, when I say control, meaning we have the numbers to control all 9 areas. Meaning we control the military.
What's stopping you, though?
What's stopping me from individually accomplishing that?
Well, to be fair, Linwood, the government controls the military, so I don't think.
Well, but who's in that? But wait a minute. But who is also the majority of the government workers?
Who's the majority of the government workers? I don't know.
Yes.
Probably white people. They're the majority of the U.S.
There you go.
Like 70.
So you're telling me you can't join the military? You know, you got a naval officer up here who is in command of many seamen.
You say semen with such relish. Are you licking your lips when you say semen?
Stanley, you know what I meant. I'm talking about.
I know what you meta meant too.
I don't think Stanley being an officer, if there was a system of white supremacy, why would they let Stanley be an officer?
Okay, hold on. Really?
I mean, why would they?
Do you
You're black.
Okay, you know what? white supremacy doesn't mean black people can't accomplish shit. Ask me if I feel oppressed. Why don't you ask me if I feel oppressed?
I don't want to know the answer, Stanley. Really.
Oh no, it'll be an answer that actually will make sense.
Yeah,
I think too highly of you, Stanley. I don't even want to hear that.
Okay, here's the deal. I think you will be oppressed. No, I don't feel oppressed, but I think if you're not aware of white supremacy and what it can do, the areas where it's more prevalent, I think you will be oppressed. Knowledge is power. You will not be oppressed if you can navigate your way around systems of oppression.
20 minutes to pick up my daughter in the white supremacy school that she attends.
Wait, can you give me an example of that oppression? How that would look out in the real world?
Okay, all I have to say, you know what? Crown rules or crown laws, whatever they were, and in the army and the armed services, they've been modified, and I don't know how because I haven't kept up with it. European beauty standards are the easiest to talk about.
Whoa.
Oh yeah, did it blow your mind?
Whoa.
Did it blow a fuse?
How is
that not a culture? How is that not a cultural oppression? Making women feel that they have to look a certain way when they show up to work, that they have to conform to a standard that is basically skewed.
Where does the model minority come from?
Motherfucker, why are you talking? Now, Latino, how about listen like the rest of the folks?
Stanley, maybe when you say European standards.
I'm sorry, Latino. Linwood, shut the fuck up.
Stanley, when you say European standards, Europeans have historically really bad hygiene.
Okay, look at you trying to stray from my point.
No, what I'm saying is maybe.
Okay, what you're saying is not sticking to the point. I just gave you a system of oppression, and apparently you want to explain it away. Does it exist in the United States or not?
I don't think that's oppression. Though. I don't know.
Okay, no, you don't have to think it's oppression. You don't have to conform to it.
Okay,
then it's not real. Well, if I don't have to conform.
Okay, I'm afraid it is real, and you're denying it. Really is besides the point.
Give me an example.
I understand. I just did. Crown laws, crown rules. I literally just gave you one.
Tell me what it is. Explain to me like I'm in second grade.
Okay, I didn't say anything. It's not just blonde and blue eyes.
Then what European standards do I live by that
okay
that I'm being oppressed by?
Well, I don't know. You tell me.
I got on goddamn cowboy boots right now, Stanley. They're not wearing cowboy boots.
Okay, well, you know what? If maybe that's your European beauty standard. I know what you're trying to do. What you're trying to do. What you're trying to do is get into minutia. What I'm saying is that there's a European beauty standard and a white, and there's actually nothing wrong with it. I'm not saying it's inherently wrong. I'm saying you will be oppressed if you're not aware of it.
What's the crown law, though?
Being able to, you know what? Look it up, Ryan.
Are you talking about fat chicks?
Well, you know what? Funny you should mention fat chicks. I hear all the time, and not necessarily on this channel, about I've heard not so much on this channel, but in other conservative spaces about black women being overweight, and that's part of their health problems, which is true. But apparently, you have to be a rail thin model, for instance, to actually be considered a model. That is a European beauty
Yes,
standard.
he's correct
That's
about that.
false.
You know
No,
what? Of
it's
course
not.
I'm
No, it's
correct.
not.
And HB
No, it's
is in
not.
fucking denial.
No,
No, it's
no.
not.
HB's correct.
Marilyn Monroe was a size 8.
HB
She
is
was
not
Like
nowhere
for
correct.
near.
real, she was thick.
Marilyn Monroe was a size
Okay.
8. She was nowhere near
Marilyn
the
Monroe.
size
When
of
did
her
Marilyn Monroe die? Have you
She
ever
died
heard
a
a
sex
twig?
symbol.
Have you ever
Let me
heard
say,
a Twiggy? For every
She was
Marilyn
a sex
Monroe,
symbol.
there's a Twiggy.
Citation needed.
She was a sex.
I don't need the
She was an
fucking
icon,
citation
Stanley.
needed. Open a goddamn beauty magazine.
She was an icon. She was
well,
an
you have
icon.
to understand something, Stanley. This is the reason why Trump supporters voted for him, because we don't care about education. We actually hate it.
Well, no, I
We don't
like
need the kind of people who can read it.
I like tweaking the uneducated's nose. It's sport to me.
I didn't even vote for Trump this year. So
We don't have to. Well, I didn't. That's a fake. I didn't vote for Trump. I voted for the right candidate.
Well, no, really, I'm not even making. Why is this turning into who voted for whom? I'm talking cultural.
Well, culturally, I'm going to agree with. I'm going to agree with.
Okay, I want to just go back to my point. As long as you understand where the spots are, what America is, its history, how it is now, you won't be oppressed. You just need to know how to navigate the hazards.
So basically, you're telling women they need to lose a couple pounds.
Well,
no, I'm not telling women anything. I'm telling HB to grow
I
up.
think there's a BMI chart. They should look at that.
If you really want to break it
BMI.
down, according to George Libowitz's book, the hazard zones all around us. There is no way that a non-white person can really navigate a system that is a system of a political
Let me
system.
give you another one now that I'm thinking about it. This whole affirmative action thing. In some ways, I agree with Clarence Thomas that getting rid of it basically is going to help Black people in the long run. But a Black person at Harvard, say 20 years ago, everybody thinks that Black person got in because of affirmative action, even though he might be the smartest motherfucker there. That is white supremacy.
Well, we don't have to.
That is the only way a Black person can get into Harvard is if he gets help. Whether he's had the help or not, people are going to think it just because of the color of his skin, i.e., he's not white. Again, an example of white supremacy. And when I say white supremacy, I don't mean white people are supreme. So don't give me that canard.
Wait, Stanley, we have
you will not be oppressed if you know the hazards, if you know America.
Wait, Stanley, we have a European beauty standard. Lindy Lou, she wants to know where I'm at. Lindy Lou, I'm in Tennessee right now. I'm in Tennessee. Stanley said you're the
yeah, that's exactly what I said.
the European standard of beauty.
Yes, Lindy Lou, you are a standard of beauty.
yes. And
quote me if you're gonna quote me correctly, HB.
You're the standard of beauty.
Well, if we want to talk about the standard of beauty with other non-white females, let's talk about the ones who are not classified as Black, who are non-Black, non-white.
Oh, wait, there goes Lolo, too. Hey, Lolo.
Particularly with a woman by the name of Judy Chen, who used to be at CBS. And
wait. I just want to get back to Stanley's point, because what you're saying is...
Well, I'm actually staying on Stanley's point about the so-called beauty standards. Most of these persons, like Judy Chen, who said, who actually confessed that she had to get eye surgery because her TV, her boss at a news network in Cincinnati told her that the viewers will not be comfortable with her slanted eyes.
Okay.
Now, it's against the law. It's against the law.
That doesn't mean it's not done, Ryan.
Yeah.
No, I know, but it's. Go ahead.
Wait. So what Stanley, what you're really saying is to avoid the oppression.
No, that's not what I'm saying. What I'm
No, to
saying is
navigate. You said navigate.
I meant navigate.
Navigate. Okay.
Navigate doesn't mean avoid
No. Okay. No. You're right. You're right.
necessarily.
So for a woman to navigate the systems of white supremacy, she needs to lose weight because you don't want to
No,
be fat.
that's not what I'm saying. All I'm saying is she needs to be aware of it. She can be fat, she can be skinny, she can gain weight, she can lose weight.
But if
She
she's
will
fat,
not
she will
be oppressed if she knows the problem exists.
But if she
you mean that she's heavy? She's heavy. You mean she's heavy?
But if
I know, I know y'all wanna take every example and look. You're doing some navigation right now. You're trying to navigate around the reality I present. I appreciate it though.
What about Stacey Abrams? How do you explain
Well,
Stacey Abrams?
well, they're
I
trying
don't
to
explain
basically
Stacey Abrams.
comply with the system.
I expect Stacey Abrams to talk about Stacey Abrams. I don't know her personally.
Stacey Abrams does not represent the white European beauty standards one bit, and she's
okay.
done
Let me break this down once and for all. White supremacy is a direct and indirect subjugation of all non-white people by white people for the basic purpose of pleasing and or serving any and all white persons at all times, in all places, in all areas of activity, including economics, education, entertainment, labor, law, politics, religion, sex, and war. That is what Mr. Stanley and I are talking about.
Okay, no, actually, Stanley's not talking about that at all. Stanley's struggling to stay high level and not get bogged down into definitions we all know. And if you don't know, do the research on your own. I'm not your teacher. The original question, which I imposed, I admit, I don't feel oppressed because I know how to navigate America.
Now. So what you're saying is fat women should lose weight so they can navigate
No,
America.
I was talking about Stanley. I'm not a woman.
No, but you used the.
I'm talking about Stanley. I'm literally talking about Stanley. And does he feel oppressed? I don't.
HB, can I add a comment real quick?
Okay. Go ahead, Master Kim.
Here we go. Master Kim's here. Go ahead, Master Kim.
Go ahead, Master Kim.
I'm gonna expect some profanity and name calling, but anyways,
I don't expect anything from me. When I get tired of the bullshit that's about to come, I'll just drop down and let you be your wonderful self, Mr. Walsh.
Yeah, stay up here. Stay up, Stanley. We love you. We love you.
Okay.
Come on, Stanley.
So
I'm gonna give him a chance.
Stanley, then shut the fuck up, please, so I can talk.
Oh, look at you. Shot fired.
Just talk over him.
Let him talk.
This is a Anglo-white country that we are living in. How pompous to think that everything has to change to accommodate 13%.
Motherfucker, who's arguing? You know what? Was I saying the country had to change? Who the fuck said that?
This is a white dominant
okay,
country.
Dumbass. How about listen to what I was saying, dumbass? You know what? I'm gonna have to change my opinion of you.
Oppression.
We weren't talking about changing the country, Master Jim.
You are an energy vampire. Look up what
apparently I'm a flame and you're a goddamn moth.
Why?
Okay, sir. Well, let me ask you a question.
Okay, hold on 1 sec, Linwood. I was just saying I don't feel oppressed because I know how to navigate the hazards of America. I don't give a shit if America changes or not. I'm good.
But you also use white European beauty standards as a
I
response to the
literally
question.
said that.
So are you
So,
also
so is
saying
Master Kim up here to defend European beauty standards?
Well, it's a fucking white country.
It is a white country.
There's no.
71,
It's a fucking white
71% as we
country,
speak.
and I've come up here to defend her honor.
Dude, go buy
You
Okay, well, wait a
moron.
minute, wait a minute. All this yelling and screaming. Let's just cut to the chase here.
It's
No,
like saying like
fuck
we
it.
have to
I'll
all
yell and
change the
scream
country
all I
based on
want,
gender
Wood.
differences. What
Stand
No, no,
down.
no.
This is really
Well, wait a minute.
irrelevant. It was a
I'm
lot
not
more
talking to
civil
you. I'm
when
not
D
talking to you,
Brave was.
Stanley.
It
Stanley,
was
I'm
a
not
lot more
talking to you. I'm
civil
talking
when
to
D
the.
Brave was
Well,
here.
I'm
no,
talking to the
Matt,
gentleman.
I'll drop down because
Ryan,
Master Kim needs the floor, and he doesn't need
times have
me
changed.
correcting his dumb ass.
Just let him speak, Stanley, just for a second. Well, he already got his point
Well,
across.
no, he got it wrong about changing the country. Someone tell him I wasn't arguing that.
Stanley, so how could a fat black woman avoid
Why are we talking about black women?
because you
Because you
said
say
that
that you can
I
feel
did not
around how
talk about
America.
black women. You
Hey,
did.
put my girl's
you
picture
said
back
no,
up, please.
Stanley, you said that they're held to a
I
European white
used
beauty
it as
standard.
an example. I do not want to get bogged down in bullshit details.
Because you know
If
the truth just like I know the
if
truth,
you
Stanley.
need explanation, take the time and look it up.
That's why
It's
I'm like,
because you know the truth just like I know the truth,
No,
Stanley, and
the
you're running
truth
away from the truth.
is you know the truth.
You're running away from the truth, Stanley.
I'm not running away from anything. All I'm saying is I know America well enough that I know how to avoid being oppressed.
So here's a question, guys. When you rearrange the words America, it says I am race. What race
All
do you
right.
think they're talking about?
What?
All right. I'm about to get you up out of here, Linwood. That was the
I'm
dumbest
just
thing.
asking. I'm asking
That
a
was the
question.
dumbest thing
That's a
said
Montreal
today.
garbage.
That was the dumbest thing said
Dude,
today. And
No,
I've
I
been up
mean,
he
here.
did
no,
that.
seriously.
He
I've
did
been
that
up
I'm
here
not
for
himself.
kidding you.
9 hours,
Innate,
I'm not
Linwood.
kidding you.
innate.
When you actually rearrange the words America, it means I am race.
Right.
Rearrange
And
the
That was
words.
America,
intentional. They called it America
they
intentionally
did.
to fool us.
Amerigo Vespucci was like, hey, if we do this, we can rearrange it to I am race one day. We can do this.
the North and the South America is I am race North, I am race South.
That's right.
Stanley, Lolo wants you to let Master Kim speak. Can you
And you know what? Lolo can hold Master Kim's dick for all I care.
Oh, come
Get
on.
get
Oh,
Stanley, you're usually a
get
lot
it
more
right,
civil than
Master
that.
Kim. If my name is to pass your lips, get my argument right.
why would you sexualize Lolo like that,
I'm
Stanley?
Yeah, well, Master Kim.
sexualizing Master Kim
Why why would you
I
sexualize
believe both
Master
parties.
Kim?
Yeah, he's
Why would
married,
you do
man.
why would you do that? Why?
because I thought it was
Hey,
funny, frankly.
Stanley, I'm not calling you gay, but that was a gay-friendly remark that you made. It's
You know
Yeah, I
what,
gotta admit
Master
that was a
Kim?
little
It
gay.
was.
Master Kim, anything that holds your dick you think is gay.
why are we talking about Master Kim's
Only if
dick?
it's another
I
man.
mean, jeez,
All right,
Only if
we're
it's
going.
another man.
And
we're
and
giving it
and my
children
point is you hold your dick more than anybody else, you're gay. Right?
I thought we were talking about like.
I don't think it works that way.
You thought a lot of things. You thought I expected America to change.
Yeah, Hank, I don't think it works that way either. I think if holding your own cock makes you gay, I think we're all probably
Well,
gay then.
you don't
Hold up.
you missed the point.
Tough guy, you finally got banned. Tough guy got banned.
Really?
No, but Stanley, I just know what you know, and I know you're trying to get away from the truth, and that's what this whole system of white
No,
supremacy.
HB. I'm not trying to get away from the truth. What I'm
Yeah, you
trying to
are.
do
Yeah, you
is
are.
not
Yeah, you
get
are.
bogged down in your far right love
Nah,
of
nah,
detail.
nah, nah, nah. This has nothing to do with right or
Okay,
left.
you know what a European beauty standard is. You're just trying to fucking get bogged down in it. Basically, everyone gets judged. Everyone gets judged on a European beauty standard.
Okay, let's break this loop.
What it means.
Let's not break it down. I'm not interested in
break
the
this loop.
details. We are all men of a certain age. I will not get bogged down in these details.
Well, Stanley, listen. I think the European beauty standards is a lie. It's a myth, and I think it's something that pro-blacks use to basically cope with their ugliness and their fatness.
Let me ask you a question. I hear you and John especially, but you often go, "Yeah, you're right, John." What do you think Booker T. Washington was pushing when he said that blacks need to wait their turn? What was it that he expected blacks to do?
I think you're moving the goalpost, Stanley.
Yeah, no. I'm actually trying to make a point about European standards, not just the beauty standard.
No. I want to stick to European beauty standards because I think
No,
it's a
you
lie.
want to stick to it because it's easy to deny.
It's exactly.
Right.
Exactly.